Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Ash Ketchum disappears. It was one of the biggest shocks in the Pokémon world, with 3 years later everyone still mourning over the child. All over the regions, friends and family were hoping, wishing for him to come back. And that's where this story begins. It was a quiet day in Petalburg, Hoenn. Folks were shopping, walking, chattering, behaving like normal beings. Except one. A certain brunette female, aged 23, was sitting in her room. She wore an orange sleeveless blouse with black biker shorts, orange sneakers and white and black gloves with green wristbands. Atop her head remained her trademark bandana, now green with her hair in the usual upside-down V. She sighed, flipping another page in her photo album. Inside were her most special pictures, her journey through Hoenn. She saw herself looking excited in a store, a close-up of Brock cooking, Max grinning and adjusting his glasses, another of him smiling and his arms in the air, plenty depicting her journey's start. But, within most that was her best friend. She saw herself standing with a boy a little older than her, his arm around her shoulder and smiling. She could still notice the light blush on her face, smiling at the camera. "Where are you?" she muttered, giving a sniff. "May." "Dinner," she heard her mother's voice. She sighed, closing the album and putting it on her bed. She walked out and down the stairs, entering the kitchen and seeing her mother. That was fast. "Hungry," she replied, sitting in a chair. "Where's Dad and Max?" she asked. "Your father's training in the gym and Max is watching." "You know how he is," she said, giving a smile. May nodded, smiling. Suddenly, a ringing noise was heard. She watched her mother walk out the doorway, then give the polite hello. She was surprised to see her back in the doorway the next second. "It's for you," she said, handing her the phone. "Hello. May, I've got something you'll want to hear." "Gary?" Meanwhile, in Pewter City, a man was cooking over the stove. "Brock, is it almost done?" a childish voice whined. "Almost, just give it a minute," he replied, stirring the spoon. "Hurry up," another voice said. Suddenly, the phone rang. "I got it," the little boy dashed out of the room. "Wait, let Mom or Dad get it," he called out. "They went shopping, remember?" a young girl asked. Brock sighed, then noticed the boy come back with the phone. "It's for you, Brock," he exclaimed, handing him the phone. "Hello. Brock, you'll want to hear this." "What's up, Gary?" Meanwhile, in Twin Leaf Town, Sinnoh, an age 22 brunette was happily humming a tune as she lied on her bed reading a coordinator's weekly magazine. She heard a ringing noise, slightly adjusting to get up, but heard her mother speaking to herself. She relaxed again, figuring she got it. "Dawn. Phone's for you," she called. Dawn wondered as she hurried down the stairs, taking the phone from her mother's hand. "Hello, Dawn speaking." "Dawn, you might want to sit while I tell you this." "Gary?" "What is it?" In Cerulean City, a young redhead was swimming with water-type Pokémon in a large pool. The place, Cerulean Gym. "Misty." "Phone," a feminine voice called out. She looked toward the doorway, swimming toward the ladder and climbing out. She grabbed a towel from the bench and put it around her neck, drying her hands. "Who is it?" she asked as she approached her blonde sister, Daisy. How should I know?" Misty sighed as she watched her walk away, holding the phone up to her ear. "Cerulean Gym, Misty here." "Misty, I've got some news." "Gary? Did something happen?" A few days later, Pallet Town's Oak Laboratory became more lively as the group of friends gathered as well as Delia. "Thank you all for coming," Gary said, standing before them who were sitting on couches and chairs. "Tell us, Gary, what is it?" Dawn asked. "Of course. I know we're all still a little affected by that," he trailed off, noticing their expressions turn to sadness. But I have news about that. News about it? What news? Brock asked quickly. It's a slight help, but it's better than nothing. Recently, me and my grandpa had a little roundup with all regional professors. While together, we discussed that matter, but nobody had an idea why. Then, one of the professors gave us a very helpful piece of information that just may very well be the best thing you've ever heard, he explained. What is it? Tell us already. Max exclaimed, jumping up. Max! May scolded, pulling his ear and yanking him down in his seat. Max has the right idea to be excited. Our colleague, Professor Juniper, gave us amazing news. In her native region, Unova, she had given trainer license to many trainers. But in particular, a year ago, she was visited by a trainer who goes by Leader, he stated, smiling. What about this Leader? Misty air quoted. You'll want to brace yourself for this. My grandpa and I got a view on the Pokédex transmission signal Professor Juniper managed to get from him, and dash. Stop talking science. Normal. Max said, frustrated. May pulled his ear again. Well, we looked at the signal and thought it looked familiar. We checked through the Kanto trainer database and found a match, Gary said. So this red guy was originally a Kanto trainer? May asked. Yes, but not just any other trainer. His Pokédex signal, it matched with Ash's. Meanwhile, across the sea in the far region of Unova, small flocks of Pitto flew over the land. Below, Swana swam in lakes and Deerling peacefully ate grass in the trees. In the natural area, a teenage girl sat. She had blonde hair down to her shoulders, and wore pink short shorts with a pink sleeveless jacket over a white t-shirt, just over her hips. She was crouched, holding some Pokémon food in her palm as she watched two patrat crawl suspiciously toward her. It's okay, I won't hurt you, she whispered, remaining still. The patrat eyed her carefully as they stopped in front of her, one taking a single pellet of food. It curiously chewed it, then its eyes beamed as it spoke to its friend in Poke language. They both smiled, then continued eating. There, see? It's delicious, she said happily, petting one with her free hand. Pinky, the patriot's head snapped up, then they darted away and into the trees. She sighed, then looked angrily behind her. She saw a boy standing a few feet from her, frowning. He had short, black hair and wore dark red cargo pants with a red vest and white undershirt. Come on, Pinky, you know you lost track of time again. Shut up, Jack. And don't call me that, she growled, glaring at him. All right. Sheesh, Lexi, you sure can get mad when you want, he said, holding his hands behind his head. She watched him as she got up and walked toward him. Come on, he's waiting. What time is it? She asked. 6, he responded. What? And you only came now? She gasped, grabbing his hand and dragging him away. After a few minutes, she stopped and he fell down. Ow, he groaned, rubbing his neck and glaring at the girl. Oops, I forgot, she said playfully, sticking her tongue out at him. He rolled his eyes, standing again. He looked behind him and saw 4 tents in a circle. Red, pink, blue, and yellow in colors. Hey, where's Trevor? Lexi asked, looking around. Don't worry, he's training in the lake not too far from here, Jack replied, walking toward the red tent. So, how's Leader doing? She asked, glancing at the yellow tent as she walked toward the pink one. I don't know, he's been in there the past hour. I've always wondered what was in his tent, but I never dared to go in, Jack replied, shuddering a bit. Huh. Maybe he's thinking of our next assignment, she suggested, zipping open the tent fold. Maybe, but I've never seen him this focused. Maybe it's finally getting to be time. Jack stated, crawling in his tent. Could be. Well, I'm gonna be reading for a while, call me if you need me, she said, crawling inside and pulling out a magazine. I'll be writing again, she heard Jack say. She rolled her eyes. Ever since she knew him, he would always try to spend some free time working on a novel he would write on his own. Though to this day, he still refused to let anyone see it. "Where is everyone?" another masculine voice asked. She crawled out and saw another teenage boy, about the size of Jack, but he wore deep blue jeans and a blue t-shirt. She couldn't help but notice he was slightly more built than Jack. "Oh, hey Lexi." "Hey. Me and Jack are just relaxing, while Leader's doing whatever," she told him. "Ah. Well, I'm done my training for the day, so I think I'll just take a nap," he said, giving a yawn as he crouched in front of the blue tent. "I'll wake you if Leader wants us," she said, grinning. "Don't you dare," he said, crawling in and closing the fold. She lied back and opened her magazine, giving a sigh. "Everyone, I need you out here now," she winced at the deep voice, surprising her. She sighed again as she crawled out, standing up and seeing Jack and Trevor crawling out of their tent. "But I just got back," Trevor mumbled, standing up. "I just got the biggest idea, but I lost it when he called us," Jack said, biting his lip. The three lined up in front of the yellow tent, getting to one knee. They looked to the ground, but they noticed a young man crawl out and stand before them. "Get up, you three," the three stood up again, looking at the one in front of them. He was taller than the three, with shaggy black hair and brown piercing eyes. He wore a black vest over a white t-shirt, with deep gray cargo pants and red and blue sneakers. "I told you before, that's not necessary." "Yeah, but we also told you it's the kind of thing one would do to their leader," Jack stated, giving a smile. "Whatever," Jack rolled his eyes. "As you know, I have spent most of the day in my tent, but that was because I was planning." "Planning? Are we finally getting some action?" Trevor asked, crossing his arms. "Yes, you are. I've explained to each of you before of my beliefs, so I should not have to remind you," he said. "Yep. You think Pokémon are humans' friends and companions, and should be treated with love and care," Lexi said proudly. "And?" he inquired. Trevor took a small step forward. "But you believe Pokeballs are the devices of the devil. Pokémon should not be captured, for they are mere devices of confinement torture," he stated. "Correct. I'm surprised you remembered the metaphor. Now, your assignments are as simple as can be," the man said. "Awesome. I've been itching for action," Jack said, grinning. "And the time has come, Jack. You each will be taking different areas in the region, spreading our ambitions throughout the region," he explained. "But, Team Plasma has already done that, sir. Why don't we try something different?" Jack asked. "We will, Jack, in time. But for now, we must restate the familiar speeches this region has heard not too long ago. But this time, we will have reinforced logic so that no one will be able to defy our beliefs without support behind them," he explained, smirking. "I see. So, how will we be split, sir?" Trevor asked. "Simple. Lexi will take south, so Castelia and down, Trevor will take east and Jack the west," he stated. "But what about you, sir? What will you be doing?" Lexi asked. "I will be visiting Exira City, so there will be a chance I will meet with Jack at some point. I will be heading to Dragon Spiral Tower," he told them. "Dragon Spiral Tower?" Lexi asked, tapping her chin. "Lexi, don't you know the Unova legend or what happened with Plasma? Dragon Spiral Tower is where Team Plasma's leader, Summon Dash, Jack started, but was cut off." All right. I remember." "Geez," she sighed, rubbing her forehead. Jack rolled his eyes. "All right, you three. You know your missions, now I expect good results. After a speech in every major area, you will all head to the Pokémon League for the finish to our operations," he stated, turning toward the tent. "Wait, leader," he turned. "What if someone stops us? What if a gym leader, or worse tries to stop us?" Lexi asked. You've trained your Pokémon well, I'm sure you won't let me down," and with that, he retreated into the tent. "So I guess I'll see you at the league," Trevor said, turning around and walking. "Wait. Are you seriously going already?" Jack asked hysterically. "Yeah, Trevor. Relax a bit, Unova isn't going to disappear from beneath our feet," Lexi said, giggling. Trevor stared at the two, then sighed as he stepped back to his tent. "All right, but you two better not disturb me as I sleep," he said, crawling in the tent. "Whatever. I'm gonna try to remember that breakthrough from my novel," Jack said, disappearing in his tent. Lexi sighed, crawling in hers and pulling out the same magazine from earlier. In the yellow tent, the man sighed as he lied down. "Hi," he looked up and saw a small yellow face looking down at him. "Hey, Pikachu," he said, watching it crawl on his chest. "Our operations are starting tomorrow, and soon the Pokémon will be free. No more Pokeballs, no more confinement, just open space for the Pokémon," he said, rubbing the mouse's chin. "Pikachu Pikapi, Pikachupi," the mouse spoke in its language. "Yes, Pikachu. All Pokémon will realize what they've been subjected to for centuries. Pokémon are not slaves, they're our friends, so they belong by our side and not on our belt in a ball," he said, closing his eyes. "We got a big day, Pikachu. Let's rest up." He felt Pikachu crawl off him and get comfy beside him. "Pokémon liberation, that I thought it was a joke, but it was real," he muttered, feeling drowsiness taking him over. "Team Plasma. How could you not accomplish the simple task? The four of us will do what you couldn't, then Unova. The world will see what Pokémon have been subjected to. The torture, the pain." Chapter 2. "What do you mean by that? You're saying he's alive?" Brock asked, amazed at what Gary had said moments prior. "Well, not exactly, Brock. We're not sure, but my grandpa is double-checking the signal right now. If it still matches Ash's, it could mean he's either alive or someone stole his Pokédex," Gary explained. "Gary, you're not kidding, are you?" Misty asked slowly. "I wouldn't joke about this, Misty. This is real," Gary replied, giving a smile. Everyone looked at their knees, picturing the young boy they once knew now alive and healthy. Just in another region. "So when are we going?" Everyone looked at Max. "I doubt you called us over set to say this, I bet you already have ferry tickets to Unova. You really are wiser than age, Max. The ship leaves at 9:30 tomorrow, we will arrive around noon." Meanwhile, in the region of Unova, there is a forest of peaceful Pokémon, with vibrant wildlife growing around them. In a small clearing, 4 tents sit. Red, blue, pink, and yellow. In the pink tent, a girl crawls out of the flap. "Huh? Is everyone still asleep?" she asked, looking around. A figure crawled from the red tent. "Yeah, until you woke me up," he yawned, stretching his arms. "Well, excuse me. Where's Trevor and Leader?" she asked. "Trevor got up early and went to the lake, while Leader's still in there," the boy said, gesturing to the yellow tent. "He really is thinking hard on this, huh?" she asked quietly, crossing her arms over her chest. She noticed the boy's gaze go down. "Arceus, Jack," she hissed, punching him in the gut. He grunted, moving his hands to his chest. "Oh, come on, Lexi. It's normal behavior," he said to her, watching her walk away. "Don't tempt me to hurt you," she turned back to him, smirking. "Wouldn't dream of it," he replied, crossing his arms. She continued walking for a few minutes until she came to a lake. She looked around, then noticed a figure surface from the water. Trevor, he looked over to the source of the voice, seeing her. He swam over and got out of the water, standing beside her. "What's up? Leader want something?" he asked. "No, just came to visit. We are separating today, after all," she said. "Yeah, but we are going to join again at the Pokémon League," he stated, giving her a strange look. Yeah, but, she trailed off, rubbing her arm. Well, we had a good run, I guess. You came here without even really knowing, didn't you? He asked. You know that I think you might be right, she said. Trev. Lexi. Leaders calling, the two looked at each other, starting through the trees back to camp. Once back, they saw Jack standing beside their leader. Sorry to make you wait, leader, Lexi said, getting to one knee. Stand up, she immediately straightened up. I'm kind of tired of having to tell you that. Now, the reason I called you here. It's time to go, Trevor said, crossing his arms. Yes, Trevor. You three may not have learned as well as the others, but you are no longer the young trainers I took in. You are now leaders to yourselves, make the right decisions as you fulfill your tasks, he explained. Thank you, leader. For all your help, Jack said, giving a smile. Thanks. It was an honor, leader. No flattery, it helps with nothing in this world. Now, it is time to go, each of you. Another thing, if any of you run into distractions from your speeches. Look for the thunderbolt at Dragon Spiral Tower. When that lightning is visible, you are to head to the league ahead of time, he said, turning to the yellow tent. Buddy, it's time to go, he said. A small yellow mouse emerged, crawling onto his shoulder. I wish the three of you a successful journey. I won't be needing that, knowing me, Jack said proudly. You'll need more, Lexi added, making Jack fall over. Hey! What? She asked innocently, sticking her tongue out. Trevor sighed, pulling a pokeball. He tossed it, giving a blue flash as it formed a figure. An elegant white swan, pecking at its wing. Swan, it called out, extending its wings. Trevor stood behind it, gently getting on its back. Good luck to you three, he said, then the Pokémon took off toward eastern Unova. Lexi and Jack looked at each other. Well, I guess this is goodbye, for now, Lexi said. Stop making everything dramatic. It's just a simple parting, Jack sighed, rubbing his forehead. He tossed a pokeball, releasing a large blue dragon with red blade-like wings. It gave an intimidating roar, scaring a few bird Pokémon out of the forest. I'll see you soon, leader. I won't let you down. Salamence, let's ride, the dragon took off, flying toward the west. Man, that guy. Lexi sighed. She turned around, seeing her leader standing beside a large light brown and white feathered bird. Pidgeot, it called out, extending its wings as he jumped on its back. May you have success, Lexi, he said, then they took off toward where Jack had gone. Lexi sighed. Men, they just can't wait for action, she said to herself, her hands on her hips. She tossed a pokeball and released a large white and red feathered eagle. Brave, it cried out. Lexi hopped on its back, flying south. Okay, maybe I was wrong about the fairy part. Max repeated, looking out the window at the immense ocean beneath them. The boy and his friends were currently not on a boat, as previously thought, but soaring through the air on a plane. Okay. Geez, you've said that almost 10 times now, May sighed, rubbing her eyes. You're just cranky from your nap, Max replied, still gazing out. Come on, guys, we should make a plan, Dawn said, hanging over the seat. Shouldn't you have a seatbelt on? Max asked, now looking at her. Probably, she shrugged. Anyway, I say we split up and search Unova. How? Unova is huge and there's not many of us, Max stated. So? As long as we cover a lot of ground, it could work, Dawn said. She's right, they looked at Gary, the seats across the aisle from May and Max. Behind him was Brock. They're both right. I say we split up evenly and take a small region of Unova, searching for anyone who's seen him, Brock added, leaning forward to see them. Okay, so how do we do this? I don't know. Drawing from a hat. Rock paper scissors. Draw. A few minutes later, they were each looking at a small piece of paper. South, Dawn and Misty said at the same time. East, Max and Gary. West, Brock and May. Okay, I assume we don't all know our Unova towns. South would count as Nimbasa and Down, so that as well as Castelia, Nakreen and Navima town. West would be Driftvale and Exira City, while East would be Lacunosa, Undella and Black City, Gary explained. Black City could also count as White Forest, since there's a small forest beside it, Max added. Whatever, I'm just trying to finish quickly. We're almost there, he said, pointing out the window. Everyone looked, seeing a small town begin to grow larger. Wow, we are. Max exclaimed happily. And we're getting closer to the truth, Brock added, looking. Everyone looked out the window thinking about Ash, but one in particular was thinking about more. Oh, Ash, that if only you hadn't left at that time that we could have fixed our problem. May thought sadly, rubbing a certain bracelet around her wrist. We're almost there, buddy, the man said, riding the large bird as they began to pass over the edge of Exira City. Pika Pi, Pikachu Pikachu Pikachu. No, I don't regret it. I planned to change this world for the better, and I had to do it. Leaving them would strengthen me, and now I don't have any side feelings to distract me, he replied to the mouse. Pika Pi. Pikachu Chupi Pika Copy. I'm over that. Besides, you know how it was, he said. Pikachu. You know, I've told you before. Besides, as my Pokémon, you could feel how I felt, the man sighed. Pika. Yeah, now you remember. I know it's impossible without Dialga or Shalebi, but I wish I could go back in time to change that. Leaving her like that. And knowing how we felt about each other that I knew it was a mistake. Chapter 3. Man, this is gonna be like finding a needle in a haystack, Dawn sighed, slouching forward. Oh come on, it's not that bad, Misty replied, looking at her. She received a strange look. Are you kidding? She asked hysterically, pointing ahead. Misty looked forward, seeing many tall skyscrapers in a populated-looking town. We have to search the entire freakin' Castelia. Dawn exclaimed. It won't be that bad, Misty said. Yes, it will. Not to mention we have 4 more towns to search, Dawn added. Oh, right. Gary, I'm tired. Max whined. It's not that bad, Max. We're almost done with Black City, he said. We've been here for so long. This is still our first town, he exclaimed. It's a big place, Max blamed the straw hat. Stupid hat. Are we almost done here? May asked, looking around the now familiar Exira City. Yeah, just about. We just have over there, Brock said, pointing ahead. Can we go shopping? Exploring? May asked. Not at the moment, we have to find Ash. Remember? Brock inquired back. Fine, I'm just getting kind of bored. This is for Ash, remember? Come on. Let's hurry. The two continued through the large, busy intersection of Castelia, looking every inch of the area. Man, I'm already tired of this. Dawn, we've been here 10 minutes. Misty sighed. Exactly my point, it's too long, Dawn replied lazily. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Mall. No, Misty quickly said, pulling her away. Come on. Dawn whined like a 5-year-old. Suddenly, something else caught her eye as Misty dragged her past another large street. Hold on, hold on. What? Misty asked, stopping. Dawn put her hand over her eyes, scanning in the distance. What's that crowd? Dawn asked, pointing. Misty looked, shrugging her shoulders. But looking over, she discovered Dawn was already on her way. She sighed, trying to catch up to her. When Dawn slowed down, she nearly jumped as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Geez, don't go so fast, Misty said, smirking. Sorry, Dawn said, looking back at the crowd a few feet away. The two got closer, politely pushing through the crowd until they were in the second row. They saw a single girl dressed in pink, hands behind her back looking at the crowd. What's this? I thank you all for coming. Everyone's attention was now 100% on the girl. I'm here to talk to you today about something you may be familiar with, but not have believed before. I'd like to talk about Pokémon Liberation. Oh, not this nonsense again. Why is it always in Unova? It's been a while. Wow, these people have strong opinions. Dawn said, hearing the various crowd members speaking. It may seem like a joke, especially after what happened a few years ago with Team Plasma. A few snickers were heard. They were a joke, yes, but they were thinking for the sake of our world and the health of Pokémon. Health? Misty muttered, not convinced this was any different. I am speaking the truth, folks. We say Pokémon battles are ways of improving our relations with Pokémon and strengthening them, but we say it wrong. Pokémon battles are fights, pitting innocent creatures against each other for fun. Whether we really try or not, it's serious and we must stop it. Stop it? Why should we? The Pokémon don't refuse, so I thought they liked it. Maybe she's right. Are these people for real? Dawn whispered to Misty, surprised at their quick change to thinking. Pokémon are living beings, just like humans but stronger. They possess abilities unavailable to humans, making them the most unique thing in this world. Without Pokémon, humans would do everything on their own. Pokémon help us with everyday tasks, and there's nothing wrong about that, but that does not give us authority for performing unnecessary and prisonery actions. Keeping Pokémon in Pokeballs is the worst way to repay Pokémon for helping us, and therefore it is a crime. Crime? I never thought about it before. She's got more knowledge than all of that Team Plasma. Good people of Castelia, I beg of you, release your Pokémon. Destroy your Pokeballs and let Pokémon live as living creatures. Free them from the prison they've been subdued to for centuries. The girl raised her arms, then gave a bow. A few claps were heard from the crowd, watching the girl walk down the street away from them. Man, do you think she's right? Team Plasma sure wasn't that descriptive, for sure. She's the real deal. Pokeballs are torturing Pokémon. Battling is merely fighting, that's it. I'm letting my Pokémon go. I'm never battling again. I don't want my dear Pokémon hurt. Dawn and Misty waited, surprised as the crowd slowly broke apart. Soon, the two were standing on the street with the people busily traveling behind them. Wow. You got that right. Was that girl serious about all that? Dawn asked. I think so. She sure sounded serious. I can't believe this, though. Team Plasma isn't involved, so this is something else. Misty said, speechless. We should call the others about this. Misty looked at the brunette. If she's giving a speech here, I bet she's in a group giving them in other places, too, Dawn said. Misty simply nodded, pulling out her cell phone. She dialed a few numbers, putting it to her ear. Hey, isn't that? Misty looked at Dawn's finger, following the direction it was pointed in. In the distance, a girl in pink reading front of a magazine stand. Hello. Misty's attention was turned to the phone, hearing the masculine voice. She noticed Dawn start walking toward the girl, deciding to follow. Hey, Brock, we just had something strange. In Castelia, there was some sort of Pokémon liberation speech, but it wasn't Team Plasma, Misty explained. Really? Something's definitely up. Brock trailed off. Why? Did something happen with you or Max and Gary? Misty asked, noticing the girl in pink a few feet from them. Dawn, however, being the energetic girl she was. Hi. Aren't you the girl from the liberation speech? Me and May ran into a liberation speech, too. Chapter 4. Brock, we're almost done here, right? May asked the older man, walking behind him with her back slouched. Yeah. You don't want to do this journey without ramen, do you? Brock asked, picking up a package from the shelf. How could you even think that, she gasped, grabbing 2 more ramen packages. Brock sighed, walking down the aisle toward the checkout area. Brock.do you think we'll find him, she asked. Of course we will, May. We can't doubt ourselves now, he replied, putting the ramen on the sliding counter. May copied, Brock paid, then they left. Upon leaving, they noticed a crowd gathering not too far away from them. What's that? May asked, starting toward it. Brock followed, and upon getting closer they saw a boy a few years younger than Brock standing alone, facing the crowd. He wore red cargo pants and a red vest over a white t-shirt with black hair. The two couldn't help but feel a small smile when they saw the black hair, but quickly dismissed the idea. I'd like to thank the people of Ixyrus for coming out today, he spoke, extending his arms to the sides. Why I'm here today, you may all be familiar with it. Some think it's a joke, others a conspiracy, but I believe it's a gift. Ingenious. What it is I'm saying. The liberation of Pokémon. What? Did he just say that? Not this stuff again. Stupid Plasma won't give up, after these years of peace. Settle, people. You may think I'm a Team Plasma member out on a solo mission of redemption. But I'm not. I've no relation to Plasma at all, I'm merely influencing the way of future life. Pokeballs are torture, imprisonment, and pain. Pokémon are hurt every day because of these technological devices to, as professors say, help us further our relationships with Pokémon. They're wrong, it only helps us hurt them. We're hurting them. We're not, this is just their idiotic reverse psychology. I don't know, it sounds pretty real. And makes sense. These people are buying it, Brock, we can't just stand here and let this happen. May whispered, glancing around at the muttering people around her. We can't just confront him, it'll cause a scene, Brock whispered, looking back at the young man at the front. Settle, settle. We're all entitled to our own opinion, adverted by Pokémon laws. They do not, however, say who can and cannot openly express and influence which belief they want. I am here today for influencing Pokémon liberation, for Pokémon capturing is an abomination and torturing system. Liberating them, however, can be the way of the future if you, the people of the world, agree and we all join together to release Pokémon worldwide. Releasing them is no crime, and keeping them as friends isn't either, but Pokeballs are destroying our relationships. We carry them on our belts with Pokémon inside, we're always separated, he shouted, putting his hands in the air. Are we really doing this? I never thought about it before. We can stay with them, but not battle or capture. He really isn't Team Plasma. Should we take this seriously? I'm not even sure anymore. We have to do something, Brock. May whispered, hearing the various uncertain comments. Maybe we can catch him after this is done. Brock muttered, keeping his gaze squarely on the boy in front. My good people, I greatly appreciate the attention I've been given today. I've made no joke here today, Pokémon liberation is the future. We must destroy Pokeballs, and only then may we truly get to understand our Pokémon. Across the world, I hope others will not need a speech to realize the truth of what needs to be done. Trainers here, please, open your Pokeballs for the last time. Destroy them, and bond with your Pokémon the way our mighty Arceus intended us to, he said, giving a small bow. The crowd gave a small round of clapping, then he walked away calmly. Is he right? Should we destroy Pokeballs? I couldn't live without my Pokémon, but he said we could just destroy Pokeballs. I'll do it. I don't want to hurt my friends. He said our opinion counts, so he's nothing like Plasma. The crowd parted in a few minutes, leaving Brock and May standing, confused. Wow, that they bought it. May said simply. Yeah. Let's go, Brock said, turning and walking. Wait, where are we going? May asked, catching up to the man. We're gonna find that guy. I want to talk to him, he replied, continuing in the same direction. May followed quietly, not wanting to question him. After a few minutes of searching, May got tired. "Brock, stop going so fast. I need to rest." May whined, slouched behind him again. "You could use more metabolism," then, Brock replied calmly, continuing away from her. "Hey! Don't you ignore me," she shouted, but he ignored her. "Fine. I'll meet you at the Xyrus Cafe down the hill, then," she shouted, crossing her arms and huffing as she turned away. After a few minutes of walking, she arrived at the small mansion-like building at the south end of the city. She watched the Stunfisk and Palpitoad swim happily in the lake beside the building, giving it a natural viewing for the customers. She entered the front door, stepping across the hall of the lobby toward the desk. "I'll take a Coke," she said to the lady behind the counter. She nodded, handing her a cold bottle from beneath the counter after taking May's change. May popped the cap, taking a sip. "Ah, so much better," she sighed, turning toward the window. She stood in front of it, looking out at the Pokémon happily swimming and splashing around. "Wow, they're so happy," she thought with a smile, then it disappeared as she looked down at her Coke. She sighed, plopping into the chair beside her. Was he right? Are we really taking Pokémon for granted? If we release Pokémon, we can still stay side by side. Man, I'm so confused now. How did it get in my head, she thought frustratingly, punching the side of her head repeatedly. Maybe it was the black hair. "I'll take a Coke, with an oatmeal cookie," a voice behind her said, probably taking an order. "Hold on, freeze." That voice, she thought, whipping her head around. As she thought, across the small room she saw the same young man in red from the speech. He handed the worker his change, taking the bottle and cookie, immediately taking a bite out of it. He turned around, then his eyes met hers. "Oh, Arceus. I probably look so creepy right now." "Hey," he said calmly, lifting his hand holding a cookie. Hi. Way to not sound stupid," she thought as he walked closer, sitting in the chair beside her. He looked out the window. "Pokémon really are amazing creatures, aren't they?" he asked, giving a smile as he watched the water types. "Yeah, they sure are," she replied, taking a sip of her drink. "Hey, about that speech you gave earlier today. Oh, you heard all that?" "Man, I was a wreck up there," he said, giving a chuckle. "Really? You seemed so calm, as if you did it every day," May replied, looking at him funny. "Well, I was raised over the past few years to give those speeches. It's in my blood now, but I still can't help but get a little nervous," he chuckled again, biting his cookie. "But, Pokémon Liberation, that it's a strong belief, you know. I don't think a lot of people are going to buy into it easily if you go around the world alone," she told him. "Alone? My friends know I have my stupid moments, but that's just beyond moronic. I guess you could say I'm part of a squad, we each take an area of the region and give speeches all over. Once we hear enough feedback about Liberation, we move on to another region," he said. "So, where else have you been?" May asked, leaning on the table. "Just Unova." "I know, we only started, it sounds pathetic," he laughed, rubbing the back of his head. May giggled, giving a smile. "No, it should teach me to make assumptions. I just figured you sounded like a pro at the speech today, so I thought you've been all over the world by now," she giggled, turning out the window. "You know that you're a nice girl," she looked at him. "I've never met a girl like you. I only really know 3 girls, and the one I know the best, Lexi, she's got an explosive temper. I never feel safe around her," he said, shuddering a little. "Well, my friends say I have an explosive temper, too. Especially when someone messes with my food," May laughed, the boy joined too. "So you must really love food. You remind me of my leader," he said, looking back out the window. "Leader? Whose? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I never even asked your name." May gasped, putting her open hand over her mouth. I'm May. No worries, May. It's Jack, he said, giving a smile. May's cheeks turned light pink. If you were going to ask who I meant by leader, he's a really close friend. Well, we never met until a few years ago, but it turns out we're related. You're related to you, friend? Cool, May said in awe. Yeah, ever since we met I felt like we were connected by blood. Turns out we were, he chuckled. Over the years, I've been alone except for him and our other friends that he was like a father to me. Even though he's my uncle, he felt like a father, Jack said, looking at his Coke bottle. Uncle? Shouldn't he be dead? I don't know, somewhere in his 40s by now? May asked. You'd think, but my dad got around when he was pretty young. He never told me about my uncle, and my dad didn't tell him about me either, but we're still related. As for my mother, never knew her, he explained, taking a drink. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. May said sympathetically. No need to be. My uncle and I met anyway, after all these years, and now we're like best friends. If you think I had it bad, my uncle was only raised by his mom. His dad left when he was born, leaving only his mother or an orphanage, Jack explained, giving a frown. Wow, sounds like the childhood history in your family isn't too kind. May said, taking a drink of Coke. Yeah, but we never really talk about it anymore. We both knew it was painful to think about, so we decided to just leave it be, Jack said. But why do you call your uncle your leader? May asked. Oh, that. He's the leader of our liberation squad. Me and my friends go around, giving speeches under his orders, Jack said calmly, taking the last bite of his cookie. Plus, leader is the name he goes by. Huh, sounds like an interesting guy, May said without thought, her eyes focusing on a spot on the floor. A guy who goes by leader, huh? Sounds, oh crap, she was snapped out of her thoughts at the sound of the automatic sliding entrance door opening. A man stepped in, but not just any man. Hey, May, couldn't find Brock said, but stopped after seeing the young man sitting beside her. You've got to be kidding me. Not a fan? Jack asked, giving a chuckle. No, that's not it. Jack, this is my friend Brock. He spent the last half hour or so trying to find you, May said, giving a small giggle. Oh, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. So you're a friend of May's? Jack asked. Yes, one of her closest and smartest. Don't flatter yourself. Anyway, Jack, was it? He nodded. Right. Jack, I just wanted to talk to you about your liberation speech today. Oh, that. Yeah, me and May talked a bit about it, too, Jack said, taking a drink of his Coke. Well, I was hoping for a few answers of my questions, Brock said. Oh, an interview. Sweet, it's been a while. Alright, fire away, Jack said, leaning back into the chair and facing him. Brock opened his mouth, but a ringing noise was heard. Brock pulled out the cell phone, putting it to his ear. Hello. So, Jack, about what you said earlier, the guy you call leader, that I think Brock and I may have to talk to him. Really? How so? Me and May ran into a liberation speech, too. Chapter 5. Gary, are we almost done yet? I'm so bored. Max sighed, slouching as they walked. Gary shook his head in amusement. It's not like life is all luxury and presents, Max. You gotta work to get the good stuff, he told the boy. But do we have to really travel so much? I mean, I don't think I'll live much longer, he whined. Be thankful that everyone in Black City knew each other. Anyway, we're almost to Undella Bay, so don't worry, Gary reassured him. Well, what are we waiting for? Suddenly, Max was gone. So much for being tired. Gary chuckled, trying to catch up to him. After a few minutes of aimless running down the winding path of rivers, he arrived at the south end of a large beach-like area. A few feet ahead, he saw Max lying on his back. Getting a tan? If it means I can lie here, then yes, the boy replied, not moving. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Come on, we've got searching to do. The older boy lightly kicked his foot, taking a brief scan of the area. Man, he groaned, sitting up and looking around. I don't see any. Hey, what's that? Max asked, pointing toward the large orange and blue building. Max, are you serious? That's the Pokémon. Oh wait, do you mean that crowd behind it? Gary asked, pointing to the people behind it. Max only nodded, getting up and starting toward it with the researcher. Once arriving, they saw a young man in blue clothing standing before the crowd. Huh, a speech or something. I thank you all for coming here today. Everyone hushed. I stand before you today for one thing only, your attention. For today, I would appreciate your attention on Pokémon Liberation. Oh, man. Here we go again. Don't they ever quit? The one day I didn't bring earplugs. Folks, please, I'm not like that scum Team Plasma, everyone began muttering, not believing it. I know it seems far-fetched, but it is the truth. I am here on my own free will, as well as my friends across the region. He has friends. There are more of them. Max asked his friend, glancing at others' reactions. I realize you must think of me as a joke for sounding like Plasma, but I assure you I am higher than them. I am a high-ranked trainer, only wishing to free my friends from the imprisonment they've been subjected to, the man spoke, extending his arms to the side. Subjected to? He speaks so high and mighty. I'm not so sure. I understand completely if you don't believe me today, but maybe thinking back on it will help open your eyes. Pokémon are trapped in Pokeballs, day after day, night after night. They're constricted, the pain they're forced into is what keeps them from true potential. Have you ever wondered why a wild Pokémon grows healthy and strong? The man asked, looking into many sets of eyes. I don't think I have. Wow, I never thought about that. Could Pokeballs really be doing this? I tell you today, good people of Undella Bay, Pokeballs are Pokémon's worst nightmare. Wild Pokémon are living the good life, no restrictions or limits. Without boundaries, they can travel anywhere they want, live any way they want, they have a choice. Tell me, should only wild Pokémon be able to choose? He asked again. Well, I guess not that everyone should have a choice. Wow, I really feel terrible now. I'll tell you now, wild Pokémon should only be able to choose. A few gasps were heard. Only wild Pokémon can choose their path. Pokémon captures in Pokeballs, they can't no matter what anyone thinks. Even though they choose, they must still be returned to the spheres, he said angrily, but maintaining his cool. Now, if trainers' Pokémon were to become wild. Then they could choose. They could travel, living somewhere far away without restrictions, he announced, giving a bow. Could he be right? Pokeballs really sound bad now. This is going to be all over the news, I bet. I'm releasing my Pokémon. I want them to choose for themselves. Everyone looked at a man in the front, who had his arm in the air. That is the voice of a Pokémon's true friend. The man gave a smile, holding his hand out to the man. You are letting your Pokémon choose for themselves, and I believe that was our mighty Arceus' true intention of letting our two kinds live in harmony. Everyone, if you truly care for your Pokémon. If they are your friends beyond replacement. Let them live. Give them the freedom they once had, and let them live the way they were meant to live. I thank you for your audience today. I now take my leave, he spoke, stepping away from the area down the path. He sounds a lot better than Team Plasma. I guess he really believes Pokémon are friends. By the sounds of it, he just wanted Pokeballs gone. That doesn't sound bad. Without Pokeballs, we can still live with Pokémon. But, we should let them choose. I'm releasing mine right when I get home. I want my dearies to live the way they want. Interesting. Max muttered, watching the crowd split up. I didn't think so. I'll admit it was impressive how he got them to believe so quickly. But it's just wrong, Gary said, crossing his arms. But, you heard what he said. We only have to destroy Pokeballs, we can still live with them beside us, Max said, pulling out a Pokeball and looking at it. I know, but if Pokemon were to live freely on the planet's surface, it would get overpopulated, and Pokemon would have no choice but to overrun humanity to continue living, Gary explained, his fists at his side. Max looked back at the Pokeball, then put it back on his belt. I think we should find this guy. Getting some answers would do us some good, maybe even help, Max said, looking at the researcher. He smiled. I guess we think a lot alike, Max smiled, the two nodding to each other before dashing down the path. After a few minutes of running, the two were panting as they looked around. Although neither of us thought he would be this fast. And this path goes back to Black City, so it wouldn't help our search for Ash. Max crossed his arms, sighing. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice nearby. Here, Swanna, I'm sorry I didn't feed you earlier. Swan. Was that? Max asked himself, starting through the trees followed by Gary. A few seconds later, they were watching an elegant swan pecking Pokemon food from a bowl, with the man from earlier beside it. Max took a small step, accidentally stepping on a twig. Who's there? The man turned around sharply, defensively standing in front of the bird. When he saw the small boy looking scared and another older boy looking nervous, he looked intensely at them. What's your purpose? Pokemon poaching? No, nothing like that. Max defended, waving his arms. We only wanted to talk to you. We heard your speech in Undella, and we wanted to ask a few questions. The man only stared at them. After a few seconds, he stood straight. Okay, you two don't seem so bad, the boys sighed. But, one wrong move toward my Pokemon and I won't hesitate. Of course, we understand, Gary spoke up, stepping out of the bush. The name's Trevor, that's how you can know me, the young man said, stroking the bird's wing. I'm Gary, and this is Max, the researcher said, gesturing to the boy. So, what are your questions? Trevor asked, crossing his arms. Well, we were wondering a few things. First, do you really believe Pokemon should be released? Gary asked. Of course, they're humanity's companions and should not be imprisoned. Fair enough. If Pokemon should be released, why haven't you released yours? Max asked. What makes you think that? Trevor replied. Well, you didn't have your Swanna back there. Where was it? Max asked again. It is true, I keep my Pokemon in Pokeballs. But, I only do so under orders from my leader, Trevor answered. Your leader? You serve in name to someone? Gary asked. Of course, my leader is wiser than anyone. He's seen the worst of this world, and he can only tell us stories of pain and misery. Understandably, it involved Pokemon, Trevor smirked. Worst of this world? What would that be? Max asked. Wars, unnecessary fights, deaths, he's even been dead himself. But, Pokemon brought him back to life, Trevor said, turning away from them. What? How can Pokemon bring him back from the dead? Max gasped, clearly surprised. A simple conduct if you truly believe the power of Pokemon, Trevor answered, not facing them as he stroked his bird Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon were these? He looked over his shoulder at Gary. Not any ordinary Pokemon can bring back someone, so what kind was it? Ghost types, he inquired. It was no specific type, Gary became confused. I see, you don't understand the concept of Pokemon power, then. I do too. I'm a Pokemon researcher, grandson of Professor Oak. Gary stated. Professor Oak, you say? Well, I am surprised that someone in that branch of family does not understand, Trevor said, smirking. Hey, stop insulting my friend, he looked at Max. Sure, I may not have a clue on what you're saying, but I know Pokemon are mysterious creatures. They're more evolved than humans, explaining their elemental powers. Without their abilities, they're nothing more than misshaped humans. Max explained, clenching his fists. No matter how angry you get, it doesn't make you understand. Anger only amplifies the power of humans, but only if you're able to control it. Much like the concept of blaze, overgrow and torrent, Trevor stated. I know that, he looked back at Gary. I know you have to be strong to control the power of anger, I've seen it in both humans and Pokémon. I've heard of Pokémon not being able to control its own power, I had a friend with a Pokémon like that. Blaze was too much for it, so it went on rampages. Gary explained, clenching his fists tightly. In its two primary evolution stages, but once evolving to its final form, it finally had the form to contain the power its ability released, Trevor said, smirking again. Gary and Max's anger disappeared, now utter shock. How, was all Gary could say. How did you know? Max nearly shouted in surprise. I've heard stories, seen videos, read books, just about everything, Trevor shrugged. He knows about Ash. If he knows about Infernape, and Ash was recently in Unova, he must have met him. But his attitude doesn't seem to be easily cracked, so he won't just tell us that we'll have to force it out. Gary thought angrily, pulling a Pokeball out. Arcanine, come on out, the magnificent dog emerged, facing defensively against the bird and boy with its fangs bared. You wish for a battle? Alright, I'll make it quick since I'm on a tight schedule. Swanna, water pulse, he said plainly, giving a yawn. Arcanine, use dash, but Gary was cut off as he saw the bird quickly form a sphere of water, immediately firing it at the dog. It was enveloped in a ball of water, then fired toward a tree, slamming into it hard and falling to the ground. Arcanine, he gasped, crouching to the dog's side. It opened its eyes weakly, then its head fell. Return, my friend, he called the dog back to its Pokeball. So you use a Pokeball to transport the Pokémon to a center for treatment, he looked back at Trevor. Sad. I must say I expected more from a Pokémon of the Oak family, Trevor yawned again, calling Swanna back to a Pokeball. But you call your Pokémon back for no reason. Max stated angrily, pointing at him. Like I said, under orders only. If not ordered to, I would immediately release my friends, he glared at the boy. But, my leader is stronger and smarter than anyone in this world. If you wish to prevent Pokémon liberation, I suggest you try to defeat him. But, that would be pointless, trying to defeat a legendary trainer with equally legendary Pokémon, Trevor smirked, putting his hands in his pockets as he walked away. Wait. Legendary Pokémon? Max said in shock. Trevor didn't reply, only continuing away from them. Max. How could we beat someone like that? Max said, nearly falling to his knees. Max, that doesn't matter, he looked at the researcher. Don't worry about that yet. First we'll find Ash, then we'll worry about him. Besides, if Ash has been hiding for the past few years, there's no doubt he's been training. So he's probably stronger than us two together by now, Gary reassured him, smiling. Yeah, you're right. There's no point in worrying. Max pumped a fist, grinning enthusiastically. That's more like it. Now, come on, to Lacunosa town. Gary said cheerfully, pointing down the path they had came from. Chapter 6. We're here, Pi, the man spoke, the mouse on his shoulder nodding. A few years ago, this place was used to summon Reshiram. No doubt it can be used for others, he grinned, stepping in the great doorway. He saw pillars, some fallen some standing, but continued up the staircase on the left wall. He continued through the stairway. Running into a few mazes, but easily advancing through them. This is too easy, he thought cautiously, glancing around. Halt, he turned around, seeing two men in strange night outfits. Oh, Arceus, are you serious? He muttered, recognizing the familiar night outfits with the warped P crest. Hey, you! You're not going anywhere, one spoke, pointing at him. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere, if you're still trying to revive Team Plasma, Leader replied, smirking. Hey, don't make fun of us. Even thought Lord N and Getsus are gone, we're still strong on our own, he replied angrily, tossing a pokeball. The blue flash revealed a groundhog-like figure, but standing on 2 feet. Watchog, it spoke, standing defensively. You want a battle? Leader spoke in disbelief. Of course we do. If you doubt our power, then you can run, one spoke cockily, smirking. Suddenly, Leader's expression hardened. Let me tell you something, the two felt a shiver down their spines at the man's tone. That I don't know whether you're serious about Team Plasma anymore, but I'll tell you it was a joke. Team Plasma had the right idea, Pokémon liberation is the way of the future, but Getsus only wanted it so he could be the only trainer left in the world. I, unfortunately for you, want a world where there are no trainer left. Pokeballs will be destroyed, and Pokémon will run free in the landscapes. Now, if you dare defy me now at the moment I gain my greatest weapon, then fine. But I only tell you this because I can't help but feel sorrow for you, the pathetic wanderers of Team Plasma. Quit your lecturing in battle, we're growing of old age, the one spoke cockily again, the other one looking at him in shock. Fine. If you desire a battle, I will show you the true power of desire. Leader pulled a pokeball from the belt beneath his vest, tossing it up. The blue light emerged, crashing on the ground between him and the groundhog. The light took form of a large figure, and when the light faded, it revealed a large red crocodile with black lines on its body, with a white underbelly. The claws on its feet and hands were evident, and its long pointy snout and raccoon-like face mask were intimidating. Crook, it bellowed, extending its arms and opening its long snout. The groundhog nearly fell from fear, if it had not froze first. You may have the first move, Plasma, Leader spoke, smirking. Watchog, rock smash, the groundhog hesitated, but it dashed toward the massive opponent, praying for its life. It swung its glowing tail down, crashing it into its head. But, it didn't react at all. Crocodile, Stone Edge, the groundhog became terrified as it watched many sharp stones form around the Pokémon, suddenly launching toward itself. The Pokémon cried in pain, falling to the ground at its trainer's feet. It was recalled, the Plasma member gritting his teeth. Hey, help me. Don't just stand there, he looked at his partner. You only brought a Watchog. What were you thinking, he shouted at his partner, tossing a Pokeball and releasing an odd-looking green Pokémon. Levany, Leaf Storm. Stone Edge, the Pokémon formed many sharp rocks again, launching them toward the oncoming tornado of leaves. However, the rocks darted right trough it and crashed into Levany, sending it unconscious. Levany, return, the Plasma member shouted, calling the Pokémon back. The two looked up, seeing the glare in the crocodile's, man's and mouse's eyes. The two nodded at each other, then dropped to their knees. Please, have mercy on us. We only came because of the report we heard. Report? Leader asked, stepping beside Crocodile. Yes, report. We were listening to the radio and heard that someone was giving a speech of Pokémon liberation in Exira City, and we thought it was more Plasma members. When we came, we couldn't find any but saw you coming in here acting all mysterious, a sweat drop appeared on the back of Leader's head. We followed you in here and stopped you, hoping we could join you. Join? And if you wanted to do that, why stop me and start a battle? Leader asked. We wanted to act dramatic. Leader gave a quiet sigh. I'm afraid you can't join me. After this battle, you couldn't even inflict damage on my crocodile, Leader said, calling the crocodile back to its Pokeball. We understand. If that's your decision, we respect it, one said. You may leave this place, what I'm going to do might be a bit scary for you, Leader spoke. Thank you so much, Honorable One. We support you in your actions, the one shouted, grabbing his partner and dashing away like a madman. Leader sighed again, looking back at the staircase. Come on, Pi, it's time, the Pokémon nodded as the man started up the stairs, emerging on the rooftop of the tower. Across the area, fallen and shattered pillar remains were spread. It's time. Years ago, this very spot, Team Plasma's End summoned the legendary Pokémon, Reshiram. But even with it allied, they were still defeated. I, however, don't plan to let that happen. Pikachu, the mouse hopped off his shoulder, hurrying to the center of the room. Leader held his arms in the air, looking into the sky. With my partner of life, I ask for his power. With the lightning of Pikachu, may I summon the legendary Pokémon, Zekrom. At that, Pikachu's cheeks began to spark. Pikachu shouted its name loudly, releasing the most powerful lightning bolt it could muster into the sky. The lightning disappeared into the clouds, sending evident sparks through the sky. As the loud sound of crackling thunder was heard across the Unova sky, dark clouds began to form. The dark thunderclouds began to sway, circling around Dragon Spiral Tower. Leader grinned. Now, let the bolt of the heavens come down, and reveal the legend of thunderclouds. Zekrom, come down from the heavens, he shouted loudly, noticing a blue lightning bolt forming directly above the tower. A loud roar was heard, then suddenly a large blue bolt crashed down on the tower. Leader and Pikachu grinned, who were now standing beside one another. Hi, my name's Lexi. So you saw the speech, the girl in pink asked, smiling at Dawn. Yes, my friend and I were looking around town and came across you. So you're really not a part of Team Plasma? Dawn asked. Nope, just a girl looking for a better tomorrow, she smiled at the brunette. You ran into one, too? Misty asked quizzically, not believing what she had just heard. Yeah, this guy named Jack was talking about how Pokeballs were evil. He's with May and me now. Actually, Brock answered. Jack. Could you put him on? Misty asked, catching the attention of Lexi. You're talking with Jack. Can I? Lexi looked at Misty, putting her hands together. Do you know him? The brunette asked. Well, she was cut off by the sound of thunder in the sky. The three looked up, no longer seeing the clear blue sky, but violent dark clouds. Thunder clapped again, spreading across the region. What is this? There was no prediction of thunder today. Dawn gasped, pointing up. Suddenly, a distant roar was heard. The three looked around the sky. Over there. Dawn shouted, pointing in the distance. The three could make out a nearly pitch-black cloud, looking very small in the distance. However, the cloud released a very bright and powerful-looking bolt of thunder down on a tall building. Whoa! Talk about shocking! Misty shouted. That's lame, Misty. Dawn shouted back. Lexi, however, was smiling as she looked at the bolt. It's time, leader, I'll meet you there. He's with May and me, actually, Brock answered into the phone, looking at the young man beside him, who was again talking with May. Jack, do you know what Brock meant by two? Do you think my friends ran into one of yours? May asked. Could be, I'm wondering about it too. Where are your friends? Jack asked. By now, at their speed, probably around Castelia, May answered, giggling. Oh, then they must have run into Lexi. Yo, Brock, can I talk to her? Jack turned his attention toward the man. He held up a hand, focusing on the phone. You want to talk to him? Okay, Brock handed the phone to Jack, who took it. At the same moment, something caught May's attention out the window. Whoa! Look at that. May pointed outside, looking at the sky. Jack and Brock looked, their expression turning to surprise. Dark clouds were all across the sky, cracking thunder. Suddenly, one loud thunder boomed, causing May to jump. I hate thunder. What is that? It looks like. Brock trailed off as the three stared out the window. A loud roar was heard, and it sounded close. But, Brock was talking about the massive and bright blue thunderbolt that crashed into the roof of Dragon Spiral Tower, making the three look away in fear of blindness. That's massive. That's no ordinary lightning, Brock stated. Then what can it be? A Pokémon can't have that much power, can it? May shouted in surprise over the thunder. Jack, however, had the phone to his ear. It has to be. Natural lightning in this area isn't strong enough to knock out cell signal, Jack said, pointing to the phone in his hand, which only emitted a buzzing sound. But a Pokémon with that much power in Unova, I can only think of. May's voice drowned out as another thunderclap was heard. Jack grinned. And that's the one. Meet you there, leader. Man, what was with that guy? Max asked with a hint of anger. Calm down, Max. Like I said, focus on finding Ash and then we'll get him back, Gary told the boy, patting his shoulder. I know, it's just. Max couldn't finish his angry statement. Well, we're almost to Lacunosa City now. A few more minutes and we'll dash, but Gary was cut off by the loud sound of thunder. As they looked in the sky, dark clouds had somehow managed to sneak across the sky without them noticing. There was no prediction of this. Max shouted in surprise. Another loud thunder boom was heard, echoing across the Unova sky. This can't be natural, Max, he looked at the researcher. I've seen electric types and natural lightning, but this is neither. Whatever Pokémon is making this, it's extremely powerful. Gary told the boy. Like Raikou? Max asked loudly. Stronger, Max shuddered at the thought of an electric type stronger than the legendary dog of Johto. Suddenly, another thunderclap was heard, followed by a strange roar sounding distant. That must have been the cause of the lightning. The owner of that roar. But what was it? Max shouted, then gasped. Over there, the two looked in the distance, seeing a large nearly pitch-black cloud circling over Exyrus City. Looks like it's forming over Exyrus. I feel sorry for Brock and May. Max shouted, not being able to hold back a chuckle. This must be a legendary Pokémon. It has to be. Gary shouted, then the two noticed the black cloud glowing blue. A large bright blue thunderbolt dropped on a tall building, casting a bright glow. That must have been Dragon Spiral Tower. That's the tallest building over there. Gary shouted, watching the blue bolt. Nearby on Route 15, a young man dressed in blue was muttering about a bridge being too long. Suddenly, the sound of thunder came to his ears, then a distant roar that made him smile. He looked in the distance, just as a large blue lightning bolt dropped into a building. That must be him. I'll see you there, leader. Leader and Pikachu stood perfectly still, grinning with their eyes closed as the blue bolt of lightning crashed into the floor in front of them. Unbeknownst to them, the lightning began to take form. Inside, the lightning formed a massive creature of a deep black color. The Pokémon's large tail, inside sat a generator, which began to spin violently as sparks crackled from it. The Pokémon drew back its head and released a loud roar, swinging its arms straight to the side, cutting off the lightning as the bolt withdrew back into the sky. Leader and Pikachu opened their eyes, noticing the legendary-sized Pokémon, glaring down at them and growling. Leader grinned, pulling out a special Pokeball he reserved for this day. The ball's top half was purple, with two light purple bulbs poking out from the top sides, and a white M on the front. Leader held it straight out, grinning at the legendary Pokémon. Welcome, Legend of the Thunderclouds. Guardian of Heaven's Lightning, Zekrom. Chapter 7. Lexi, where are you going? Dawn asked, watching the girl walk down the street. The blue lightning had ceased, but thunder rumbles were still heard every now and then. Lexi, the girl turned back. I'm sorry, but I have to be somewhere right now. It was nice meeting you, though, she responded, giving a smile and wave. Wait. Can't we at least go with you? Dawn asked, looking forward to knowing the girl. Well. Okay, come on, we're going to the Pokémon League. Man, I can't believe that just blew over. Max said, looking in the sky as rumbles were heard distantly. But that lightning, that was definitely no ordinary power. Gary said to himself, looking at the distant tower. Gary, if it was something stronger than Reiku. There can't be many possible fits. Just thinking of the possibilities confuses me. Zapdos? Thundurus? Or worse? Max shuddered again. I don't know, Max, but I think we should meet with the others again. If lightning hit down near Xyrus, then Brock and May might have had something happen, Gary stated. But if something did happen? Max trailed off, not sure how he was going to end it. Suddenly, the two saw a figure flying in the sky nearby. They squinted, making the figure out as a white bird. With a human on its back. Wait, that Trevor? Where's he off to? I don't know, but he looks like he's got a destination in mind. And if that lightning was involved with these plasma speeches, Unova might be in trouble. Come on, we're following him. Brock, what was that? May asked, staring at the tower that had been lightning struck moments ago. It was no ordinary lightning, that's for sure. It had to be a Pokémon, Brock responded. But do you really think it could have been? The brunette felt nervous of even finishing her thought. There are only a few possible Pokémon that powerful, so it wouldn't be so hard to find the answer, Brock stated, standing up. It was a Pokémon, for sure. They looked at Jack, who sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed. He stood simply, looking at Brock. I know what Pokémon that was, and I suggest you don't get too involved in it, he said, walking out of the center without another word. The two looked at each other, then raced after him. Wait. Jack turned around, putting his hand on the dragon's neck. Jack, where are you going? If you know what that was, then tell us. May said, her fist over her chest. I'm afraid I can't, May. She looked at him strangely. My life is to serve Leader, I will support him in his dream. No matter how far it takes me, he grinned at them, jumping on the dragon. If you really want to know, come to the Pokémon League. But Leader will have defeated every trainer there by the time you arrive. He will be Unova's champion, ordering for the release of every worldwide Pokémon. Let's ride, Salamence. To the rendezvous point, the dragon roared, taking flight into the air heading north. Wait. What do you mean? Jack. May shouted into the sky, but he only continued flying away. May, did he just say Leader? Brock asked, the younger man's words catching his attention. A ringing noise was heard, then Brock pulled out his cell phone. Hello? Brock. I'm sorry, but me and Dawn ran into something. We're gonna have to postpone our search for a while. Misty. Something happened to me and May too, so we're not going to be searching for a while either. Also, what came up for you? Does it involve Lexi? Yes, it does. Lexi said she has to be somewhere, and Dawn insisted we stay together to get to know her. We're headed to the Pokémon League right now. The Pokémon League? Jack just flew off there, saying he knew what Pokémon caused that lightning. If those two know each other, then Lexi must know, too. Could be. So are you chasing after Jack, then? If so, see you at the League. See you there, but be prepared for the battle of your life. Leader jumped on the back of the large bird, feeling it take flight beneath him. He watched the ground get smaller as they rose higher, then noticed another figure in the air. He flew in closer, riding beside the large blue and red dragon. Hey, Leader. Jack, you've completed your speeches, he said plainly. Of course, what do you expect? Jack said proudly, smirking at the man. Plus, I met a few people. I'm sure they'll be at the League to stop us. Oh, really? And what did I say about not drawing attention? Leader asked sternly, looking at the boy who rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, about that, he said sheepishly, laughing. Well, I guess I can call them friends. They're really smart, plus they had some friends who met up with Lexi. I heard they were traveling with her, too, so that adds some more guests to our show. I can't imagine what Trevor's been up to, though, probably making people uncomfortable. Jack laughed again. Leader only smirked. You're probably right. I must admit, when I found you three, I thought it was hopeless to train you with your personalities. But alas, I surprised myself by raising you almost as my own children, with the way each of you acted, Leader said, looking out at the vast sky ahead of them. Well, it's not like I'm really your kid, at least, Jack grinned, giving a chuckle. Yes, if you must say. But, only you three choosing to stay has implemented my thoughts. I'm thinking that should we do this now? Should we postpone and get the others? Leader asked. I wouldn't say so, don't worry about it, Leader. You've done the best job at leading us, and the others chose what they wanted to do, Jack responded. Agreed, but that I can't help but feel that is a waste of power. With them backing us up, we would have no chance of falling, Leader spoke, rubbing his forehead. This world that IT deserves better. What was that, Leader? Nothing, just talking to myself, I guess. Reminiscing over the past. Leader muttered, giving a sigh. What's up, Leader? Past is past, I remember you telling us that yourself. Jack looked at the man, noticing him looking in the distance ahead. Yes, but some pasts that they're too strong to forget. Leader responded, feeling something in his chest. You know, that sounds like something that girl would say. Jack muttered. Girl? I should have known, you were just messing around, weren't you? You're pushing it close because you're family, Jack, Leader said sternly, looking at the boy who rubbed his head sheepishly again. Come on, you know I got the job done first, but, she wasn't any other girl, Leader. She was kinda different, Jack said, smiling to himself. You're not getting yet another crush now, are you, Jack? Leader asked, unable to resist a sly smirk. Oh, shut up. If I were, I would have brought her along, Jack laughed. But you did, you said they were following you, Leader reminded him, sighing. Oh, right, but still. You never saw her or know her name, Jack said, scratching his ear. Oh, and I suppose you'd love to leave me on a cliffhanger, then? Leader inquired, arching his eyebrow. Normally, yes. But I guess not this time. Anyway, she's a sweet girl, cute. Out of your league. Jack snickered, but stopped as he felt the air grow colder. Anyway, her name's May. Silence. He looked at Leader, who only stared at him. Leader? May, you say? Jack nodded slowly. Leader looked down at the feathers in front of him. It. Couldn't be. Couldn't be what? Jack asked. In the past, I knew someone named May. And when I departed, it wasn't the most gratifying. Chapter 8. 7 years ago. Keep up, Ash, a brunette called back, laughing as she ran from a raven-haired boy. The boy and girl were age 16 and 15, respectively. Come on, May. Wait up, the boy called out, panting as he ran after her. Suddenly, she fell. May. Are you okay? He asked, crouching beside her. Yeah, I think I'm fine, she responded, standing and putting her foot down, then fell again. My ankle. Did you sprain it? May shrugged her shoulders, trying to stand again. Hey, take it easy. Come on, let's get you back, Ash said, holding out his arms. What? She asked, her cheeks turning pink as she saw him crouch in front of her, his back to her. Come on, hop on. What? May stuttered, surprised. You heard me, hop on. I'll carry you, Ash said, smiling back to her. Are you sure? May asked. Ash nodded, looking forward again. He felt weight shift onto his back, gently standing up straight. He couldn't see it, but May's face was now red as he proceeded to carry her home. Wow, May. You're pretty light. May looked around his head. I would have thought all the food you eat would affect that. He felt a smack on the back of the head. JRK, she muttered, putting her head against his shoulder. Just kidding, May, you know that, Ash laughed, smiling. It's not funny to a girl, May said. All right, noted for future reference. But, I can't deny that you're cute when you're mad, May's face reddened more, feeling a smile form on her lips. Sweet talking out of it is so like you, Ash, she giggled, moving her head and placing her lips on his cheek. That's why I like you. That's also something I've been wondering, May, how long are we keeping this a secret? I'm sure your dad is going to flip on you for keeping this from him, Ash told her, shuddering at the thought of facing him on the subject. Well, I'm not sure, really that I was hoping it wouldn't be long, but the longer this goes, the more nervous I get thinking of my parents' reactions. May muttered, frowning. Don't worry about it, she looked at him. Whenever the time does come, we'll face them together. Because that's how we do it, side by side, Ash looked back, smiling. Ash. May smiled. SSH, we're almost there, May nodded, resting her head again. After a few minutes of walking, Ash arrived at his house. He opened the door, moving in and gently laying May on the couch. She winced, lying her head back. Hello, you two, oh, an injury? Ms. Ketchum asked, stepping into the room and noticing May's expression. Yeah, she hurt her ankle while running, Ash said, moving into the kitchen past his mother. Don't worry, May, it doesn't affect you that much, the brunette looked at the woman in question. Being helped by my Ashie, I mean. Being helped by him of all people, it's surprising since he can be a little dense at times, the woman laughed quietly, joined by the girl. I guess I can't disagree, Ms. Ketchum, the girl laughed, smiling. Well, I'm going into Viridian for some groceries. Mimey is upstairs cleaning my bedroom, so he won't get in the way of you two, the woman winked, moving toward the doorway. What? What do why you mean, the girl stuttered, surprised at the woman's words. Don't worry about it, May. I'll be proud of you if you can actually make him see clearly in romance, she smiled, stepping out the door and closing it. The girl stared in surprise, her jaw slightly agape. Ash walked in with a bag of ice, looking at May. What's wrong? May nearly jumped at his voice, looking at him. Sorry. I got some ice for you, it helps, he said, sitting beside her. May watched him take off her shoe, then her sock. Watching him move the ice pack closer, she turned away and clenched her eyes. A sharp, cold shock went up her leg, but she held in the yelp. Ash gently pushed it against her ankle, looking up at her. Not too cold. No, it's fine, she said, giving a smile. Ash shook his head, smiling. What? Nothing, you just say that a lot, he chuckled, looking at her. She felt her cheeks heat up, turning away. Shut up, she muttered, crossing her arms. I didn't say it was bad, she glanced back at him. It's cute. Stop calling me that, she told him. My mom told me never to lie, her cheeks heated up more, moving her arms closer to her chest. I think I know what will cheer you up. How about a present? May glanced back at him, seeing his hand holding out a black velvet layered box. She eyed it suspiciously, taking it carefully from his hand while watching him, who only smiled back. What's this for? She said, preparing to remove the lid. Just a gift, do we need a reason for it? Ash asked, leaning into the back of the couch. May moved the lip, gasping as she stared at the contents. Inside was a sparkling sky blue bracelet, with a single sapphire encrusted in the top. In relatively small handwriting, the bracelet read, looking in your eyes, I see an angel waiting in my clear and bright future. May stared at the words, the phrase replaying in her head continuously as she felt tears form in her eyes. She looked up at Ash, then suddenly jumped on him in an embrace, ignoring the pain in her ankle. Ash was taken back, then put his arms around her. Thank you, Ash, she muttered into his chest, looking up at him. No problem, Angel, Ash replied, rubbing her backside. She moved forward, putting her lips on his. The two smiled, sitting in the embrace. Once pulling away, Ash spoke. You know that I don't care when everyone knows. No matter what anyone says, I'm never leaving your side, he said, moving a strand of hair behind her ear. Keep to those words, Ash, May said sweetly, smiling as she laid her head against his chest and closing her eyes. Jack only stared at Leader in surprise. So you're saying of all odds the same nice, brunette May I met that was your girlfriend? Jack asked. Leader only stared ahead. Oh, man. That is so weird. Jack shuddered, feeling weird at the thought. I guess that's why you never wanted to talk about the past, huh? 'Cause if I knew, then everyone would have known, and then dash. Hence why it's the past, Leader interjected, Jack looking at the man again. We ended years ago now, but still thinking back on it makes me regret my actions. Leader sighed. Don't worry, Leader, the man looked at the younger man. Sure, life is full of screwed up stuff. But that's when we stand up and move around it, right? Jack smiled. Leader only stared. Then felt his lips perk up. I guess that's true. Thank you, Jack, for setting my mind straight, Leader said, feeling the birds descend. The two looked, seeing the large stadium of the Pokémon League just below them. Across the world, in Kanto, two men were carrying a stack of papers each into an office. They both wore black suits with white undershirts and ties, one light green and one orange. The men had fairly long hair matching their respective ties, reaching the top of their necks in an untamed style. They put the paper on a desk, sighing. Suddenly, the TV turned on. Attention, this is an emergent broadcast. We've recently received high electric readings in the vicinity of the Unova region, our parallel neighbor. An abnormally large thunderstorm has spread across the entire region, and it is spreading at an alarming rate. We predict it will reach Kanto in a mere few hours, but do not be alarmed as we are not sure if this will happen or not. We'll bring news as it comes. The two men looked at each other with surprised expressions. You don't think, one started, but trailed off. It has to be, the other confirmed, looking out the large window. It has to be him. Nothing else could cause a thunderstorm across the entire region, he spoke, turning back to the other man with a fist. I suppose he'll be needing some of his backup, then the first one grinned, copied by the other. To Unova's Pokémon League it is, then. For Leader. In Sinnoh, two women walked through the blizzard terrains of route. They both wore thick snow coats, their hands in their pockets as they went. One had short icy blue hair up in a bun behind her head, and the other had long silver hair with her bangs drifting to the left, covering her left eye and half of her right eye. The hair on her back flowed just below her shoulders. The cold wind pierced their faces, but neither of them seemed to mind. They held their heads low, moving toward a cliff. They stopped near the base, looking at the ground. Then something caught one's eye, picking it up and holding a full restore. They nodded, then something flashed through their mind. They looked at each other. You felt it too, didn't you? The icy blue-haired girl asked. Yes. It could only be him, the silver-haired girl replied, looking into the sky. You think he would appreciate a visit? The first asked. The second looked back at her, smirking. I suppose even with his power, he'll want someone to keep the weaklings away. Brock, are we really going to the Pokémon League? May asked, following the man. Of course. He knows what that lightning was, and Dawn and Misty are going there, too. We'll meet up and see what this Pokémon liberation business is about, Brock told her. But, Jack is with Leader. If we end up trying to stop Leader. Since he's the one behind the liberation speeches. Then we'll have to fight him. Leader, Jack, that Lexi person, we'll have to fight all of them. Plus, what if Max and Gary met someone at a speech? What if he has an army of trainers under his command? May began panicking at the possibilities. Brock sighed. Nothing bad is going to happen, we'll be able to handle whatever happens up there. Now, come on, he urged her again, making her sigh and follow. She thought about her old raven-haired friend, moving her hand over the bracelet around her wrist, looking down at it sadly. Gary, why are we following this guy up north? You saw how he beat Arcanine with one attack, what if he has stronger Pokémon? Max asked quizzically, scared at the possibility of his Pokémon. Max, calm down. We're following him because the liberation speeches might have been involved with the lightning, since Team Plasma summoned Reshiram at that same tower all those years ago. And if that guy was involved, that lightning was probably the leader he spoke about, Gary explained, urging the boy forward. But, if Reshiram was summoned, then that had to be, we can't face that. Max shouted ridiculously, his eyes wide in realization. Quiet down. If there was a speech in Undella, chances are they're happening around the region. And if May and Brock ran into the one who caused the lightning, or a speech, they would follow and question them. Same with Misty and Dawn, Gary stated, looking back at the boy. His side began vibrating, pulling out his cell and putting it to his ear. Hello? Gary? Gramps, he asked in confusion. Gary, I'm glad you picked up. I've been looking into the readings to confirm it was Ash's, then something amazing happened. What is it, Gramps? See for yourself. I'll send you the results now, and good luck. Gramps? Gramps? Gary asked, but no answer. Then his screen began flashing, new message. Gary opened it, scanning the screen's information. He gasped. What? What was it? Max asked, trying to look over his shoulder. Oh, man. Gary muttered, looking down at the boy. We have to get going. Quickly. What is it? Max asked, waving his arms. Gramps got another reading on Ash's Pokédex signal. Max stared in curiosity. The signal was recently moving again. And it's in northern Unova. Gary exclaimed. The north. And this Trevor guy's heading up that way. But that means. Max put two and two together, looking at Gary. He nodded. Ash is at the Pokémon League right now. And if he knew about Ash's Infernape, then he knew Ash. Don't you see? He's going to a meeting with Ash at the League. END. Chapter 9. We've gotta hurry, Arcanine. Gary urged, lightly patting the side of the dashing fire type. Do you really think this Trevor guy's meeting Ash up there? Max asked, sitting behind him on the Pokémon. It all comes together, Max. It has to be, Gary told the boy, watching the scenery speed by as the bird dashed for the Pokémon League. But if Ash is there, then what if he finds leader? Max asked, feeling frightened at the possibility of Ash facing the trainer. Come on, this is Ash we're talking about. He's definitely been training over the years, so he's probably better than any of us, Gary reassured him, smiling over his shoulder. Max smiled weakly, shaking himself of the thought. So, where we headed again? Dawn asked, looking at the pink-haired girl. She looked at the brunette, smiling. When we're out of the city, I'll get us there quickly, she told her, still walking forward. Misty and Dawn nodded, glancing at each other in confusion. Once they reached the forest area, the girls looked around. All right, this should do. I need your help, Z, she said cheerfully, pulling a pokeball and tossing it in the air. As the light burst out, it formed a floating creature of 4 floating parts in a strange shape. Oh, I get it. Teleport? Misty asked, recognizing the Pokémon. Yep. Z, we need to be at the Pokémon League, stat, she winked as the psychic type floated closer to the trio, its eyes beginning to glow. In an instant, they disappeared from the forest area and reappeared in a cave area. Is this the League? Dawn asked, looking around. No, this is Victory Road, Misty said, looking oddly at Lexi. She recalled the Pokémon, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. Well, I was close. Anyway, it's not much further, I recognize this is somewhere near the end of the road. Let's walk from here, she suggested, starting in a random direction. Wait up, Lexi. Dawn dashed after her. We're just going to end up more lost. Misty sighed, hurrying after the two. Brock, why are we following this guy? May asked, following the man. Were you not listening to what he said? Brock asked, looking back. May thought for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders. Of course, anyway, I want to know more about this guy's reasons for Pokémon liberation. Oh, so we're following him because you want some answers, huh? May asked, putting her hands on her hips as she followed. She sighed, blowing a strand of hair from her eye. All right, but I don't see why I have to come, too. Besides, we're losing time looking for Ash, she said, feeling her cheeks turn pink. We get it, you were closer than friends, Brock said. What? May stuttered, feeling her face heat up more. We weren't closer than friends, just friends. Sure. Brock said sarcastically, not convinced. Come on, May, we all saw those news reports a few years back. You can't deny it forever, especially from us. May didn't respond, only subconsciously rubbing the bracelet around her wrist. She looked at it sadly for a brief second, then shook her head. No, we'll find him. We'll find you, Ash, just wait. Those record checks really are annoying. Leader muttered, returning the Pokédex in his hand to his backpack. The pair continued and passed the main lobby, coming to the main hall. The pair looked around the 4 doorways. So each one leads to an elite member, huh? Jack muttered. For seems like a waste of time, Leader stated, closing his eyes as he walked toward the middle statue. Jack followed, each reading the template on the lower part. Ghost to the east, dark to the northeast, psychic to the northwest, and fighting to the west. Leader muttered, looking at each doorway once more. Where you headed, Leader? I'll take what you don't, Jack told him, putting his hands behind his head. Fighting types can be athletic and take more time to take down. Psychic types are more defensive, so they might take more strategy and power combined. Dark types can alter basic stats, so that might be time consuming as well. Leader thought out loud, pondering on the decision. Jack's sweat dropped. So ghost types it is, then, he asked. Not necessarily, each room has its disadvantages. I was just stating some, Jack chuckled. Should have known. Well, which do you think would be easiest, despite disadvantage? Jack asked, looking at the older man. He thought for a moment, then pointed to the east doorway. Ghost types, he spoke. All right, I'm off to the dark types. See ya in a few, it won't be long, Jack gave a wave, heading to the nearest doorway. Leader shook his head, heading into the doorway of the ghost-type room. He stepped in, then felt himself lifted into the air and landing on a higher platform. On it was a single person, sitting behind a desk and writing with a feather pen. Ah, a challenger, he watched the figure stand and come in front of the desk, facing him. He noticed she wore a black skirt, with a large purple collar of some sort. I am Chantal of the Elite Four, I specialize in ghost-type Pokémon. I hope you can give me an idea for my novel, the woman spoke, smiling as she pulled a Pokeball. I would hate to be a waste of your time, he responded, smirking as he pulled a Pokeball. Geez, that lift is slow. Jack muttered, glaring at the lift behind him through a golden gate. He turned around, stepping up the few steps and facing a man behind a desk. Oh, a challenger, he heard him ask, standing and moving to face him. He wore a dark suit with a black and red cape, and his hair was in form of a bat's ears. I am Grimsley of the Elite Four, specialist in dark-type Pokémon. I hope you give me a worth battle. Now shall we begin, he asked, pulling a Pokeball. That's why I'm here, Jack smirked, pulling a Pokeball. Finally, we made it. Dawn sighed, looking at the great structure before them. All right, let's head inside. Lexi said happily, quickly moving through the great doorway. Dawn and Misty hurried after her, then stopped. Should we follow her in? Dawn asked, unsure. You know, I'm not even sure. Misty replied, crossing her arms. They heard a flapping sound above, noticing an elegant white swan coming closer to the ground. A man hopped off its back, recalling the bird as he walked inside. Dawn looked in confusion and Misty in admiration as she knew he owned and raised the elegant bird, surprised he didn't acknowledge their existence. Misty. Dawn, the two turned around, surprised to see Gary and Max, who looked equally surprised. Gary? Max? What are you guys doing here? Dawn asked. Gramps sent me some data and, well, I'll say there's something beyond interesting here, Gary responded, not wanting to say the truth. So you took a break from Ash's search, too? Dawn asked, tilting her head. What kind of data? Misty asked. Well, I'll explain it to everyone, Gary said, moving to the side. Dawn and Misty then noticed the other duo, Brock and May, a few feet behind. Brock. May. Dawn. Misty. Okay, we get it. Everyone's here, Max sighed, putting his hands to his head. Gary, please explain to them. All right. Well, Gramps sent me some more recent data on Ash's Pokédex signal, and it was recently traced to dot here, he explained simply. Wait, so .ash.is here? May asked quizzically. We believe so. Max said, crossing his arms. The question is, though, why and where? Obviously in the trainer rooms, everyone looked at the brunette. We know Ash, he would obviously challenge the Elite Four, she stated. That is true, Gary added, nodding. But, I suggest we prepare ourselves quickly, just in case we meet this leader guy. Oh, yeah. Max added, putting his fist in the air. Couldn't disagree, Brock said. He is supposed to be really tough, May stated, nodding. We'll face him if we have to, Misty spoke. And we'll be ready. Dawn said cheerfully, smiling. The group nodded, heading into the center building to prepare. After about 10 minutes, the group headed back outside. Strongest Pokémon and fully refreshed, check, Max stated, attaching the final Pokeball to his belt. Stocked on healing items, check, Brock stated, stringing his backpack over his back. All right, let's go, Gary started toward the lobby entrance. Everyone nodded, following close behind. Just as they were about to enter, they were surprised by the sudden sound made by the speaker system on the center's outside walls. As they listened, the shocking words echoed through the empty rugged area. Attention, everyone. The new Unova League champion has been decided. As the highest rank of trainer, I issue the release of all Pokémon across the world. END. Chapter 10. What? He's already the champion? Max asked, jaw agape in surprise. It can't be. Brock muttered to himself, feeling one hand tighten to a fist. Let's go, we've got to hurry. Congratulations, Mr. Unova champion, Jack said formally, smiling as he gave a small bow to leader. He calmly stepped past him, moving down the long pathway toward the single throne with the mouse on his shoulder. Or ignore me. Leader, what are we going to do now? Lexi asked, watching the man walk away from them. She frowned. Can't you see he doesn't want to be disturbed? He just finished the first important battle of the series, Trevor said, crossing his arms. He doesn't have to be so mean about it. Lexi muttered, looking back toward the young man. He stood in front of the royal seat for a few moments, looking at it in admiration. The royalty really knew taste, he said to himself, smiling as he turned around. He sat in the chair, taking the place of the past champions. The mouse hopped off his shoulder, taking standing position on the armrest. You three, come closer, the three glanced at each other, stepping toward the throne. They stopped a few feet away, bringing themselves to one knee. Stop this nonsense, I've told you before. Yeah, but now that you're a champion, you should be treated like one, Jack replied, smirking as he stood. Leader nodded. I suppose you're true, but I do not wish for it. You are, after all, equal to my position in our ambitions, he told them. Leader, if I may ask again, what are we doing now? We've taken position for control over Unova, but what of the other regions? Lexi asked, standing again. That's why we'll have to head out again soon. She looked over at Trevor, finally moving to standing position. We will travel to other regions, defeating their champions for control of that region. As we already knew, Unova is only the first of the series. I know, I just wasn't expecting it so soon, I guess, the blonde replied. Leader nodded, then looked past her down the pathway. Across the large room, a single man stood in the rectangle area that was once a battlefield. The former champion stared at Leader in shock, surprised he had been defeated so easily. Alder, he blinked, hearing Leader's call. Come closer, I wish to speak to you, he hesitated, then cautiously stepped down the path. No need to be cautious, I only request a conversation. Or do you defy Unova's strongest trainer? Trevor asked threateningly, looking intimidatingly at the man. He stepped past nervously, stopping in front of him. The three trainers watched him expectantly. Leader noticed. No need, Alder, he assured the man, knowing what he was thinking. What is it you would like, my champion? Alder asked, not believing he would ever say those words. I wish for you to heal your Pokémon. Alder blinked in surprise, watching the trainer gesture to the machine a few feet from the throne's side, resembling the hundreds in each Pokémon Center. Alder hesitantly moved toward the machine, placing his 6 Pokeballs on the machine. Good. Is there anything else you wish for? He asked, moving back in front of the throne respectively. That will be all, Alder. When your Pokémon are healed, you may call them out here. I will reserve a royal room to keep your Pokémon, Leader told him, earning a surprised and confused look. You've heard my ambitions, you should know why, Alder thought for a moment, then it dawned him. You want me to release my Pokémon? Yes. Max pumped a fist, smiling as he looked at the defeated swordsman Pokémon. He called back his mighty ape, smiling proudly. Bisharp, return, Grimsley spoke, recalling the Pokémon to its Pokeball. Good work, old friend. Congratulations, Challenger, you may move on to the next room, he gestured to a glowing floor panel beside him. Max nodded, hurrying onto the panel and returning to the lobby. Leaning against the statue, Dawn and Brock waited patiently. So? Brock inquired, watching the boy. He smiled, pointing to the now glowing panel in front of the Dark-type trainer's room. Great job, Max. Are May, Misty or Gary back yet? He asked, looking at the 3 doorways his friends had entered before. Not yet, but I can tell they're almost done, Dawn said happily. The 3 waited by the statue for a while, Misty returning a minute after Max and Gary 2 minutes after. As Misty complained about her battle being tough and challenging, May returned. That was difficult, May sighed, slouching forward. Yeah, Unova's Elite 4 really do challenge you, Gary added, frowning. Misty nodded. But, at least we managed to beat them all, Max stated, pointing to the large glowing panel beneath the statue. They all looked at each other, nodded and stepped onto the panel. It shook for a second, then they stumbled as the ground lowered beneath them. They watched the lobby disappear above as they descended into a rocky area, a long and difficult climb in front of them. And at the end, Leader. This is scary. Dawn muttered, frowning. Go on, Alder, Leader said, urging the man. Alder stared at his Pokeballs, feeling mixed emotions as he thought. Don't keep your champion waiting. Jack pressured the man. Jack, that is not necessary. It is a painful process, remembering the effort you gave to capture your Pokémon with the very sphere you are about to release it from, Leader stated, looking back at the man. Alder took 2 Pokeballs, staring at them in his hands. He closed his eyes, frowning as he sighed quietly. That I'm sorry, I've failed, he whispered, then pressed the buttons on the sphere's centers. They opened in a brilliant flash of white, releasing a floating, smiling dual snow cone and gray-armored bug with spears for arms. He took 2 more, frowning again as he opened them, releasing a small blue and red bug, as well as a large blue, winged dragon with a red head. He took the last 2, staring at them as he felt pain at his heart. He closed his eyes, feeling his left eye build up liquid as he opened the final 2 Pokeballs. In the brilliant flash of white, a large brown bull was released, as well as a white bug with orange wings, giving off flame particles. Well done, Unova's former champion. Jack, escort Alder and his friends to their new room, leader stated. Jack blinked. And that would be? Leader sighed. That is your choosing. Be sure to find the largest and luxurious room you can, Jack nodded, feeling confused as he led the former champion and the powerful Pokémon down a side corridor. Leader, why does he get the most luxurious room? Lexi asked, frowning. Trevor sighed, shaking his head at her childishness. Jack knows me well, and that means he knows I care for you like family. He will be sure to find the 4th best room, of course, Leader told her. Lexi smiled. Leader, if I may suggest that we must head to Kanto next, Trevor told him. Lexi blinked in confusion, but Leader nodded. Our minds think alike, Trevor. If we box around a region, they will gain knowledge of our actions from every direction. Therefore, we must take the closest region, sweeping the globe from a single direction, Leader explained, smirking. We will head out in 3 days, for the time being, you may rest and prepare, Leader told them. So soon? We just got here. Lexi told him. If we do not move quickly, other regions will hear of Unova's conquering and prepare to defend themselves. Moving fast is most efficient, Leader told her, Trevor nodding in agreement. It's agreed, we will move to Kanto in 3 days' time, Trevor recounted, turning around and facing the long pathway. Lexi, we must stand by Leader. What? Why? She asked, watching him move behind the throne. He stood by Leader's right armrest, behind the mouse with his hands behind his back. We have company, Lexi hurried behind the throne, copying Trevor's position in respect to Leader. The 3 watched down the path, noticing small black dots blocking the distant doorway. Excuse me, a feminine voice called out, the brunette waiting for a response. Wait, over there. May pointed across the immense spaced room, noticing the figures by the throne. Excuse me. Are you Leader? Gary called across the room, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Indeed I am, Leader called out, smirking as he stood up from the throne. Recalling valuable information Alder had told him, he pressed a button with a small mic on it, on the right armrest. A small circle opened in the floor in front of him, a microphone emerging. Across the room, the group was startled as a microphone emerged from the ground in front of them. What the? Max asked, tapping the microphone. It's to communicate across this hall, they jumped at the sudden loudness in Leader's voice. If the champion does not wish to battle right away, they can communicate with the trainer in this fashion, Leader's voice told them, amplified by the building's speaker system. Okay, Max said into the microphone, nodding. You said you were Leader, so you re the one who's behind the Pokémon liberation speeches, he said, his now booming voice carried across the hall. Indeed, I am, Leader smirked. You must be the beings my accomplices have encountered, I've heard about each of you. What? Dawn asked, feeling uncomfortable at hearing that. With the added information I've received from my partners, I have growing knowledge on each of you, Leader said, taking the wireless microphone from the stand and stepping forward down the path. Lexi and Trevor quickly followed, walking formally behind him on each side. What do you know about us? We've never met before, and we don't know your friends very well, Max said defensively into the microphone. Ah, but that doesn't matter, Max Maple, his eyes widened. First and only son of Norman Maple, gym leader of Hoenn's Petalburg City. You placed an impressive top 8 in the Hoenn League, then entered and took the top 4 in Johto's Silver Conference, Leader explained, smirking as he drew closer, but still had quite a distance from them at the pace he was going. "How," was all Max could say. Dawn and Brock moved him away from the mic, standing defensively in front of the others. "How do you know about Max?" Misty asked. "Tell us." Brock added. No need to become hostile and defensive, gym leaders. They watched him carefully, not convinced. Misty Waterflower and Brock Stone of Kanto's Cerulean and Pewter City. Training the fields of water and rock-type Pokémon respectively, you remain occupied with young challengers to your gyms, leader explained, drawing closer. "How do you know about us, you creep?" Misty said into the mic defensively. She felt a hand on her shoulder, looking back to see Dawn shaking her head. The two stepped aside, letting her at the mic. "Leader, we know you are a Kanto trainer, we heard from Professor Oak himself," Dawn told him, the others then remembering they had heard that. Saying that, "You will only waste time introducing our friend Gary," she gestured to the young professor behind her, who smiled. "It is true, I also know of Gary Oak, grandson of the famous professor. I am impressed you speak in a royal fashion," Dawn Berlitz of Sinnoh's Twinleaf Town. Placing runner-up for your first grand festival in the field of coordinating, then placing top coordinator in Hoenn, you are truly a powerful and graceful trainer, Dawn felt her cheeks heat up. "WL.T thank you," she said into the mic, quickly moving back. "You're very welcome, only the highest class of compliments suits a high-class coordinator like yourself," leader said politely, smiling as he moved closer. Dawn felt herself grow warmer and warmer, then May stepped up. "Sweet-talking my friend isn't going to draw us in, you may as well cut the nice act now," she said, noticing leader stopped on the path. Lexi and Trevor continued past him, standing in front of him protectively as if bodyguards. "And then it ends with you." May watched him intently, confused at his tone. For her friends he had used a friendly and stranger kind of tone, but now his voice changed. It was almost like hatred. "What do you mean?" she asked, curious. As to what he had to say about her. "I know about you most of all." May's cheeks heated up, but she continued staring at him. "May Maple of Petalburg City, only sibling of Max Maple. Placing top 8 in Hoenn and then top 4 in Kanto, your grand festivals weren't as admirable as your friends." The two turned slightly red, one in anger and one in embarrassment. "But in the beginning, you weren't exactly a coordinator, now were you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm a coordinator, always have been," she asked defensively, feeling anger build up. "But you were once a novice trainer, like everyone else. Fact is that you were even afraid of Pokémon, you didn't even like them." May stared in shock. What, like Max, that's all she could say. Young May Maple didn't like Pokémon, she only used them as an excuse to travel the world. "If that's not an insult to Pokémon trainers, I don't know what is," leader smirked again. "I've changed. I know Pokémon are amazing creatures and my friends, and I would never part with them." Everyone but May and leader winced at her anger through the mic. "You say that, but didn't you once say that about an ex of yours?" Leader asked. "What are you getting at?" May's eyes widened, unnoticed by her friends. You can't." "Oh, but I can, May," leader smirked, now looking into her eyes directly, sending a shiver up her spine. "You see, I may only be a single person, but I've got ears and eyes all across the globe. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, even Unova, I've got accomplices everywhere." May stood frozen in shock. Leader opened his arms, smirking. "There's no hope for you, facing me. Now, tell me as opposed to being utterly defeated and taken captive. Won't you feel better standing by my side?" The room fell silent. For minutes, leader, Lexi and Trevor watched the group think of their proposal. "I'll take that as dash." "No." "What?" His eyes snapped toward Dawn, whose head was held low. "I said no." She snapped her head up, her eyes showing determination and resistance. "There's no way I will join the likes of you. Never." "Me, too." Leader turned quickly to Misty. "Dawn's right, there's no way we would give in to you," the redhead shouted, glaring at him. They're right. No deal, leader, not in a million years, Brock told him. I could never oppose my friends. If they say no, then that's the right decision. Max stated. The ambition for Pokémon liberation that it drove Team Plasma's gets us mad with power. We would never want to end up like him, Gary told him, crossing his arms. May looked back at each of her friends, then smiled as she turned back to Leader. Looks like you've got 6 rejections, Leader. Surprisingly, Leader only started laughing. That I didn't say you had to accept my offer, I respect humanity's rights of choice. However, Lexi and Trevor both pulled a pokeball, smirking. That I suppose you can at least entertain my accomplices. Nothing personal, Misty or Dawn, but I only obey Leader's orders, Lexi told them, moving toward the left of the large rectangle floor. Max and Gary, you both have already witnessed my power. But I'm afraid if my leader requests it, I am obliged to obey without question, Trevor told them, moving to the right. Lexi, we thought you were our friend. Dawn and Misty pulled a pokeball, stepping forward and facing the girl on the left. You may have beaten us before, but not this time. Gary and Max pulled a pokeball each, facing against him on the right. I guess that leaves us with you, then. Brock and May stepped forward, pulling a pokeball. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. The two turned in surprise, seeing Jack in the doorway, arms crossed and smirking at them. Next time, you should always watch you back. How? As with Lexi and not so much Trevor, friendship doesn't affect my ways of battling. He pulled a pokeball. That's just fine, if you're related to that monster. May and Brock turned completely, facing against him. Everyone glanced around, noticing each person in a face-off against the one they knew. All but Leader. I'm afraid this is your final mistake, novices, Leader smirked, bringing his arms out. No, it's your mistake, he arched a brow, looking at Max. Haven't you noticed? You've got one person against 2 of us, 3 times around, Max smiled confidently. You're at a disadvantage. Are we? I'm afraid my associates are far stronger than any of your pairs together. It is you, who is at a disadvantage, Leader stated, bringing his arms back in and turning, walking back to the throne. Besides, I have more strength than these 3 together, if you do somehow manage to overcome them. You speak very confident for a single man, Gary said into the microphone, watching him walk away. You have a secret weapon, don't you? Tell us. I'm afraid I don't have any secrets, nothing someone else hasn't seen, Leader said, bringing the microphone in his hand up. He stopped, turning and facing them by the throne. Now, I will sit in my throne and watch the downfall of each of you, at the hands of my partners. He sat down, smiling as he watched them. The mouse, who remained on the armrest the entire time, now crawled onto his lap. Leader began stroking its fur. What's that? Max asked, putting his hand over his forehead as he tried to see what had crawled on Leader. That's Leader. Gary moved closer to the microphone again. There is another reason we came here. Oh, and what is that? He inquired. My grandpa, Professor Oak, had recently caught an activation signal of a Kanto trainer's Pokédex. Gary started, the others' eyes widened as they remembered. This was no ordinary trainer. It was Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Ah, the young boy, what of him? Leader asked, leaning his chin into one hand while stroking the mouse with the other. The Pokédex signal has most recently been activated here, and Trevor said something to us when we first met. He finished the sentence coming from my mouth, meaning he knew what I was saying. Trevor knows. Gary hesitated, then his fists clenched as he looked across the room, standing tall. He knew Ash Ketchum. If he knew Ash, then so do you. I'm impressed. Gary looked in confusion. Your bravery and determination to oppose me. It's admirable and surprising. Since Trevor told you of this, I suppose he had also mentioned of my legendary power. And I don't only speak in a metaphor. Gary and Max gulped, recalling Trevor's words at their first encounter. It is true. I have indeed met a legendary Pokémon, and I have also made it my friend and partner. With it by my side, we will move to the top of the Pokémon Champions list and conquer this world. Leader grinned. But you can't rule the world. So many times, across the globe, people like you have tried different ways of accomplishing the same thing. Giovanni of Team Rocket, Maxi of Team Magma, Archie of Team Aqua, Cyrus of Team Galactic, Getsus of Team Plasma, they all failed. As each criminal organization tried to conquer this world, our friend managed to stop them. Max moved in front of the microphone, explaining. That's right. May moved behind him, taking the microphone over his shoulder. Ash stopped every one of those organizations. If Gary is right about Ash being here, then he will help us. There's no reason he can't beat you. May told him. Leader smirked, letting a quiet and eerily evil laughter echo through the immense lobby. You say that like you know. Leader stared across the room, ceasing his petting on the mouse. You believe in your friend, and you believe he's here at the league, am I right? Of course. Professor Oak even told us so. Max told him. Then why hasn't he come to help you? They hesitated. If he's as strong and pure as you say, why hasn't he come to stop me yet? He's here, he's persistent, that alone should have brought him out of hiding a long time ago. He that has a point. Max muttered, backing away from the mic so it didn't echo. What? No, he doesn't. May replied, covering the microphone. But he's right, why hasn't Ash come to help? Max asked, frowning. Ash can't be hiding anymore. Wait. Gary looked around at everyone in the room. Himself and his friends. The mysterious Trevor, Lexi and Jack. Then, leader, Arceus. Gary, what is it? May asked, shaking his shoulder. His eyes only trailed off, wide as puzzle pieces clicked together in his mind. Leader, Gary stepped up, taking the microphone from the others. The siblings looked at each other in confusion, then at Gary. Trevor said he knew Ash's Infernape, do you know about it? I've seen it in battle, both on television and personally, yes, leader responded. Then, the pieces clicked in Max's mind. Next question, Max took the mic from Gary. You say you want Pokémon liberation, but you haven't told us the exact details in your desires. Very well. I want a clean world where Pokémon and humans coexist peacefully, working together and helping to build a positive future. Pokémon may stay with humans, but keeping them in Pokeballs is only torturing them. I have a personal agreement to that statement, right here, leader brought the microphone down. Chuppy Pika. A Pikachu. Brock muttered in confusion. Misty and Dawn wondered as well, then it clicked in each of their minds. Then one last question will answer all of this. Gary took the mic back, taking a deep breath and hesitating. To get to the Elite Four, you would have had to use a Pokédex to get in. That is correct, leader responded, the researcher hesitating once more. Then, the Pokédex you used at IT isn't yours, is it? He finally asked, the pieces beginning to fall into place for everyone. Leader smirked. Of course it is. I'm an honest man, no thief, he told them, beginning to return towards the throne. No, that IT can't be. May slowly stepped back subconsciously, her eyes not leaving the man opposing them. Then, how you know about each of us? I'm sure this is very shocking for each of you, May in particular, everyone's eyes were on the brunette now. I'm afraid I can't explain the past at this point, May, especially about that particular point resting on your wrist, an angel waiting in my clear and bright future, that I suppose you resent me beyond repair since it's come to this, leader explained, May's heart sinking as her eyes rolled onto her bracelet, the words gleaming in the light. Her head slowly rose, eyes twitching from the tears. This isn't happening. Right. Dawn was at a loss for words. Please tell us it's a lie. Tell us you're lying about all of this. Max shouted. Leader gave a simple sigh. But what about it is a lie, he asked, stopping in front of the throne and turning to face them. May's hand moved to her chest, clenched into a fist as she felt tears begin to form in the corner of her eyes. Please, please tell us it isn't you, Ash. Then a quiet laugh echoed through the hall. The group stared in shock at Leader, Lexi, Trevor and Jack looking at each other in confusion. That I'm afraid the world isn't that simple, Leader said, his electric-type partner jumping to his shoulder. Leader, what happened to us destroying them? Jack asked, feeling impatient. If he knows we know it's him, he won't want to hurt us, Max stated, smiling weakly. Maybe, he looked at Gary, who looked to be dealing with conflicted emotions. Moments passed as Leader thought, then smirked. Change of plans. I head to Kanto now, defeat Champion Lance easily and head to Johto. In that time, you will take care of them and bring them to the League's dungeons. Once completed, we will meet up in Johto's Pokémon League, Leader explained, smirking to himself. The others gasped in surprise. He's letting them battle us. Max said in surprise. He didn't just say that. Dawn said in shock. He can't be Ash. Gary said in horror. May blinked, snapping out of it. But he is, they all blinked, looking at the brunette. He is Ash, and he's changed. Funny thing, the concept of evolution, they all blinked, looking over at Leader again. One moment, you can be warm and inviting to anyone you meet. Next moment, you could be thinking that being nice is overrated and unnecessary. It's all thanks to evolution, Leader grinned, moving down the pathway towards them. They watched him draw closer, finally a few feet from them. He brought down the microphone, grinning to them. With evolution, we're never the same person our entire life. We change from who we were a moment before, our minds and bodies more developed than seconds ago. Leader stepped past them, his eyes meeting May's. As their eyes met, their minds filled with memories as time seemed to stop at that moment, but Leader pushed it all away. It's good to see you're doing well, Angel. May watched in surprise, shock, anger, sadness, and amazement as Leader brushed her off so plainly, considering their history. They were best friends, they loved each other, but now he treated that all like trash as he walked out the doorway. Guys, focus. May shook her head, looking at Gary. We've still got battles here. They all looked at their respective opponent. This is going to be fun, Lexi smirked, watching the brunette and redhead intently. I suggest you give up now, you've seen my Pokémon's power, Trevor said plainly, smirking at the young trainer and professor. We've got to know each other. I'd say we've become friends, but, May, nothing holds me back on the battlefield, Jack smirked, looking at the brunette and older man. Everyone waited for the opposing team to make a move, but nothing happened. Okay, then I'm getting bored fast. Well, send out your Pokémon, then. Or have you finally realized you're at a disadvantage? Max asked cockily, smirking as he turned to look at him. Jack glared at the boy. I don't even know you, but now you're on my bad side, kid. Watch it, he said threateningly. No need to scare the children, Jack, Trevor said tauntingly, glancing at the young trainer, who was now mad. What was that? He shouted, glaring at the trainer. I'll have you know that even though I'm young, I'm strong. I'll beat all of you, then I'll beat Ash, he shouted, clutching tighter on his Pokeball. Determination, but, I told you before. Anger clouds the mind, and that's why Pokémon are off aim, Trevor taunted again. You speak about strength like it's the most important thing, but we're strong too. We have twice as many people as you and we're just as strong, so you'll lose either way. Max shouted, trying to hold back from jumping the older trainer. They're at a disadvantage, you say? Everyone looked around, confused at the feminine voice echoing through the area. Wait, Leah, Ash took the microphone. He's just messing with our minds. Max declared, looking around at his friends. But, Max, it's a girl's voice. May told him, shaking her head. He frowned. Indeed, I am a girl. If you believe they are at a disadvantage, just say the words one more time. The others looked at each other in confusion, then Gary spoke up. Guys, don't say anything. It could be a trap. But, Gary, that would only make 4 of them. We still have 6 on 4, we can still win. Max stepped forward, looking around. They are at a disadvantage. Very well. We will make it even. Yes, we will make the teams more than even. What? Dawn asked, looking around in surprise. There's 2 girls. Not only 2 girls, we're here to join the party. You got that right. Jack, we got the doorway. No problem, guys. Glad you could make it, Jack smirked, moving toward Trevor. He adjusted around the group slightly, so the trio could face against the group with them all rounding the side opposite of the doorway. There's 2 more guys, now. And Jack knows them. Misty stated, blinking in shock. You are right. We have come to aid our leader's wishes. And we have noticed you oppose him. A big mistake. For that, we will crush you into dust with fists, kicks and willpower. It's time, old friends. Let's show them the powers leader taught us himself. If he taught them himself, all of them. Gary stood in shock. 3, then 4. That makes 7. Thanks a lot, Max, now it's 7 on 6. May whacked the boy's head. It seems you show negativity amongst yourselves. No matter, we will only use it to defeat you even easier. Then show yourselves. What are you, scared? Max shouted tauntingly, then felt a pair of hands over his mouth. Shut up, Max, his sister scolded, hitting him repeatedly on the head. Scared, you say? You dare have the audacity to insult us? No one mocks leader's 7 underlings. You're in for it now. Let's go, you 3. Let's show them. Ha, I'm really dash. A thud noise was heard, everyone looked toward the doorway. Across the ground, for shadows stretched across the room's floor. In the doorway, 2 men and 2 women stood, the girls slightly shorter than the men but still intimidatingly tall. They quickly moved into the room, taking the unblocked areas so the group was 360 degrees trapped. Scared. What are you going to do now, small fry? The man with green hair asked, smirking at the kid as he pulled a pokeball. He wore a black suit with white undershirt, a green tie to match his fairly long hair. Are you going to try to stop us? The orange-haired man asked, smirking as he also pulled a sphere. He also wore a black suit with a white shirt underneath, wearing an orange tie to match with his hair color. That would be a grave mistake, there's no denying, the silver-haired woman spoke, looking emotionless as she held a pokeball. Her silver hair covered her left eye and half of her right, her hair flowing freely just below her shoulders. She wore a flashy silver jacket ending below her chest, showing her midriff. She also wore silver pants, but the class under skin tight, giving a slightly baggy look. You can give up now, we will capture you with your Pokémon unharmed, the other girl told them, smirking as she held her own pokeball as the others had. Her icy blue hair was up in a bun behind her head, her eyes giving a brilliant mixture of white and blue. She wore an icy blue tank top with straps running over her shoulders, and skinny leg light blue jeans, small holes on each knee. They all wore sneakers of their respective colors. We'll never give in. Max retorted, then felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up, Gary shaking his head to the boy. Your friend knows what's good for you. Give up, and come along peacefully, the green-haired man spoke, smirking. The group looked at each other, frowning. It's decided, then, the outer trainers closed in. Trevor grabbed Gary, the orange-haired man grabbed Brock, Jack grabbed Max, Lexi grabbed Dawn, the silver-haired girl grabbed Misty, and finally the icy blue-haired girl grabbed May. Now, to the dungeons, the green-haired man led the way down the corridor, going down flights of stairs until they were in a scene similar to a jail cell. We'll let you go once it's all over, we're not animals here, the orange-haired man told them. You'll regret this. Max mumbled, turning away. What was that, kid? He asked threateningly, but Max ignored him. That's what I thought. Jack, how have you been, man? The green-haired man pounded fists with the younger boy, the pair wearing smiles. Way too long, Weber, Jack smirked, stifling a chuckle. It's Webb, you promised you would stop saying Weber, he said, frowning at the younger boy. I'm sorry, it's just been too long to resist, Jack laughed again. Not just Webb, it's great to see all of you here again. Mason, where have you been? Jack held out his hand. Working with Webb, as usual, the orange-haired man took his hand, as if arm wrestling in the air. Boring, Jack laughed again, turning to the girls. Gina, where have you been for the past, guess it hasn't been that long, Jack chuckled again. Taking care of her, as usual, she said plainly, referring to the icy-haired girl beside her. So, Crystal, you're still the troublemaker? Jack smirked, crossing his arms. Hey! I'm not the troublemaker, she retorted, crossing her arms and turning away. That's why you're always in trouble, and I need to help you, the silver-haired girl said quietly, smiling to herself. Jack laughed. It's been too long since I've seen this. Come on, let's go meet up with Leader, he said, heading toward the stairs. So if he's taken over Unova, I assume he's heading for Kanto next? Mason asked, looking at Trevor as they started for the stairs. Exactly, it's easier to go to regions that are closest first, he told him. Crystal, Gina, it's so great to see you. Lexi said happily, hugging the two girls. Crystal happily returned the hug, but Gina didn't seem to mind nor enjoy it. How have you been? We have to catch up. We totally do, the icy-haired girl agreed, nodding happily as they neared the stairs. Gina only nodded in agreement. I can't believe it. Dawn stared, awestruck as they acted like best friends. Gary and Max leaned against the wall, Gary bringing one foot up against it with his arms crossed. The brunette sat on one bed, and the redhead and brunette on the other. Brock stood by the gates. If they're going for the same thing, it's only natural, Dawn, Brock told her. The question is, how do we bust out of here? SCKS they took our pokeballs. I wish I hid one, just for today. May said depressingly, lowering her head. Come on, May, stop moping and start thinking, Misty told her. I know, it's just, she looked up at the redhead. That I can't believe it was Ash, this whole time that he was right in front of us. I know, she hugged the girl. But we have to face facts. After we get out of here, we'll stick it to him. I can't believe it, she repeated, staring distantly. I can't believe you didn't tell us you were dating, her eyes widened, looking at Max, oh come on, we're all thinking it. And it's not like we didn't know before, but now that he basically told us, you can finally admit it, can't you? Her face reddened. Max, leave her alone. We'll get out of here, stop Ash, then torment her about the past, Brock told the boy. May frowned. Brock looked out the bars, peering down the hallway. He sighed, moving across the small space and sitting on the small bench. That we're gonna be here a while. END. Chapter 11. Where is Leader, anyway? Mason asked, looking back at Jack. He's already gone to Kanto, we were supposed to hold them off, he pointed back down the hallway. But, you guys came at the right moment. I guess our time sync hasn't gone off, then, Webb smiled, laughing. Jack and Mason joined. Yeah, I'll say, Jack chuckled. The three girls looked at each other, shaking their heads. Men, Lexi sighed, the girls nodding in agreement. The group stepped out the doorway leading outside, wincing as the sunlight overtook their sight. Ah, that place is darker than I remember. Webb stated, shielding his eyes as the men laughed at him. Come on, we're taking off, Jack drew a pokeball, tossing it and revealing his blue dragon. Hopping on its back, the dragon took into the air. Jack looked around, seeing Trevor and Lexi ascend with their swan and eagle Pokémon. He saw Gina riding a steel-skinned bird with Crystal behind her, while Mason and Webb lifted into the air on their own Pokémon. To Kanto. For leader. Almost there, Pidgeot, leader said, stroking the side of the bird's head as he watched the land ahead grow larger. Chuppikachu, the mouse asked, looking in its trainer's eyes. I'm fine, Pi. Just, he sighed, looking into the sky. That I guess, I still can't believe it. Pi. I left them, circled the globe for almost 5 years training some apprentices, then we reunite. Just like that, he sighed lightly. Kachupi, Pikachu Pi, the mouse said, putting its paw on his arm. I know, he closed his eyes, his lips drawing up. That I bet she hates me right now. Kachu Pika Pi, the mouse responded, its voice raised. He looked at it in surprise. You think she still loves me? After all these years, all of that happening, you say she still carries her feelings for me? He asked, the mouse nodding in agreement with a smile. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I can't allow to be distracted now, not at this point. Copy, the mouse sighed, lying down in the bird's ruffled feathers, falling into a slumber. Leader smiled, moving his hand down the rodent's fur. That I'm sorry, May, he muttered, frowning as he watched his bird descend to his homeland. Beneath him, the Pokémon League. I can't return after all of this. Man, how do we get out of here? Max sighed heavily, throwing his hands in the air. We've told you multiple times now, we don't, Gary sighed. We can't, those bars are way too strong to budge. But, can't we use science or something? In a movie, the person would think of leverage or something, Max replied. We're not in a movie, in case you didn't notice, Gary responded, lowering his head. Misty and Dawn glanced at each other. Face it, Max. We're done, finally outwitted after all our evil organization encounters, we were done in by plasma knockoffs, Brock stated, leaning back against the wall. But it was Ash, he'll help us. He's probably playing along with them to get closer, then arrest them. Max said hopefully, looking at everyone expectantly. Right? No, everyone looked at May, surprised as the brunette remained still leaning forward, looking down at her knees. He's not saving us. He's changed, he's not on our side anymore. May, don't say that. Dawn told her, but felt Misty's hand on her shoulder and stopped. You all saw him, he wasn't the boy we knew. He was grown up, and heartless, she closed her eyes. Thought he wasn't our friend anymore. But you dated him. You can get him back to normal. Max told her. May looked up. How am I supposed to change him when we're stuck in here? Max frowned. Look around, Max, Ash beat us. Every option we have, there's something to block it off. He thought it through, May told the boy, looking back down. She moved her wrist, the bracelet gleaming in the single streak of sunlight from the very small window. Ash won. He beat all of us, now he's going to beat the world. Everybody watched her, frowning as their minds agreed. The boy had outsmarted them. Do you believe that to be the truth? May's head raised, every set of eyes looking around for the source of the mysterious voice. Who's there? Where are you? Speak the truths you seek. Everyone continued searching, knowing the voice was close but unseen. May thought of the words spoken, then blinked her sadness away. We want to stop Ash's plans for Pokémon liberation. We want our old friend back. You want peace and your friend that the truth you have resolved. May hesitated, then nodded. It is, please, help us. It was silence for a few moments. Very well. Stand back. Everyone moved against the back wall, waiting to see how they would be rescued. Their eyes were drawn to the gate door, the old-style lock on it glowing in an outline of blue. It snapped off, the door creaked open. Everyone stepped cautiously toward the door, looking down the corridor as they moved out. A faint red glowed from around the corner, then footsteps were heard. Who are you? May asked, then a figure emerged from around the corner. The man stood taller than Brock with a white top over a black shirt, with grey pants and a strange golden cube on a chain dangling from his left waist. Green and black sneakers, a LTX wristband over his right wrist, 3 gold wristbands over his left, and a chain holding a strange diamond around his neck. A black and white cap concealed his face, as his head was down, but his vibrant green hair was visible around his neck. Wait, you're... Brock trailed off, awestruck. The man down the hall lifted his head, looking at them with his emotionless expression concealed by emerald green eyes. The young professor stared in surprise. Team Plasma's former leader. N. Chapter 1. Previously in the Liberated Champions series. Come on, we're taking off. Jack drew a pokeball, tossing it and revealing his blue dragon. Hopping on its back, the dragon took into the air. Jack looked around, seeing Trevor and Lexi ascend with their swan and eagle Pokémon. He saw Gina riding a steel-skinned bird with Crystal behind her, while Mason lifted into the air on a large gray Pokémon with leaves as wings, Webb riding with him. To Kanto. For leader. You think she still loves me? After all these years, her betrayal and that, you say she still carries her feelings for me, he asked, the mouse nodding in agreement with a smile. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I can't allow to be distracted now, not at this point. Copy, the mouse sighed, lying down in the bird's ruffled feathers, falling into a slumber. Leader smiled, moving his hand down the rodent's fur. That I'm sorry, May, he muttered, frowning as he watched his bird descend to his homeland. Beneath him, the Pokémon League. I can't return after all of this. Wait, you're... Brock trailed off, awestruck. The man down the hall lifted his head, looking at them with his emotionless expression concealed by emerald green eyes. The young professor stared in surprise. Team Plasma's former leader. N. The man stood calmly, smirking as he looked at the great building in front of him. Upon defeating and conquering Unova's elites, Leader had traveled to Kanto's Pokémon League. Let's go, Pi, the mouse on his shoulder nodded, the man stepped through the doorway. A few trainers were scattered around the lobby, whispering about the mysterious young man as he moved forward. 2 guards stepped in front of him, blocking the doorway. Halt, present your proof of conquering Kanto, the older man spoke. Anyone would say that the voice was very intimidating. But not Leader. All right, he said plainly, pulling a small case from his pocket. Opening it, the guards looked carefully at the 8 badges placed inside. Okay, you may pass. Good luck, trainer. They moved apart, letting him continue. He smirked, passing them and down the long corridor, hearing the guards close the door behind him. Finally reaching the end, he passed through the second doorway as he moved into a large room with water. Down the narrow path of land, forming into a battlefield, a single woman stood at the end. Welcome. I am Prima of the Elite Four, I specialize in water types, the woman spoke across the room. He stopped at the trainer's box on the ground. My name is not important, I lead my friends in Pokémon Liberation for a better future, he said, smirking as he moved his hand to his belt. Liberation. Interesting, you must be that group I've heard about from Unova recently, then. I have close friends there, she pulled a Pokeball from behind her. Shall we begin? She tossed her Pokeball, the burst of light forming a humanoid form with long strands of blonde hair and big lips. You're making a grave mistake, just as Unova had. He pulled a sphere off his belt, tightly gripping the purple M-marked ball. Are we there yet? Lexi whined, giving a yawn as she looked at everyone around her. The men sighed. For the 10th time, no. Not 20 minutes ago, not 10 minutes ago, not 5 minutes ago, and not now, Jack explained, glaring at the girl. She huffed, crossing her arms and looking away. Well, sorry I never bought a watch, she replied. Riding on the steel-plated bird, Gina and Crystal smiled. It's been too long since I've seen this. Crystal whispered, Gina nodding in agreement. Indeed, it makes you wonder how the concept of true love came to be, the silver-haired girl stated. Man, these two that I can't believe Trevor puts up with this constantly. Mason sighed, glancing back at the fighting pair then the emotionless man flying near them. He noticed the smiling girls behind them. Crystal and Gina are enjoying it. Of course they are, you know how women get when they see true love, Webb replied, shaking his head in amusement. Sometimes, I really worry about those two. Same here. Oh, the green-haired man looked forward again, seeing the Pokémon League nearly under them. Guys, we're here. Really? Lexi asked, now smiling. Jack sighed, shaking his head. All right, let's go help leader. Crystal pumped her fist in the air, beaming. Gina nodded, her silver bird taking the hint and descending, followed by the rest of the group. This is the fastest way out, come on, the mysterious man stated, walking down the corridor. Reaching the doorway, he closed his eyes as he opened the door, releasing a burst of light in the tunnel. The group shielded their eyes. Ow! Max exclaimed, shielding his eyes. Everyone stepped outside, still squinting from the harsh light. So, excuse me, he looked back, seeing everyone staring at him. Ah, that we were wondering. What am I doing here? They nodded. He blinked, looking at the sky. I heard about some Team Plasma troubles happening back in my home region, so I decided to come help. When I got here, there was a news broadcast of the Unova champion issuing Pokémon Liberation across the region. I knew the leader was here, so I came to stop him, he explained. But you're N. You were once a Pokémon Liberation leader, too. Why do you want to stop it now? And how did you find us? Misty asked, noticing the man staring at her intensely with curious eyes. But don't get me wrong. We're really thankful that you helped us out of there, and that our Pokémon and bags were left nearby as well. That was just by coincidence. I overheard a group of what looked like minions speaking of keeping prisoners, and I am familiar with the Pokémon League's building layouts, he explained, looking back at them. I want to stop this crisis just as much as you, but we will need to work together. How do we know you won't join them when we catch up? Or if you're already in on it, leading us to a trap? Dawn asked, eyeing him carefully. Why would I allow the mistake of Pokémon Liberation to be nearly completed a second time? It is true, I was the leader of Team Plasma, but not being arrested gave me the chance to travel and think of what I truly believe, and explained, closing his eyes. What do you believe, then? Brock inquired. Pokémon are divine creatures, just as humans are. Being on Earth together, it must have a meaning. He opened his eyes, looking at them through his emotionless green orbs. I am currently seeking the truth behind this concept. Everyone looked at each other worriedly, then back at him. May stepped forward. Can you help us defeat Ash? She asked. Of course. I have heard of his capturing Unova's legendary dragon. But if you know the events of Team Plasma, you will know he is not the only one, N smirked. Your friend will be at Kanto's Pokémon League. We must hurry. Yeah, let's get him. Max pumped a fist. Calm down, Max. We'll get there, then give him a piece of our minds, Gary told the boy. Dawn and Misty nodded. We have to get him, that we can't let him do this. May's fists clenched, the brunette unaware of how her body was reacting. We're all in agreement. Now, to Kanto, N said, pulling 2 Pokeballs and tossing them into the air. The bursts of lights formed a large feathered bird with a long tail, and the other a human-sized black fox with a large bush of hair behind it. My friend, we must travel by air and need help, the fox nodded, jumping into the air. As it disappeared into a black vortex, it came back out as a perfect copy of the other figure. Guys, we need your help. Gary tossed 2 Pokeballs, releasing a silver bird with spiked wings, a brown feathered bird and a large gray pterodactyl-like creature. The young professor jumped on the pterodactyl, Max and Brock chose the silver-armored bird, May and N chose N's twin flyers, leaving Dawn. After a short argument of the Pokémon's weight limits, Dawn rode behind Gary. "All right, let's go," Gary shouted, everyone taking off from the ground. As they suddenly moved into the air, Dawn instinctively wrapped her arms around Gary's chest, resting her head on his back as he smiled, embarrassed. The group headed north, to Kanto. To the Pokémon League. To Ash. END. Chapter 2. "Man, I can't believe this." Lexi sighed, slouching forward. Everyone looked oddly at her. "Lexi, this is Leader we're talking about." "It's only natural he's done the first battle," Trevor told him, crossing his arms. "And the second," Jack added, putting his hands behind his heads with a smirk. Lexi frowned. "I know, but doesn't he ever take it easy?" she asked, turning towards the others. "Just be grateful the guard let us in right away," Trevor told her, looking at the battlefield in front of them. "It seems this is almost over, as well." "Jengar, Dark Pulse," the old woman commanded, gritting her teeth in frustration. The panting purple creature brought its hands close, firing a black chain-like attack towards its opponent. "Block it," the crocodile brought up its arm, letting it collide with no effect at all. Now, Stone Edge, many sharp rocks formed in the air around the Pokémon, hurling themselves and striking the ghost type, it giving a cry in pain before falling on its back. "Jengar," the old woman called, worried as she drew a Pokeball. "Return, you did well," as the ghost type disappeared, Leader moved beside his Pokémon. "Well done, Crocodile," the Pokémon's lip drew up, revealing fangs as he lifted his Pokeball, the crocodile disappearing in the red light. "And now we move on," Lexi called cheerfully, pumping a fist in the air with a smile. The others sighed. "Yes, only a few more before Kanto is under our power as well," Webb stated, crossing his arms with a smirk. "Indeed, let's go," Leader said, moving past the old woman and through the next doorway. The others followed him down the long corridor, arriving at a large open room. "Greetings," a voice echoed from ahead. Everyone looked to see a tall woman with blue hair flowing down her back, wearing a yellow top and white pants with small yellow rings around her waist. "I am the Elite Four's final member, the Dark-type user, Karen," she pulled a Pokeball. "I am Leader, and soon you will be serving under me," Leader pulled a Pokeball, smirking. "We're almost there," Brock said, pointing ahead as land was beginning to come into view. "We're going to win, we'll beat him and save Pokémon." Max pumped a fist, the others looking at him in amusement. May frowned. "But, guys," she trailed off, feeling everyone look at her as she moved her fist to her chest. "You saw him. He's changed, he's nothing like what he used to be." "It's true, he has become another completely different person," Gary stated, closing his eyes as he crossed his arms. "But more of a reason to defeat him. If he's no longer his old self, it should be easier to defeat him without emotions controlling you. Yeah, we have to be strong about this. Even if he is Ash, he's not the boy we were friends with," Brock told them, giving a frown. "We have to win this. If we don't, Pokémon are going to be released all over the world and he'll be in complete control. Everyone in the world will be ordered around by him." Dawn said quietly, staring at Gary's back. "We can't let the world be controlled that easily. Everyone deserves to have their own opinions." "You're right, Dawn, humans and Pokémon alike should decide what they want," Misty smiled, noticing Gary's embarrassed expression. "It's something we must do. You're all very good friends, I can see," N spoke, smiling to himself. "Friendship.it stretches beyond time and space, past and present. Into the bright future we make for ourselves." "Exactly. That's why we have to stop him," Max said, determined as he watched Kanto grow slowly closer below them. "All right, let's go. There's the Pokémon League," Gary stated, pointing at a large building towards the west. "Land over there, Aerodactyl," the prehistoric Pokémon began descending, the others following closely. After a few minutes, the trainers returned their respective Pokémon. "Let's go." Max pumped a fist in the air, the group started toward the doorway. Stepping inside, the guards took a little convincing before they were allowed in as a group. As they explained the situation to each elite member, they soon arrived at the doorway behind the final Elite Four member. "This is it," everyone nodded. "Let's end this." N stepped forward, pushing the doors open and passing through. As they moved down the dark hallway, several lights suddenly burst on above them. Wincing, they looked up and saw a single light about every 10 feet stretching down the hallway, lighting a single spot. Passing through the darkness and spots of light, they soon arrived at another doorway. Drawing a breath, they opened the door and were overcome by light again. As they adjusted to the light and stepped in, they looked surprised as they saw the large room brightly lit all over. A large battlefield was on the floor in the center, a narrow path leading further into the back of the room which ended in a throne. Standing around the throne were the 7 minions, smirking as they noticed the group at the door. In the throne, leader. "We were expecting you," he snapped his fingers. The group looked back alarmingly as the door shut behind them. "I must say, you are certainly persistent to be here in such short time. We came to stop you. You have one last chance to give up this madness." Gary shouted to him, hearing laughter on the other side of the room. "Foolish. You think you can face leader's power?" Mason called across the room. "Of course we do. We'll crush him into dust." Max shouted, his fists clenched. "You insolent pests." Crystal called, the corner of her mouth raising as her teeth were shown in her frustration. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she was surprised to see Mason shaking his head, looking at leader. As she looked at him, he stood with a smirk. "You think you can beat me? Of course we can. We'll defeat you, for the sake of Pokémon everywhere." Misty called, crossing her arms along with Dawn, giving a nod. Leader laughed quietly to himself, moving forward down the pathway. "Well then, a one-on-one battle." "I'll face any of you," Leader said, smirking confidently as he stopped in the trainer box. "What should we do?" Dawn asked, looking at the others. "This is what we came here for, we have to do it," Brock said sternly, frowning. "The question is, who wants to battle him first?" "I will," Max said, stepping forward. "No, I'll face him," Gary said, moving his arm in front of the boy. "I want to face him," May stepped in front of Gary. "Well, this won't do," Misty said, shaking her head with a sigh. "Having troubles deciding who to challenge me." Everyone looked at Leader, who was laughing to himself. "If you want, we can call this off and you can leave with your Pokémon." "No way." Dawn glared at him. "Leader, I think we should change this a little." Leader looked back as his 7 minions moved towards the battlefield. "You must not waste your strength, we will face them for you. Your honor still surprises me." Leader smirked, chuckling to himself as he stepped back. "Very well. You may have this one." Walking back to his throne, he sat beside his electric mouse on the armrest. "So, who wants to battle?" the orange-haired man called, pulling a Pokeball from his belt. The group exchanged glances, then one stepped forward. "I'll be your opponent," Gary told him, taking his place in the trainer box. Mason smirked. "Good luck, Gary." Misty and Dawn called simultaneously. "All right, then. Same rules, 1 Pokémon each until one falls," Mason told him, gripping the Pokeball tightly. Gary nodded. "Then let's do this." Tossing his Pokeball, the sphere opened and released a beam of blue light crashing onto the field. As the light took form, the creature was revealed to be a decent-sized figure with a cone-like head and short arms and legs. "Montop," it called, stepping back and forth quickly. Gary drew a quiet breath, then took a Pokeball from his belt. "Let's go." He tossed his Pokeball, the burst of light hitting the field and taking form. The figure was a bird of steel body and sharp-tipped wings, stretching its wings as it stared down its opponent. "For future reference, type advantages mean nothing here," Mason called to him, smirking. "You can have first move, since you'll need it." "Skarmory, take to the air." The bird took off, flying above. Air slash, the bird drew its wings back, the air swirling in a single spot by its wing. It swung its wing through the air, launching the attack down towards the fighting type. Detect, the Pokémon's eyes glowed green, doing a backflip and landing safely without damage as the attack struck the ground harmlessly. Air slash again. Detect. What is he planning? Dawn asked, watching the fighting type dodge the attack again. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling that I hope Gary knows what he's doing. Brock muttered, looking carefully at the young professor. Try this. Night slash, the steel type's wings glowed a deep black, the bird catching the air downward towards the field, lifting up just before crashing and closing in on the opponent. Detect, the eyes glowed green again, doing a flip over top the flying type as it lunged. Again, the bird quickly flew around, drawing in again for another attack. Detect, gracefully dodging into the air, it landed by its trainer's side with a grin. Why does he keep dodging? Gary muttered, feeling frustrated. He must know he can't win. Steel wing, the bird's wings shined, the light gleaming off it as the steel became much stronger and a different shade, drawing towards the fighting type. Detect, it ran towards the bird, then slid on its back, safely sliding underneath the bird. What a coward. Unbelievable. Misty scoffed, crossing her arms. Skarmory, air slash. Gary commanded. Detect. Mason said calmly, giving a yawn. Now, sky attack. Gary quickly added, smirking. The bird launched the flying type attack, and Hitmontop jumped into the air in a backflip. But before it landed, Skarmory quickly flew towards it covered in a mystical white glow. Hitmontop looked surprised as the bird quickly drew closer. Endure it. Mason commanded, the fighting type crossing its arms. Skarmory collided, knocking the smaller Pokémon back to the ground. The fighting type smirked, landing safely. Seems you're no longer playing around. Of course not. Gary shouted to him, smirking. Steel wing, the bird's wings gleamed again, gliding along the ground closely as it sped towards the small opponent. All right, this wasn't as good as I thought it would be, Mason yawned, crossing his arms with a frown. Watching the bird get closer, he waited. What's he waiting for? Max asked, looking oddly at the orange-haired man. He's got a counterattack up his sleeve, I just know it, Dawn said, crossing her arms and nodding. This battle is ours. Gary called to Skarmory, smirking. As the bird was a few feet away, Mason smirked. Stone Edge. What? Skarmory was shocked as several stones formed in the air around the fighting type. Skarmory, get out of there, the bird pulled back, but was struck by the several sharp stones. Skarmory. Gary shouted in disbelief, watching his bird get hurt. The steel type fell back, struggling to get up as scratches were now visible all over its body. Skarmory. So that's what he was planning. Max exclaimed. I was wondering why he was acting calm in a clear disadvantage. It seems he has a defense against every weakness, Brock stated, crossing his arms with a frown. Skarmory, try an air slash, the bird took weakly into the air, stumbling. Mason smirked. Hitmontop, get in close, the fighting type jumped, surprisingly appearing quickly beside the bird. High jump kick, the Pokémon spun around, drawing its knee upward as it glowed red into the bird's stomach. Feeling its stomach compress, the bird's eyes widened as it was launched backwards forcefully, crashing into the roof. Skarmory. Gary shouted, watching horrified as his bird was mercilessly attacked. The bird managed to break out of the wall, coming back to the ground with a painful impact. Skarmory, he called, hurrying to its side as its head remained on the ground. It seems I win, then, Mason stated, recalling his fighting type. Your battling style needs great improvement, you leave yourself open at every possible chance. If I were a beginner, I still would have defeated you with simple knowledge. Hey! That's uncalled for. Max shouted, his fists tightening. Max, calm down, Brock told him, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. Gary stood up, his head low. Thought I'll be back. Mason looked at him, he raised his head with an expression showing determination and anger. I will be back, and I will defeat you. I look forward to it, only after you get stronger, Mason told him, smirking as he turned, heading back down the path to the throne. Standing behind Leader's left shoulder, he crossed his arms with a smirk. That decides it, then. If you cannot inflict damage on Mason, you don't stand a second in battle against me, Leader told them, grinning. The mouse nodded, resting on his legs. Now, leave this place. Come on, Ash Dash. Leave, he said sternly, slightly scaring the group. I will not be called that again, he remarked, waving his wrist as he closed his eyes. I suggest you follow the Kanto champion's request, Trevor told them, pulling a Pokeball along with Webb. That will be back. Count on it, Brock said, turning to the doorway. The others hesitated, then followed him outside. What a waste of time, Mason gave a sigh. Your show was terrible, by the way, Crystal told him, crossing her arms with a smirk. It was not a show, he told her, frowning. Sure it wasn't, Lexi backed up the icy blue-haired girl, copying her actions. The males sighed. Don't argue, Leader told them, frowning. They nodded. Leader, if you don't mind me asking, when are we going to leave Orjato? Trevor asked. Not for a while, they looked confused. I've decided to stay and rest a while in my home region, so we'll be in Kanto for a few days, he explained. But, doesn't that leave us vulnerable? Not to mention that group, did you see the serious looks on their faces? Crystal asked. Are you doubting our power? Well, certainly not. Then we are staying here, as long as we keep our guards up, Leader told them, giving a quiet sigh. Mason, Webb, I would like you to check on Lance and his Pokémon in his luxury room. Of course, Webb said, the two heading down a nearby corridor. Crystal, I would like you to inform every guard nearby to keep on alert. I do not want that group coming back again, he said sternly. Yes, Leader, she said, slightly concerned about his tone as she traveled across the room to the doorway. Lexi, Trevor, I would like you to train together with Gina. Lexi and Trevor glanced at each other, then at Gina. Understood, the duo disappeared down the nearby corridor, followed silently by the silver-haired girl. Being the only one left, Jack smirked at Leader as he moved his hand to his forehead. You want to talk to me? He asked. Jack, there is a matter I would like to discuss with you, Leader said, standing as the mouse climbed to his shoulder. Sure, whatever you need, Jack said, putting his hands behind his head. Keep a close eye on that group. Huh? Jack asked, surprised as he looked at Leader. I want you to watch that group from just now, I want to know what they're planning, Leader told him. But that they're just a group of friends. It's not like they can really defeat any of us, even Mason, Jack stated, frowning. I agree with you, but they can be very clever. Learn their plans to get to us, but keep out of sight, he told him, smirking. Or can I not trust my family? Fine, I'm all over it, Jack said, smirking as he moved past him. Stepping down the path, he stopped at the end and looked back. One question, though. What is it? Leader asked, pulling the Pokeballs off his belt and turning around, placing them on the nearby healing machine. You told me they were once your friends. Leader's expression remained neutral, closing his eyes as he placed his palms on the machine's counter, leaning forward. My question is this, why don't you just show them your true power? Showing them Mason's power only gives them slight hope, but if you showed your power they would be scared out of their minds. You don't understand, Jack arched an eyebrow at his response, watching Leader turn and face him again. It is true they are my old friends, but I can't show my true power to them, he replied, sitting again in the throne. Sounds more like you don't want to scare your little girlfriend, Jack smirked, giving a chuckle. Leader immediately glared at him, the mouse's cheeks sparking beside him. "Alright, I'm outta here," he said, slowly stepping backwards then turning and walking at a quicker pace. Leader sighed. "He's certainly family, alright," the mouse nodded in agreement, looking worried at his trainer. "It's fine, Pikachu," he looked toward the distant doorway, where the boy was now disappearing through. "Pikachu, Pi?" the mouse asked, patting the trainer's shoulder. "That I know he could be right, but did you notice?" The mouse tilted its head in confusion. "They were all there, but they had someone else. Have you thought about how they escaped from the dungeon?" Chew, taking a moment to think, the mouse shook its head. Leader nodded. "Someone must have helped them, and there was someone else with them just now," the mouse pet its head again. "My power has just been challenged, Pi." "Kachu?" The mouse put its paw over its chest, smiling. Leader smirked. "We are facing a great opponent. N of Team Plasma, and his partner, Res Hiram. END. Chapter 3. Jack walked with his hands behind his head, giving a sigh as he frowned. "Man, stalking Leader's old friends doesn't seem like the most efficient use of my time," he muttered, looking back at the doorway growing smaller behind him. Walking past a few rooms, he noticed Mason and Webb inside one with another man, as well as a variety of large Pokémon. Finally emerging outside, he heard an explosion nearby. "Must be those three. Hey! Watch where you're aiming." Lexi snapped, glaring at Trevor angrily. He crossed his arms. "Your Cinccino blocked Vaporeon's line of fire, it wasn't my fault," Trevor stated wisely. "You know, the point of this is for the Pokémon to learn to be in sync." "I'm trying, but you're just making friendly fire." Lexi crossed her arms in a huff, turning away from him. "At this rate, you two are never going to learn to work together," Gina said calmly, closing her eyes as she moved beside her two Pokémon. "Return, take a rest." "Hey, we're not done yet," Lexi told her, looking oddly as the silver-haired girl returned her Pokémon. "There's no point continuing if you continue to fight, try again when you're in agreement," and with that, the quiet girl left the area, leaving the two in an awkward silence. "It's your fault," Lexi exclaimed, pointing at Trevor. He gave a quiet sigh, recalling his water type. Still fighting, the two looked over, seeing Jack leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "She's right, you know. Keep up the fighting and you'll never learn to battle efficiently. If I remember correctly, you had the same training not very long ago," Lexi smirked, looking slyly at him as she recalled her normal type. "But I finished within a week," Lexi stumbled, frowning. "You two can't finish in 2 months. "Shut up," she mumbled, looking away. "So, what are you up to?" "Leader told me to spy on his old friends," Jack replied calmly, giving a shrug. "Don't know why, but he thinks they can beat him or something." "They're his old friends, it must be an emotional kind of thing," Lexi stated, giving a smile. The two guys looked at her oddly. "But, this is Leader." "Exactly," Trevor gave a sigh. "Anyway, I'm heading over to the center area now to see what they're up to," Jack told them, moving away. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived at the main entrance of the league. Moving around the side, he took a side door and sneaked in, glancing around the lobby stealthily. "I just can't believe it," he froze, whipping back around the corner as he heard the familiar voice. He sighed, glancing around again. In the distance of the room, he saw the group crowded together near the healing station. "I can't believe that Mason guy. He just insulted you." "Max, don't worry about it so much," Misty told him, giving a frown. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," Gary replied, giving a sigh as he held his head low. "As long as Skarmory's okay, I'm just fine." Gary Oak, he looked up, the nurse standing at the counter with a smile, holding a Pokeball. "Your Pokémon is just fine, a day's rest should have it feeling better." "Thanks, Nurse Joy," he took the Pokeball from her, clipping it to his belt again. "So, what are we going to do now?" Max asked. "We go back in there, obviously," May said, crossing her arms with a nod. The only problem is, those 7 are going to battle for him. So we'll need to think this out. Even if we do manage to beat those 7, how are we going to beat Ash? More importantly, who? Dawn asked, blinking in confusion. I will battle him. All eyes were set on N, leaning against the wall silently. I'm the only trainer here who would last in battle against him. Hey! Max complained, but felt a hand on his shoulder. Max, he's right. If Ash really did catch a legendary Pokémon back in Unova, there's no way any of us could battle him, Brock told the boy, shaking his head. The boy frowned, giving a nod. Hey, kids, everyone looked over, surprised to see 5 security guards moving towards them. The Kanto champions given new orders, you're not to be on the premises. What? Misty asked, shocked. Come on, you're leaving. The group struggled as the guards grabbed them, moving them outside. Come back when you're not on someone's bad side. Closing the great doors, the group stood, dumbfounded. Huh, Crystal actually pulled through. Jack muttered, smirking as he watched the event display before him. Putting his hands behind his head, he smirked as he moved outside again, leaning against the wall out of sight in the shadows. Well, now what do we do? Dawn asked, giving a huff with her hands on her hips. Well, it's obvious he really doesn't want us anywhere near him, Gary stated, frowning. We'll need to find another way in. Is there another way in? I mean, this is the Pokémon League we're talking about, Max remarked. There's always another way in. And if there isn't, we'll make one, May told them, smirking. These guys are giving me the creeps. Jack muttered, a shiver going down his back as he left his spot, heading around the back. Again to report. So they were unsuccessful, then, Leader sighed, the silver-haired girl giving a nod. Honestly, those 2 are nearly hopeless. I agree, Leader, Gina spoke, looking at him. They are consistently fighting, and their teamwork is poor. I believe that, he sighed again, the mouse nodding in agreement. I'm sorry you have to put up with them repeatedly, but you are the best for their training. I understand, Leader, she spoke, giving a nod before leaving down the nearby corridor. How did I manage to raise these guys, Pi? Leader asked, closing his eyes as he breathed out. The mouse only cooed in response, shaking its head. I can't even believe it myself. Can't believe what? Jack asked, appearing behind him with his arms crossed and wearing a smirk. Why are you back so early? Jack shook his head, smirking at his response. Well, they only said a few things so I got bored. The guards got them and they're confused that you kicked them out, but they're trying to figure out a way to get in besides the front door. If not, they'll make one, Jack explained, leaning against the wall. Also, they think the 7 of us are going to battle to defend you, not letting them past. All 7 of you, you know, that's not a bad idea. Jack sighed, rubbing between his eyes. Is that all? Well, they are planning on splitting up evenly to defeat the 7 of us, but math shows one of them will have to battle twice, unless one of us doesn't battle, Jack told him. If you don't mind, I would like to request I don't battle. Is that so? Jack nodded. Well, I guess I can't deny your request. Very well, the others will battle them, but that leaves one open spot on our side. That tall guy said he was going to battle you. Not the spiky-haired guy, the one with long green hair, Leader stood, turning to face him. N, I think they called him. N plans to battle me? Jack nodded again, Leader smirked. Excellent, then it's decided. The other 6 will battle their side, while N and I will have the finishing match. While I spectate from the sidelines, Jack laughed, smiling. I'm down with that. Then let's begin preparations. Leader clapped his hands together a single time, an electronic screen appearing beside the throne. Sitting again, he tapped his hand on the screen as different screens flashed. What's that? Jack asked, looking curiously at the electric board. The champion's schedule board, he replied, a keyboard appearing on the lower half of the screen. Typing the various buttons, the screen split into 2 rows and names appeared. The 7 of us, and the 6 of them. Excluding me, he nodded. Alright, then it's settled. All that's left is who battles who. We'll decide that when the time comes. Leader stood, the mouse jumping on his shoulder. I'm going to let my Pokémon rest outside. I trust for you to take care of issues that come up. He moved past him, the boy nodding with a grin. No prob. Leader left the room, leaving the boy to himself. Wait, I didn't think he was serious. Leader, he blinked, looking across the room. At the doorway in the distance, he noticed Crystal moving across the room. Hey! Where's Leader? Taking care of his Pokémon. He left me in charge. Jack grinned. Crystal sighed to herself with a frown, putting her hands on her hips as she got closer. Well, that's no good. I can't trust you with anything, she said, the boy's smile disappearing. Ah, that's harsh. Come on, what is it? He asked. I informed all the guards of our situation, and it turns out the guards have already got them off the property, Crystal told him, crossing her arms. I was going to report to Leader, but I guess I'll have to find him myself, seeing as how he left you in charge. Don't need to, he already knows. The girl's expression turned to confusion, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, he told me to spy on them for learning plans and whatnot, saw the whole thing and told him already. Oh, well, guess that helps, she said plainly, looking back at the doorway for no particular reason. So, what are the others doing? I think Mason and Webb are still with Lance. The other 3 quit training, Jack told her, glancing away. Don't know what they're doing now, but I assume those 2 are fighting while Gina smiles to herself, as always. Yeah, that's how it goes. Crystal giggled, nodding with a smile. What are you doing, then? Like I said, Leader left me in charge. He sat on the throne's armrest. I'm leading. Like you could be a leader, Crystal said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Your empire would go down before it starts. And yours wouldn't start at all, Jack replied with a smirk, the girl glaring at him. So, how's your big girl doing? Huh, the boy raised his eyebrow expectantly, the girl realizing what he meant. Oh, her. She's doing just fine, but you really have to think about your phrasing before you say things like that. Good to know. I would hate to hear she's being kept in her Pokeball all the time, Jack stated, giving a frown. I've never seen her angry, but I can imagine the horrors. Me and Gina were near Sinoa's snow point for a while, so I let her out a lot, she explained, smirking. I'm not stupid enough to let her get angry at me. I don't know, you seem like you would, the girl's eyebrow twitched. What was that? She asked threateningly, holding his arm behind his head in an awkward position. Ow, ow. Nothing. I said nothing, he pleaded, the girl smiling satisfyingly before letting him go. Rotating his shoulders with a frown, he glared at the girl. Geez, defensive as always. Be glad I don't use her to teach you a lesson, the boy cringed, imagining the horrors of being tortured. Besides, you're not that hard to hurt. Shut up, go do something useful, Jack grumbled, frowning as he ceased his arm's rotations. I guess I haven't trained in a while, she shrugged, moving past him towards the hallway. Jack sighed. Only you, he muttered under his breath, feeling his arm be twisted again. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? She asked innocently, giving an all-too-innocent smile to the boy. Ow, ow. I didn't say anything, Arceus. You're insane, woman, he shouted, feeling his arm's pain intensify. I'm not hearing the right words, she chimed, smiling happily as she caused the boy pain. Okay, okay. I said, only you, let go of me, she let him go, the boy quickly jumping off the armrest and moving a distance away from her. You're going to kill me. No, I prefer torture over murder, a shiver went up the boy's spine as he heard her speak, giggling as she did. Besides, you're weak. Just go train, he shouted, frowning as the girl stood still. She shrugged, turning and disappearing down the hallway. Jack watched intently until she disappeared around a distant corner, then sighed. Freakin' psychopath. Who's a psychopath? Jack jumped, shouting in surprise as he fell to the floor. Groaning, he rubbed his back as he sat up. He looked up and saw the silver-haired girl looking down at him, her lips curled into a smirk. Oh, Gina, he muttered, standing again. Who are you talking about? She asked. Oh, the psychopath thing, she nodded. Crystal. Twisted your arm again, she asked, the boy nodding with a sigh. You should be blaming yourself, you never learn from your encounters with her. I learn, it's just, he glanced away. That I choose to ignore them. Maybe you should change that, she told him, walking past calmly. So, remind me again what we're doing. Max asked, rubbing his head in confusion. Come on, we've said it over 3 times now. May sighed, whacking the boy's head. We're going to find a back entrance to the league, get inside and past any guards, then go straight to Ash and battle him. But like every other time you explained, I remind you that there are those 7. They guard him, and they're stronger than guards. Max exclaimed, waving his hands around. We've thought of that, and we decided to battle them each as well, looking oddly at Brock, the man nodded. We know we can't get to him until we battle them, since they're going to defend him, so we have no choice but to defeat them. If we beat them, Ash will be vulnerable, Gary stated, crossing his arms. We'll clear the 7, then let N take care of Ash. Agreed, the green-haired man nodded. Now, we must find the entrance and get inside. Once in, we'll decide who battles which of the 7. But, that's another thing, Misty added, frowning. There's 8 of them, and 6 of us. Even with just the 7 of them, one of us has to battle twice. We'll decide that later. Now come on, let's do this. Dawn pumped her fist in the air, eyes ablaze in determination. The group nodded, everyone but N putting their fist in the air. Let's do it. Chapter 4. The group walked calmly through the trees, heading in a straight direction. Moving carefully around the side of the league, they planned to get in front behind and surprise their opponents. Unbeknownst to them, however, a large blue dragon was positioned in front of the sun, watching them with close intent. Smirking, it flew downward towards the league. What to do, what to do? Lexi muttered, humming to herself as she looked around. She noticed Mason and Webb crossing the hallway into another, her lips curled into a smile as she hurried after them. Hey, guys. Oh, hey Lexi, Webb greeted plainly. What's up? Mason asked. What are you doing? She asked, arms behind her back. They glanced at each other. Nothing really, just looking for leader, Webb shrugged, the girl giving a nod. I noticed him going outside a while ago with his Pokémon, I think he's giving them a break out of their Pokeballs, she told them. All right, thanks, Mason told her, the 2 men disappearing down the hallway. She frowned, watching them leave. Hey, Lexi, her lips perking up again, she noticed Crystal approaching her from the other direction. The 2 smiled. Hey. What are you doing? Nothing, really. Kind of bored, actually, Lexi told her, giving a shrug of her shoulders. What about you? I was going outside to let my Pokémon out, Crystal replied. Can I join you? Lexi asked hopefully. The ice blue-haired girl nodded, the 2 girls beaming as they hurried down the hallway together. There's no way they'll expect this, Max muttered, smiling to himself as they continued through the trees. We get it, May sighed, glaring at the boy. He cringed, zipping his lips. How much longer? Look up, the brunette looked over to her side, seeing the side of the Pokémon League. Happy? Aw. We're only halfway, she exclaimed in a childish tone, frowning. The girls shook their heads with a smile, the guys sighed. Isn't there a shortcut or something? We could use Pokémon, but that would increase chances of getting caught, N pointed out, the brunette putting her hands on her hips. Fine, she muttered, defeated. Alright, back to my novel. Jack leaned back in the throne, pulling a book from a hidden pocket on his vest, smiling as he opened the page and took the pencil within it. It's been a while since I've had peace and quiet. Jack, he flinched, frowning as he looked towards the doorway. Mason stood with his arms crossed, pointing down the hallway behind him. Your dragon's back. Oh, come on, he sighed, lazily standing and hurrying down the hallway. Reaching outside, he stopped beside his blue dragon. This better be a good report, buddy, the Pokémon spoke in its native tongue, the boy nodding as he heard the words. Surprised at one point, he smirked and nodded. Got it. Thanks, pal, take a break, the dragon nodded, taking off from the ground. He moved, but not inside, instead he headed around the corner and found Leader sitting on an outside bench. His ankle resting on his opposite knee, the mouse slept peacefully on his chest with 4 large Pokémon resting around him. Leader, sorry to disturb you. No worries, Jack, he assured the boy, nodding. Can't handle the temp position? No, that's not it. It's about your friends, Leader nodded, looking expectantly at him. Salamence just caught sight of them heading around the back of the league, they're probably trying to sneak around behind us. Huh, I guess I was the one with the bright ideas, he muttered, looking down at the mouse. It opened its eyes slowly, giving a yawn before looking up at him. Sorry, buddy, I gotta move, the mouse nodded with a frown, lazily sliding off him and getting comfortable on the bench. Leader stood, moving past Jack, who followed close beside. So, where exactly are they? Around over there, Leader followed the boy's finger to a specific area, eyeing it intently. That was a few minutes ago, so they'll be a little ahead. Nonetheless, they will probably try to surprise us soon. Or in the night, Jack glanced at Leader, who appeared to be deep in thought. But, then again, I might be overthinking this. Surprised you think at all, Leader looked at him blankly, the boy glancing away and whistling innocently with a smirk. Should I go scare them? No, let them. Jack nodded, Leader closing his eyes as they entered the corridor. We will let them come to us, then our little competition will begin. Oh, yeah, almost forgot about that. Jack scratched the back of his head, his smirk still visible. None of you are really going to let up, are you? Of course not, I know for a fact you cannot underestimate that group, Leader told him, frowning. But, having access to the Pokémon League's battle manipulation system, I will be able to surprise everyone when they battle. You're using this for a laugh and a show, aren't you? Jack asked with a sigh, noticing the older boy give a nod. Should have known, besides that, have you decided matchups yet? You can tell me, I won't talk. No, it's much more fun to keep it a secret, Jack frowned, rolling his eyes as he crossed his arms. Besides, I can't trust you with keeping quiet. Why does everyone say that? Jack muttered, giving a quiet sigh. Leader smirked to himself, hearing the boy as they reached the main throne room. Leader moved himself to the throne, pressing the familiar button from earlier as the electronic screen raised beside him. Tapping the screen, he found what he wanted and tapped a large red button on the screen. What's that? Security system, he replied. You're sending security after them? I would have expected you to mess with their heads or something, Jack stated plainly, shrugging. Not a security system for guards, it's the locking system for the entire Pokémon League. Leader turned towards him, smirking as the screen behind him flashed red on various small spots on the screen. I'm turning them off. Can't you ever do something unpredictable? Jack asked sarcastically, rolling his eyes. So you're letting them walk in the back door, thinking they'll come straight here and we'll start this little tournament of yours? Yes, Leader replied. Silence passed for a few moments. Well, I'm down with it. Did you find him? Lexi asked, noticing the 2 men walking past her. She was placing a bowl of Pokémon food on the ground, allowing her Pokémon to fill their stomachs. Yes, we did, Mason replied plainly. So? She asked expectantly, watching them. They stopped, turning to face her. We asked him a few questions, he answered them. That's all we wanted, Webb told her, the girl giving a frown. That's it? No special, dramatic event coming up or anything? Crystal asked from nearby, sitting with her legs stretched out on the ground, petting her Pokémon. No, Mason replied, the girls giving a sigh. Alright, then, Lexi waved her wrist, the men glancing at each other as they left. So, Crystal, how come you only have 5 Pokémon out? Why not let out the last one? I'll let her out tonight. She's been cramped in the Pokeball for about a day now, and I can tell she's getting a little mad at me, Crystal giggled, Lexi joining. Besides, I would never want to make her mad. Yeah, makes sense. Hey, there's Leader. The 2 girls looked over towards the doorway entrance, noticing the young man stepping outside. Moving back to his Pokémon, he sat on the bench again as the mouse's head perked up. Sorry about that, buddy, the mouse nodded, crawling back onto his lap and getting comfortable. Hearing footsteps, he noticed the pair of girls approaching him. Hey, Leader. Lexi greeted, beaming. Crystal waved, the 2 standing beside the bench. So, anything new? Not really, the girls glanced at each other. How are your Pokémon? Awesome. Lexi responded. They're doing great, Crystal told him, crossing her arms with a smirk. Every one of them. All of them, she nodded. So you've finally managed to tame her, that's impressive. Of course, only I could have done it, she said proudly. I could have, Lexi told her, arching an eyebrow. You can't even cooperate with Trevor, Crystal told her, looking away innocently with her smirk still visible. That's a different story altogether, she replied, crossing her arms in a huff and turning away. Leader watched in amusement as the 2 fought, shaking his head along with the mouse. So, Leader, I see your Pokémon are doing amazing as always, Lexi stated, looking at the relaxed Pokémon around him. But of course, they are leaders, after all, Crystal added, moving her hands to her hips. Hey. Where's your star? This area would be destroyed if it were to land, Leader told them, the girls nodding as they understood. Your Pokémon are fully rested, I take it. Of course, Lexi responded. Leave your Pokémon outside, there will be no further training today, the pair exchanged confused glances. For the rest of the day, you will only need to relax as well as your Pokémon. That goes for the others, too. Do you want me to go get them? Crystal offered, the young man nodded. The ice blue-haired girl rushed off in search of the others. After about 10 minutes of searching, Crystal breathed deeply as she plopped down on the ground by her Pokémon. Tired much? Webb joked, smirking as he released his Pokémon. I just ran around for 10 minutes, you try doing that without getting tired, Crystal glared at the man, who only looked away. Everyone released their Pokémon, but a few Pokémon short. Crystal, Gina, why don't you send out your whole team? Jack asked, hands behind his head. The girls shook their heads. Sorry, big girl doesn't like a warm day, Crystal responded, stretching herself on the ground. Same with me, Gina added, crossing her arms as she leaned against a tree. Besides, you know both of our final Pokémon. Yeah, I know that. Webb stated, crossing his arms. But that doesn't explain why you don't let them out. They would appreciate some room. Already told you, they responded simultaneously, the guys giving up with a sigh. So this is it. The rest of the day, we just sit here. Trevor asked, looking oddly at Leader. I want to make sure you're all at peak condition, he told them, earning confused looks. Why? What are we doing? Lexi asked, tilting her head in confusion. Leader and Jack smirked to themselves, the others giving glares at the non-responsive pair. So we're just sitting here, resting for something we don't know anything about. Webb stated hesitantly, becoming more and more confused at each word. Everyone looked at each other, then Jack stretched his arms in the air. Love it. Finally, we're there. May's lips curled up, noticing them standing directly behind the league. Alright, Let's set up camp, Brock stated, everyone moving around for a different duty. Soon, the small clearing in the trees had a tent set up, a small fire with a pot over it and everyone sitting around, taking mouthfuls of a liquid from their respective bowl. Delicious. Dawn stated happily, beaming. Be sure to eat up, we'll need all our strength for this, Brock told her, the brunette giving a happy nod. I'm good with that, she lifted the bowl to her lips, sipping the warm liquid. I must say this is a very peculiar soup. It is by far, the best I've ever had, N stated, sipping his bowl calmly. Glad you like it, N. You should eat up as well, you have the most important battle of us, the spiky-haired man told him. Indeed, he agreed calmly, the group eating with a small conversation every now and then. As the hours passed, they prepared themselves by resting, feeding and informing their Pokémon for the situation. As the sky grew dusk, the group was all in agreement and they were standing together, looking up at the barely visible outline of the Pokémon League. Let's go, May told them, stepping forward with a serious look. Right, everyone followed, the group heading through the trees until they hit a rocky cliff-like hill. Struggling to climb, they endured the hill and rejoined at the top after a few minutes of arduous climbing. Finally reaching the back of the league, they looked around carefully. No one, Gary whispered, everyone giving a nod. Moving closer to the wall, they noticed a doorway. It was open a crack. Do you think they forgot? Max asked. Ash is forgetful, but he is very serious about his work now. I doubt he would forget, Brock stated, frowning. So that it's a trap? Dawn asked, looking slightly frightened. We can't worry about it, it's a chance, Gary told them, moving towards the door. He took a deep breath, pushing slightly on the door handle. As the door opened silently, unlike a creepy doorway from an old abandoned house, it revealed an empty and dark corridor. Gary let his breath out. Clear. Go carefully, keep your eyes open for motion sensors or alarms, everyone nodded, walking silently and stealthily through the corridor. Turning the corner, they moved down another and then another. As Dawn frowned with a sigh, slouching her back as they went, they turned another corner. Reaching the end, they noticed the doorway had no door. Odd. Max whispered, glancing back at the others. They took a breath, stepping through. This room was much darker than the rest, they stayed close together to prevent themselves from getting lost. Keeping close, they stumbled through the room quite a distance. Okay, I don't get it. Where are we? Misty whispered, blinking with hopes of the darkness disappearing. Keep your guards up, this is suspicious, Brock stated. I agree, this is no accident, N told them. Suddenly, they all felt a shiver up their spines from the events taking place, one thing ringing through their mind. Snap! In an instant, they all winced as bright light suddenly spread through the room. Squinting, they gasped as they noticed what was going on. Across the large room, 7 figures stood around a chair with smirks. In the chair, Leader held his hand in the air, his index finger extended with his thumb and middle finger inches apart. Nice of you to join us, the group's expressions grew serious, getting in a defensive stance. May felt a tinge at her chest, but ignored it as she moved her hand to hold the bracelet on her wrist. Noticing this, Leader smirked as he brought his hands up, his hands colliding and echoing through the room. The group was startled as something lowered from the roof to the side of the room. What the? They gasped, recognizing the large object on the wall. A battle board. Leader stood, his smirk breaking into a full grin. Let's get this underway, shall we? Chapter 5. The group stood silently, looking oddly at Leader. What do you mean, get this underway? Max shouted across the large room. What I mean is, I've had a slight change of thought on this ordeal, the group were puzzled at his words. Instead of having you chase me across each region, which I know you will, I've decided to have us settle everything here. Settle what? Gary asked. Our differences, moving his hand to the screen beside his throne, he pressed a button. The group's attention were drawn towards the board, which had come to life. It displayed 2 rows of 7 faces. That's us. And them. Dawn gasped. True to her words, the 2 rows showed the 6 minions and leader, then the entire group opposing them. But that we're battling. Indeed, Dawn, leader spoke, the brunette looking carefully at him again. The battlers are on the screen, all that's left is to decide who has the honor of battling who. Wait. Jack's not up there. May pointed out, Max hushing her. Quiet. They would have the lead if he battled, he whispered, the brunette's lips forming a "oh" with a nod. The teams would be unfair then, and I always honor the wishes of family, leader stated, smirking as he pressed another button on the screen. The 14 faces began moving in a 3D spinning movement, flashing as the screen buffered. After a few moments, the squares moved into 2 rows again with a VS between each. There you have it, leader stated, smirking as he looked up at the board. Now, would the first participants move to the field? Guys that I don't know. Dawn whispered, shaking her head with a frown. It will be okay, Dawn. We'll have to beat them, we agreed on it, Gary told her, the brunette giving a hesitant nod. The young professor moved to his spot in the trainer box, facing against the orange-haired man. The rules are 3 Pokémon each. Consecutive one-on-one matches, unless you have a problem, leader stated, smirking. Fine by us. Brock shouted back. Hope you're ready to lose again, Mason called out, smirking confidently as he pulled a Pokeball. Gary gulped, pulling his own Pokeball. No way, he called back, shaking his head of negative thoughts. Wearing a serious expression, he tossed his Pokeball into the air. Mason smirked, tossing his own. The 2 bursts of light crashed onto the field, taking form. Gary's side was a red bug-like creature, 2 large claws with face-like patterns and small hidden wings. Mason's was a large figure with 4 arms and a sumo wrestling belt. Macamp and Sizer, this will be interesting. Leader leaned his head against a fist on the armrest, smirking. Past versus present. You can have first move, you'll need it, Mason called cockily, giving a yawn. Gary grunted to himself angrily. Sizer, Scissor, the bug crossed its arms, its claws glowing green as it quickly moved towards the fighting type. Grab it, the red Pokémon drew closer until a few feet away, then Mason's Pokémon put its 4 arms out, quickly grabbing the Pokémon's claws. Throw it off balance, the fighting type brought up its fists, forcing them straight down. They collided with the ground, a crack quickly forming in the ground and moving towards the bug. Dodge, it opened its wings, taking to the air as it narrowly avoided the ground collapsing beneath it. Go in with Night Slash, the Pokémon's claws glowed black, diving towards its opponent. Grab it again, the fighting type brought its 4 arms forward, but the bug moved quickly along the ground and appeared behind it. Swinging its arms into the Pokémon's back, it smirked. Keep it up. Sizer continued striking its opponent repeatedly. I think you missed, the fighting type quickly spun around, grabbing the bug's claws in 2 hands to its surprise. Dynamic Punch, the Pokémon's open fist glowed a deep red, bringing it back. With its claws being held, it stood defenseless as the human-like Pokémon forced its fist into its chest. Its eyes widened, being sent backwards and painfully hitting the ground. Sizer. Gary called, worried as he watched his bug stand again. It began looking around frantically. All right. Night Slash, the bug's claws glowed deep black, but the young professor was surprised to watch it began hitting itself. What a joke, Mason chuckled, watching the bug in amusement. Don't you know what Dynamic Punch is? It confuses the Pokémon on contact, you may want to study a little more next time. How could I forget that? Gary muttered angrily, recalling the effects of the move. Sizer, you have to snap out of it. No chance. Macamp, Rock Slide, the fighting type punched the ground again, this time sending several large chunks of rock into the air. The rocks moving towards the bug, they struck its body and pierced the ground near it. Finish with earthquake, the Pokémon struck the ground shaking violently as a larger chasm moved towards the bug. A chunk of rock rose beneath it, piercing its underbody and sending it into the air. Sizer! Gary shouted, watching his bug Pokémon hit the ground with swirls as eyes. Guess that's my win, Mason stated, sounding bored as he recalled his Pokémon. Gary recalled his Pokémon sadly, frowning as he pulled another Pokeball. The two trainers tossed their spheres at the same time, releasing a small bull-shaped Pokémon and a small dark figure with gold rings on its body. Go right ahead, I know you're dying to. Umbreon, Shadow Ball, the dark type formed a purple sphere in its mouth, firing it at the fighting type. Hitmontop, Detect, the Pokémon's eyes flashed green, gracefully dodging the attack. This again. Max muttered, shaking his head with a sigh. Use Return, the small Pokémon glowed a light pink, charging towards the fighting type. Stone Edge, several stones formed in the air, quickly shooting towards the oncoming figure. Quick attack around them, the dark type began dashing in an evasive fashion, moving past each rock followed by a streak of white. Get it, it faced Hitmontop again, charging for the strike. Detect, with a flash of green in its eyes, it sidestepped the attack and watched it move past harmlessly. Rolling Kick, it stood on its head, swinging its body and extending one leg. The dark type turned around in surprise, not having time to react before the spinning foot collided with its neck, sending it rolling over back to its side. Umbreon! Gary shouted, watching the weak Pokémon stand again. There's no use prolonging this, Mason sighed, crossing his arms with a frown. This is boring, anyways. Hitmontop, Stone Edge. Umbreon, you have to dodge, the dark type weakly nodded, moving in a streak of white again and narrowly avoiding each of the stones, some grazing its side from its weakened state. One final rock was sent straight at it, the small Pokémon jumping into the air to dodge. Yes. Terrible, Mason muttered, shaking his head. Hitmontop, High Jump Kick, the fighting type jumped into the air, swinging its body upside down with its knee glowing red. The dark type's eyes widened, watching the Pokémon's knee be brought down from above and force into its back. Hitmontop forced down, guiding the Pokémon straight down to the field again as it crashed down with the dark type below it. Umbreon, no! Gary yelled, eyes wide as he watched his Pokémon be defeated so easily. The small Pokémon's eyes were replaced by swirls. Mason yawned again as he recalled his Pokémon. I guess I should stop expecting so much, Mason sighed, watching the young professor recall his Pokémon. His fists clenched, gripping another Pokeball as Mason took one of his own. Both tossing their spheres, two figures formed on the field for the final battle. One side stood a large orange and beige-furred canine, the other side a human-shaped orange Pokémon with yellow baggy pants and hood behind its neck. You go first this time. Gary called. Mason gave a sigh. Alright, it won't end any different, though. Scrafty, Focus Blast, the fighting type formed a blue sphere of energy in its palms, throwing it towards the canine. Arcanine, Flamethrower, the dog released a powerful jet of flames, countering the sphere before bursting through and advancing on the dual type. Defend, the Pokémon brought up its baggy pants, the flames pushing it back. Gary watched as his first successful attack took place, but was shocked as the flames cut off. The Pokémon let its pants down, revealing it to be in perfect shape. It's Scrafty's extra skin, it can be used to deflect just about any average attack, Mason yawned, informing the boy. He really knows his facts, but that can't stop me. Flamethrower again, the dog released another jet of flames. Defend again, the Pokémon brought up its skin, taking the fire-type attack without troubles. Extreme Speed, the fire-type quickly darted forward behind the flames, appearing in front of the fighting type. Fire Fang, the fighting type brought its skin down, surprised to see the canine lowering its head with mouth open and fangs giving off flames. It winced as the canine suddenly sank its flaming teeth into the Pokémon's skin. Now, finish it with Flamethrower, still holding the Pokémon, powerful flames released from the canine's mouth onto the smaller Pokémon. It winced again at the sudden blast of heat, stumbling back as the dog finally released its teeth from the Pokémon. "Seems you're getting serious again," Mason yawned, smirking. "Of course I am." Arcanine, finish with overheat, the dog drew in a breath, feeling the heat form in the back of its throat, more intense than before. Scrafty, crunch on its back leg, it quickly slid along the ground, sinking its own teeth into the canine's leg. Cutting off its attack, the dog winced as it bared its teeth together from the sharp pain. Focus punch, the fighting type's fist glowed red, swinging it up and striking the dog's chest. The dog shook its leg desperately to get the Pokémon off, but to no avail. Arcanine, shake it off, the dog continued, but the fighting type held on with a death grip of teeth. Arcanine. Gary watched helplessly as his Pokémon was stuck, but could only think. How could he get it off? Focus blast, then let go, the Pokémon formed a blue sphere again in its palms, throwing it up at the dog's chest. Taking its teeth from the dog, it moved back to its side as the dog stumbled. "This battle really is boring, let's get this over with." "Arcanine, can you make one more attack?" The dog nodded, teeth bared. "Alright, let's go." Extreme speed. Head smash, the fighting type's head glowed a bright blue, lowering it as it charged across the field. Arcanine quickly darted towards it, meeting it further than half as they collided harshly, the power creating a thin layer of smoke. "Arcanine." Gary called, but no response. The smoke quickly cleared after a few moments, revealing the fighting type panting on its feet, the dog on its chest. "Arcanine." "Guess that's it, then," Mason sighed, recalling his Pokémon. Watching the young professor crouch beside his canine and recall it, he only smirked before returning to Leader's side. "Way too easy," he told them. "Sure looked like it," Jack commented, arms behind his head. "I'll say," Lexi added, smiling with a nod. "At this rate, the battles will go sooner than I expected," Leader added, giving a light chuckle. "You did your best, Gary," Dawn told him, frowning as she patted the boy's shoulder. "But I lost." Again, he stated, head low with a frown. "Don't worry about it, Gary," Brock told him, giving a frown. "There's still the rest of us. We must not lose hope," En stated. "En's right," Max exclaimed, pumping a fist in the air. Gary looked at the boy, breaking into a weak smile. "Thanks, guys," he told them, the brunette and redhead smiling. Across the room, Leader watched the group with a frown. "If your touching moment is done, our next battle can get underway." Chapter 6. "Same rules apply," Leader declared, smirking. "Begin anytime." "As long as I serve under Leader, I will never lose," the man called, tossing his Pokeball into the air. The burst of light revealed a large blue creature with vine-like arms, its body also made of small vines. "Let's go," the opposing man called, his sphere bursting open and releasing a round yellow figure with large hands and appears to be wearing a sombrero. "Your move," Webb told the man politely, smirking confidently. "Ludicolo, Hydro Pump." Brock commanded, the water type releasing a powerful blast of water on the vine creature. Upon collision, it had no effect. "Water type moves don't affect grass types, it appears you did not know," Webb chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Tangrowth, Poison Jab, the grass type drew its vine-like arms back, both ends glowing purple as it slowly dashed towards its opponent. "Wait!" Brock muttered to himself, watching the large Pokémon draw closer. As it was mere feet away, Brock took his chance. Thunder Punch, the sombrero-wearing Pokémon drew back a yellow fist, sparks coming off it as it struck into the opponent's chest. Clever," Webb said to himself, watching the sparks crawl onto the grass type. "Using Hydro Pump to empower electric attacks, well thought out, but I'm afraid it takes more than that." Ice Punch, the Pokémon drew back another fist, this one glowing icy white as it struck into the opponent's chest again, forming a small chunk of ice on its body as it stumbled back. Tangrowth, poison jab, the grass type's hand glowed purple as it forced into its surprised opponent's chest. Ludicolo, hydro pump, the powerful blast of water hit the large grass type's face, its feet sliding back from the force. Then using hydro pump again to distance your opponent from yourself. That I must say, you are much more clever than the younger boy. Gary frowned, clenching his fists to himself. But I never go down easy. Tangrowth, power whip, the Pokémon's entire arm glowed green, swinging its body. Ludicolo, brace yourself, the Pokémon crossed its small arms, the opponent's arm growing in length and striking from across the field, colliding quickly with its crossed fists. Grab it, breaking from defense, it sidestepped and had the Pokémon's arm move past, gripping it tightly. Drag it back, Ludicolo firmly planted its feet, surprised to feel itself dragged across the field. Hydro pump, the powerful blast of water hit its body, moving back up the arm until its entire body was moist. Ice punch, bringing its fist down on the wet arm, the power froze the water, moving up its arm. This really is something. Webb said in admiration, watching the ice cover Tangrowth's arm and spread over its body. Ingrain. Ludicolo, thunder punch, cracking the ice on its arm, the electricity sparked beneath the layer of crystalline form and travel up the arm into its body, sending jolts throughout its form. Tangrowth tried to use an attack, but it felt its systems blocked by sparks of electricity. Tangrowth, send it in the air, it bent its arm, the ice immediately shattering and swinging its arm into the air, sending Brock's Pokémon upward and letting go. Meet it with a poison jab. Ice punch, Ludicolo, the Pokémon's fists glowed icy white, descending again towards the grass type with purple glowing fingertips. The two met slightly above ground from the Pokémon's weight, their attacks colliding and their figures moving past each other. Ludicolo stumbled, its face becoming a light shade of purple. Tangrowth's body became a thin chunk of ice, falling on its side. I thought we did it. Yeah, Brock. Max cheered, pumping a fist in the air. The girls cheered along with him, Gary and N nodded with their arms crossed. That's it, then, Leader closed his eyes with a smirk, the others looking at Webb with slightly worried expressions. He was the only one unaffected, however, as he calmly called back his Pokémon. Well done, Tangrowth, he said. Simply, pulling another Pokeball. After a victory dance around Brock, the man managed to recall his Pokémon and pull another. Here's round 2, the pair released their Pokémon, Webb's a green simian figure and Brock's a large boulder with short arms and legs. Giving a type advantage, I see. Our power isn't taken lightly, this is Gym Leader power, Brock replied, his Pokémon knocking its fists together in agreement. Golem, Stone Edge. Simisage, Acrobatics, the monkey nodded, dashing towards the oncoming sharp stones. Moving at a surprising speed, it moved through the air and on ground around the stones evasively, showing grace and speed as it continued towards the boulder. Gyro Ball, the boulder drew its arms and legs in, glowing silver as it rolled quickly towards the monkey. Seed Bomb, the simian jumped into the air, opening its mouth and releasing a few seeds to the ground below. The boulder circled around, moving into the fire range of the seeds as they hit the ground, exploding around the boulder as it attempted to dodge the surprise attack. Again, then Energy Ball, the monkey released more seeds towards the ground, exploding on contact around the rolling boulder and creating a thin layer of smoke. The monkey formed a green sphere of energy between its palms, throwing it down at the smoke. Flamethrower, a stream of flames surprisingly burst from the smoke, exploding the energy ball and continued into the surprised monkey's chest, sending it into the air further with a burn mark. Well, you seem to have a trick at all times. Brock smirked, the boulder returning to defensive stance. The monkey landed, looking at its burnt chest in frustration. But playtime is over. Simisage, close in on it. Stone Edge. Brock countered, the monkey moving towards the many oncoming stones. Acrobatics, the monkey evasively moved through each of the stones, closing quickly on the boulder. Seed bomb, all around it, the monkey released several seeds from its mouth, moving around the boulder towards the ground. Defend, the boulder Pokémon curled its body tightly together, the seeds exploding around it and releasing dirt into the air. Charge solar beam, keep it on lockdown, the monkey continued releasing seeds around the boulder, at the same time the bush on its head glowing yellow. If Golem moves, he'll get hurt, but if he doesn't, it's a one-hit knockout for sure. Brock muttered, watching the monkey charge its attack while thinking. An idea dawning him, he pondered around it. That might work. This will be over soon, Webb assured himself with a smirk. Simisage, fire. Golem, rock Polish, beneath the dust, the boulder Pokémon glowed a reflective white as it remained still. The monkey fired its attack on the unsuspecting Pokémon, smirking. Dodge, the move pushed through the dust, crashing into the ground. Webb inquired to himself, eyebrow arched as he noticed the dust settle. The boulder was gone. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Simisage in the air. Flamethrower. Brock commanded, the boulder drawing a breath. Acrobatics, followed by seed bomb, the monkey gracefully arched its back in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack as it barely grazed its back. Opening its mouth, it released several small seeds towards the boulder but floated above as the boulder dropped. Now, distance yourself. What? Brock muttered in confusion, then his eyes widened as he realized what the man had planned. The boulder hit the ground, its back slightly stuck in the ground. Eyes widened, it watched the seeds fall to the ground around it, exploding like a minefield. Golem. That's it, the monkey nodded, standing safely across the field with its arms crossed. The dust settled and revealed Golem still in the ground, eyes replaced by swirls. Well done, Simisage, he recalled the monkey, switching Pokeballs. Brock frowned, recalling the rock type and swapping Pokeballs on his belt. I'm not losing this round. Brock shouted, the pair tossing their spheres simultaneously and releasing their Pokémon. Webb's was a brown figure with white hair running down its back and leaves for arms, Brock's was a human-sized purple frog with a large sack on its throat. First move again, Webb gave a slight bow, smirking. Toxicroak, sludge bomb, the frog released several blobs of purple sludge. Shiftry, send it back, Webb's grass-type whipped its leaves rapidly, a powerful gust of wind sending the sludge back towards the frog at a high speed, narrowly dodged by a duck. Leaf storm, whipping its fans rapidly, several leaves appeared and darted towards the frog. Brace for it, the frog crossed its arms, the leaves scratching past its body. Poison jab, the single claw on each hand glowed purple, dashing across the field towards the grass-type. Shadow ball, the grass-type formed a purple sphere on its leaf hand, throwing it at the ground and releasing dust into the air between the two. Toxicroak burst through, surprised to see the Pokémon gone. Leaf storm, followed by Shadow ball, the grass-type released a whirlwind of leaves from above, the poison-type crossing its arms for defense before being hit by a purple sphere of eerie energy. Toxicroak. Brock called, but the frog shook its head vigorously. Sludge bomb, it released a barrage of purple blobs into the air after the grass-type, but it dodged quickly and landed safely. Shiftry, extrasensory, the grass-type's eyes flashed pink, the frog suddenly clutching its head with eyes clenched closed. Toxicroak. Brock called, the frog dropped to its knees, shaking its head. It's super effective, there's no hope, Webb told him, smirking. Finish this with aerial ace, the grass-type took off from the ground, doing a backflip in the air before darting down towards the weakened frog. Brock watched the grass-type close in for the final attack on the frog, still clutching its head held low from the psychic-type attack, his heart beating rapidly. I'm not losing that I will not lose. Brock thought, his face grim as he opened his mouth. Toxicroak, brick break. Tula dash, Webb stopped, eyes widened as he noticed his grass-type stop. It remained in the air in front of the frog, its eyes wide as the frog's arm was forced into its chest. The frog lifted its head, grinning with a flaming sensation in its eyes. That's that it can't be. Webb was beyond amazed, unable to finish a single full thought. Opposite arm, poison jab, the frog drew up its other arm, claw glowing purple as it sank into the grass type's chest. It choked, being sent into the air. The frog jumped after it, grinning as it hovered above the Pokémon. Finish this, Toxicroak. Brick break, the frog swung its arm overhead, forcing into its opponent's chest and falling to the ground at high speed. As the dust settled, the frog stood above the grass type, who remained motionless on the ground concealed by the frog's shadow. Yes. Toxicroak, you did it. That I guess there's always the one day. Webb muttered, frowning as he recalled his Pokémon. Attaching his Pokeball back on his belt, he moved back towards the throne and stood by Leader in his usual spot. The others, minus Leader, watched him curiously. Not a word. All right, Jack replied calmly, arms behind his head. Toxicroak, that was great. You're the best. Overcome by his joy, Brock hugged the frog tightly. It croaked threateningly, the man immediately letting go. Return, take a good rest. The frog disappeared in the red light, the man returning to his friends with a smile. Brock, you did it. Max exclaimed, beaming with his fists in the air. That was awesome. Dawn added, smiling and nodding. Thanks, now it's your turn to beat them, Brock told them, everyone giving a nod but Gary, who held his head low. A win is a win. But I'm glad to say there are more matches to be dealt with. Chapter 7. We can't lose anymore, Brock stated solemnly. He used to always think of Ash as a mentor and best friend. May said gently, giving the man a warm smile. If anyone can pull out a win, especially in these circumstances, it's Max. You may begin when you're ready, Leader told them, his chin leaning on his fist with a smirk. Just because you are a child, don't expect me to go easy, Trevor said plainly, holding a Pokeball. I am not a child. And I wouldn't want an opponent going easy on me. Max shouted back, gripping his Pokeball tightly. Both trainers tossed their spheres at the same time, bursting open on the field and releasing their fighters. Trevor's Pokémon was an elegant white swan, and Max's was an elegant woman-like figure. You may have the first move, Trevor said politely, looking expectantly at the younger trainer. Max frowned. Gardevoir, Psychic. The Psychic type's eyes flashed blue, the bird feeling its weight intensify, barely holding itself on its feet. Swanna, Bubble Beam. The swan released an array of bubbles, but they stopped and burst before reaching its opponent. You'll have to do better than that. Max called, smiling. Gardevoir, Charge Beam. The elegant figure held out its open palm, a bolt of electricity suddenly forming and targeting the bird. Endure, then Aqua Ring. The bird struggled to hold its chest up, managing to hold its own as the bolt drew closer. It struck the bird's chest, the Pokémon wincing as the electricity weakly entered its body. As the bolt cut off, the bird extended its wings out, 2 rings of water forming around it. What? Charge Beam should have been more than enough. Max gasped, surprised as the bird was still standing. 1. Aqua Ring is a self-restoration move. 2. Your electricity hit the seashells on Swanna's chest. The bird nodded, holding its chest high. Our training has improved that into a shield from electric powers. Not bad that I'll have to move around that somehow. Max muttered, watching the bird intently. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Dodge, then Bubble Beam. The bird extended its wings, taking to the air. As the purple sphere passed under, the bird opened its beak and released a stream of powerful bubbles. Charge Beam. The Psychic type released a bolt of electricity, bursting quickly through the bubbles. Dodge. The bird barrel rolled, avoiding the attack. Now Aerial Ace. Moving directly out of its roll, it dived towards the ground and lifted, advancing on Gardevoir at a high speed. Psychic. The bird became outlined in blue, feeling itself slowed down. Rotate and Bubble Beam. Resisting the psychic energy, the bird spun its body being held in place, releasing a jet of bubbles from its beak. Not gonna, what? Max gasped, surprised at the turn of events. From the influence of spinning, the bubbles propelled outward, creating a tunnel from the bird to the psychic type. Gardevoir debated which bubbles to stop, but was surprised as each bubble moved back inward, striking the Pokémon's stomach. Gardevoir, the psychic type, winced as the bubbles burst on its chest, glaring back at the bird. Shocked, the swan's wings were extended before its beak passed its head, feeling a wing slammed into its stomach. Gardevoir called in pain, feeling itself lifted into the air. The swan held on its wing, throwing it back at the ground with a painful collision. Gardevoir, are you okay? Water Pulse, the bird formed a sphere of water between its wings, throwing it down at the Pokémon. The water spread around it, enveloping it in a larger sphere of rushing water, before exploding and being sent roughly back to its side of the battlefield. Gardevoir, you have to get up. The psychic type struggled to its feet, wincing from the sudden rush of attacks. All right. Let's win this. Take to the air and give a spinning bubble beam. The bird flew upward, spinning and releasing a spiraling vortex of bubbles down on the psychic type. Draw in for an aerial ace. You stopped it before, you can do it again. Max encouraged his Pokémon, the Hoenn Pokémon's eyes glowing blue as it burst each bubble individually. Each bursting rapidly after the other, the bird glided along the ground in the middle of the tunnel. Brave bird, Max and Gardevoir's eyes widened, the swan suddenly becoming cloaked in a blue shine. The bird giving a call, it gained speed and crashed into the psychic-type's stomach, its body jolting backwards and slamming into the wall. Gardevoir! Max shouted, looking back in shock. The psychic type fell to the ground, its eyes closed. I guess that's my win, Trevor remarked, recalling the bird. Max frowned, calling back his Pokémon. Both drew another Pokeball. I can't lose. Max's grip tightened, his anger rising. Did I choose you? Both Pokeballs soared into the air, bursting down in a blue light and taking form. The match was a blue figure with a long tail against a black and gray-furred wolf. Mytiana, take down. Vaporeon, Hydro Pump, the blue figure opened its mouth, releasing a powerful blast of water on the charging wolf, stopping it in its tracks. Change to Aurora Beam, the water cut off, replaced by a rainbow-colored beam. Shadow Ball, the wolf formed a purple sphere in its mouth, exploding against the colorful attack. Give M a barrage of Shadow Ball. Get to the left and zero in with Iron Tail, the wolf fired several purple spheres into the smoke, clearing through and parting it. Looking around for the water type cautiously, it appeared on the left side of the field. The wolf snapped its head towards the left, but it was gone. Surprised with a grunt of pain, it felt a hard and powerful tail slammed into its neck from the opposite side, sending it sliding back on its claws. It's that fast. Max looked intently at the water type returning to its side. The wolf shook its head, baring its teeth. We won't be able to get close without backfiring. So we'll have to. Vaporeon, Aurora Beam, the colorful beam advanced on the Hoenn Pokémon. Shadow Ball, the attacks exploded on contact. Now stand perfectly still. Right, advance with Iron Tail. The dog closed its eyes, useless to look forward with the smoke and sides with its speed. Focusing, it heard the light tap to the right from the water type's feet hitting the ground. Shadow Ball on the ground, launching several purple spheres down, they exploded beneath the dog, sending dust into the air. The water type closed in, swinging its tail around through the smoke, cutting it in half. Surprised, the dog was gone. What? Trevor looked up, his Pokémon getting a suspicious feeling and also looking up cautiously. Now, Mytiana. Crunch, the water type's eyes averted at the ground, where a hole was forming beneath it. It gave a pained cry as the dog's teeth sank into the water type's side. Changed to Thunder Fawn, its teeth suddenly sparked with electricity, the evolution crying louder from the super effective shock. Vaporeon, Hydro Pump, the water type released a powerful blast of water on the dog, but felt a stronger surge of electricity enter its body, giving another pained scream. That can't be. When I'm using a physical electric type attack, using a water type attack is a big mistake, Max called, grinning with his arms crossed. You hit my Tiana with water, which only served as a stronger conductor. The electricity traveled up the water, giving another entry point in Vaporeon's body for the electric attack. Clever, but I'm afraid, not enough to defeat me, Trevor told him, smirking. Vaporeon, iron tail on the ground, the water type swung its shining tail into the field, propelling the pair upward. Now, shake and strike it, the water type shook its body in an attempt to release the dog's teeth, readying its silver gleaming tail. My Tiana, one more blast then let go, the dog intensified its bite, releasing another surge of electricity into its opponent before letting go. The water type gave a pained cry, looking angrily at the dog before swinging its tail around. Counter that, the Hoenn Pokémon's own tail flashed silver, bringing it up against the water types. Shadow Ball. Aurora Beam, both Pokémon charged their mouth-based attacks, looking determined at their opponent. Just as both were about to fire, both Pokémon suddenly cut off their attacks and increased pressure in their tail, baring their teeth. Seems we both had the same idea. Max frowned, looking disappointed. Oh well. Give it everything you got, my Tiana. You too, Vaporeon, both Pokémon nodded, a passionate flame lit in their eyes. Hydro Pump, send it to the ground. Thunder Fong, the intense blast of water struck the dog, but not before it opened its mouth, focusing an electric power in its teeth. The water grazed the side of its mouth, the sparks traveling off its teeth and entering the water tunnel, traveling up rapidly and entering the water type. It gave a pained cry, surprised at the sudden shock. The power cut off from its tail, the dog overpowering it and slamming into the water type's neck. You can do it, the dog gave a howl which seemed to echo, pushing both their bodies to the ground. The figures crashed into the ground with debris rising in a cloud. I fell for it again. Trevor muttered, shaking his head with his eyes closed. As the dust parted, both figures were standing defensively, their legs weakly shaking. They stared each other down, before the evolution gave way, closing its eyes. We won. My Tiana, you were great, the boy hugged the dog happily, who smiled back. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, the boy wearing a smile as he pulled another Pokeball. One more and this match is mine. I'm afraid that was only a fluke, boy, Trevor called, tossing his Pokeball, the burst of light forming a beautiful water serpent. Then I guess I'll take off the gloves. Max called back, his Pokeball releasing a large ape figure. You can go first this time. Regretful, but I accept. Milotic, Hydro Pump, the serpent released a powerful stream of water. Block it, slaking, lying on its side, the ape lazily extended its palms, the water hitting it but being stopped. Now, Earthquake, its hands turned to fists, crashing down into the ground and sending a crevice towards the water type. Dodge, then Aqua Tail, the serpent slid to the side, the crevice passing harmlessly as the serpent moved quickly along the ground towards the ape, its tail giving off a swirl of water. Hammer Arm, the ape's arm glowed a dark shade of red, swinging it into the ground. Upon collision, a small pillar of stone rose up from the ground. Break it, the serpent swung its tail over, crashing through the stone and coming down on the ape. It lifted its glowing arm, blocking the attack. Ice Beam, then Hydro Pump, the serpent fired an icy beam at the ape's lower half, freezing it to the ground. Retreating from its attack, it fired an intense stream of water at the defenseless ape. Slaking, break that ice, the ape grunted as the water struck its stomach, flexing its lower muscles and shattering the ice. It got to its feet, pounding its chest. Now Earthquake. Ice Beam again, then Aqua Tail, the serpent froze the ape's feet to the ground, advancing quickly with its tail surrounded by a watery aura. Break Free and Focus Punch, the ice shattered again, the ape drawing back its red glowing fist. The tail and fist collided, the ape reaching out with its other hand and grabbing the serpent. Slam it down. Then Hammer Arm, it swung the serpent over its head, colliding painfully with the ground. The ape brought its arms back over its head. Milotic, hidden power, the ape brought its arms down with a grin, but was surprised as small green spheres suddenly formed around the serpent, each exploding. The ape stumbled back, catching its balance. Hidden power again, the serpent raised its head, grinning as several more green spheres formed around it, darting at the ape and exploding on its chest. The large figure fell on its back, shaking the field slightly as its eyes remained closed. What? We lost to only one attack. Max shouted in disbelief, eyes wide as he stared at his defeated ape. The number of attacks is meaningless, it's the power and strategy of how it's used, Trevor told him, grinning as he recalled his graceful Pokémon. Max gritted his teeth, recalling the ape. My victory. This time, Max muttered, glaring at the trainer before turning and returning to his friends. Trevor returned to the throne's side, taking his position by leader again. The boy had you running, leader told him, smirking. I assure you, it was only a show to raise the boy's expectancy, Trevor replied, his expression remaining neutral. Sure. Lexi rolled her eyes, smiling innocently while looking in the opposite direction. Jack smirked to himself, arms behind his head as he stood with his eyes closed. You were great, Max, May told him, giving a reassuring smile while patting his back. I lost, there's nothing more to it, Max replied, looking at N, when you battle Ash, you have to win. If he's defeated, the others will fall with him. When he's defeated, Max, Brock told the boy. I will battle to my fullest, Max. We will defeat them, the oldest man told him, holding a hand over his chest. Max nodded, a solemn expression on his face. Now, the next two trainers will take the field, leader called, pressing a button by his side. The electric board flashed, showing the faces of the next two trainers while the battlefield switched to an undamaged version. Good luck, Brock said, the girl moving down to the field. The two girls stepped into their separate trainer box, each wearing a smile. I've been looking forward to this, Dawn. Me, too. But this top coordinator isn't losing, Lexi. Chapter 8. Togekiss, Spotlight, the brunette called, her Pokeball bursting open and releasing a white bird-like figure. At the same moment, Lexi's Pokémon formed on the field, facing against Dawn's, surprising everyone. Wait, you have a Togekiss too? I've heard a lot about you, Dawn. I want to see whose is better. Lexi called, smiling. Dawn smiled, giving a nod. Togekiss, take to the air, the coordinator's bird took to the air, hovering in the air across from its opponent. Give them an air slash. Dodge, Dawn's Pokémon launched a mass of swirling air towards the opponent on the ground, but it quickly took to the air and dodged. Now Steel Wing. Dodge and use Aura Sphere, the brunette's bird barrel rolled in the air, avoiding the oncoming attack and firing a blue sphere at its back, exploding on contact. Steel Wing again, the bird circled around, charging again with its wings gleaming silver. Dodge again, as Lexi's bird drew closer, Dawn's rolled in the air again. Pull out and Shock Wave. Lexi's normal type stopped, turning towards Dawn's and sending a bolt of electricity at it, sparking its side. Togekiss. Dawn called, worried. Her Pokémon lost its balance, leaning to the left as a small singed mark appeared on its wing. Sparks were still visible crawling across its body, but the bird managed to ignore it and keep in flight. Go back in with Sky Attack. Charge at it. Dawn circled around, darting at the brunette surrounded in a mystical white aura. Lexi's, however, only charged with no powers drawn. Moment later, the pair were feet away. 180 turn and Shock Wave, the bird turned upside down, its stomach barely avoiding the powerful attack. Holding its wings up, another bolt of electricity struck the backside of Dawn's Pokémon, another singe mark appearing. Togekiss, Aura Sphere, quickly turning, the brunette's bird threw a blue sphere of energy. Shock Wave again, the bolt of electricity burst through the sphere, advancing on Dawn's Pokémon who managed to dodge in a graceful spin. Get above it. What's she thinking? Dawn asked herself, looking oddly as the bird climbed higher. Spin down with shock wave. Lexi commanded, her bird slowly going down with a rotation. Her Pokémon released a bolt of electricity, the volts added to its motions as it created a swirling tornado of electricity. Dawn's normal type was directly in the middle, trying not to move from the danger of being shocked anywhere it moves. Togekiss, finishing move, the bird increased downward speed, a pink aura with yellow stream surrounding it. Aura sphere. You have to break through that electricity. The bird threw a blue sphere at the wall of sparks, but exploded without effect. Togekiss, Giga Impact, the aura brightened, Lexi's bird crashing into Dawn's, sending it into the ground with an explosion of debris. Dust covered the field, both trainers eagerly awaiting the results of the winner. When the dust finally began to clear, both figures were faintly made out in the cloud, standing with their wings extended out. When the dust disappeared, both were revealed to be panting with scratches on their body. Togekiss, are you okay? Dawn asked, worried for her Pokémon's health. The bird looked back, giving a brief smile and nod. It prepared its wings for taking into the air, but its feet gave way and it fell to the ground, closing its eyes. I guess that's my win, Lexi smiled, both trainers recalling their normal types and pulling another Pokeball each. Your turn, Lopunny, the Pokeballs burst open, releasing another pair of Pokémon. Each were a feminine figure of a rabbit, standing on their hind legs with long ears. You have a Lopunny, too? Dawn asked, surprised as they had another Pokémon in common. Yep, and she's just as strong as Togekiss, Lexi said confidently, smiling. But we'll win this time. Lopunny, Ice Beam, the rabbit opened its mouth, firing a beam of ice. Dodge, the rabbit leaped into the air, avoiding the attack. Now Jump Kick, extending its leg, its foot glowed a deep red as it charged down from above. Dodge, then Dizzy Punch, the Pokémon sidestepped, the foot slamming into the ground. Dawn's normal type's ears glowed in a rainbow-like pattern, moving into its opponent's chest. Now Ice Beam, the icy beam struck the Pokémon, freezing it to the ground. Lopunny, Water Pulse, the Pokémon looked around, a confused look in its eyes as it launched a sphere of water to the side, exploding in a small wave. It must have been that Dizzy Punch. She's confused. Jump Kick, the bunny jumped into the air, dropping its glowing foot into the opponent's chest again, shattering through the ice and sending it rolling to its trainer's feet. Come on, Lopunny. Leader is watching, the normal type struggled, slowly reaching its knees before catching its balance on its feet. Water Pulse, the sphere of water darted across the field. Ice Beam, then Rolling Jump Kick, the ice froze the water instantly, the rabbit swinging its foot around and crashing through the block of ice, shattering it into many smaller pieces flying towards the opponent. Water Pulse on the ground, the sphere of water burst, a wave of water rising and stopping the ice particles. Now Focus Blast, a blue sphere burst through the water, exploding the wave. Dodge, then Double Hit, the rabbit leaped into the air, diving down with its foot extended. Lexi's Pokémon sidestepped as the Pokémon landed beside it, then the Blanette swung its foot back around into its opponent's cheek. Now Ice Beam. Water Pulse, the water exploded on the ground, a wave rising and taking the ice, forming an ice wall. Focus Blast, the sphere contacted the center of the ice, shattering into hundreds of pieces and spreading across the field. Dizzy Punch, the rabbit's ears glowed, dashing towards its opponent. Jump, the bunny kicked off its feet, taking into the air. After it. Dawn commanded, her rabbit jumping after its opponent, striking it repeatedly with its glowing ears. Now Jump Kick. Throw it down. Lexi called, her normal type grabbed the Blanettes and threw it at the ground. It was able to catch its stance before hitting the field, landing on its feet as its opponent came down above it. Jump Kick, its foot glowed, crashing into the ground as Dawn's rabbit dodged. Ice Beam, the ice encased its foot, connecting it to the ground. Double Hit, the bunny charged forward, swinging its foot into the Pokémon's cheek, then a second time before jumping back. Finish this with jump kick. The rabbit leaped to the air, somersaulting before extending its glowing foot as it dived towards the frozen opponent. Its speed increasing for a few moments, the figure quickly went past its opponent and slid along the ground, the ice shattering a moment after. "Sorry, but that won't work," Lexi said confidently, smiling. Surprised, she watched her rabbit fall to the ground with swirls in its eyes. "Yes. Lopunny, you did it," the Blanette and rabbit hugged, smiling and laughing together happily. "You were amazing. I guess I underestimated her," Lexi said to herself, frowning as she recalled her fainted Pokémon. She pulled another, watching Dawn do the same. "I'm not losing the third round, Dawn." "Too bad, 'cause I'm winning," she called back, smiling as she tossed her Pokeball as Lexi did. Both lights hit the ground, forming different figures. Dawn's was a monkey with two tails, while Lexi's had formed a gray mouse with a large bundle of hair behind it. "My Cinccino isn't to be underestimated," Lexi said confidently, hands on her hips with a proud smile. "Neither is Ambipom." "Let's start with Swift." The monkey swung its tails across, a wave of bright stars spreading across in a wave. "Use your own Swift." The mouse swung its small arms across, an array of stars emerging from its hair and exploding against the opposing stars. "Now Hyper Voice." Its ears rolled down, opening its mouth and giving a loud and echoing call, hurting the ears of Dawn and Ambipom. "Ambipom, double team," the monkey flashed, several copies appearing across the field. Double hit, each copy jumped in the air, their tails glowing pink as they dropped on the opposing normal type. Protect, a green barrier appeared around the mouse, each copy contacting and disappearing. As there was only one left, its fist crashed into the shield, bouncing off harmlessly. "Now wake up Slap," Lexi commanded, its tail glowing and slapping across the monkey's cheek. Ambipom, Focus Punch, fists glowing red, the monkey charged at the opponent. "Hyper Voice," she called, the ears rolling down and expelling a loud screech. Ambipom stopped, clutching its ears. Swift, a wave of stars were released, surrounding the monkey. Ambipom, spin and use Swift. The monkey spun on its heels, stars releasing from its tails in every direction, exploding against each of the opposing stars surrounding it. Swift again, but somersault, the monkey began flipping forward repeatedly, releasing stars which formed a wheel-like shape. The stars began merging, forming a larger star around the monkey. "What is that?" Lexi asked herself, looking admiringly at the flashy move. "That's beautiful." "Thanks, it takes a lot of work," Dan called back, smiling. "Now, Focus Punch." The monkey's fist glowed red inside the star, pushing against the side and forcing it towards the mouse. "Protect can't take that alone, Cinccino." Swift, a wave of stars circled in the air between the two Pokémon. Hyper Voice, the mouse released a powerful screech, the sound vibrations exploding each star into shiny particles, clouding the air. The monkey charged through, but was surprised as the mouse had disappeared. Breaking itself from the star, it looked around confused. "Ambipom, above you." The monkey looked up, its eyes wide as the mouse was coming down with its tail drawn. "Wake up Slap." The mouse swung around, its tail colliding harshly against the monkey's cheek, sending it soaring back to Dawn's feet. "Ambipom," Dawn called, worried as her monkey laid in front of her. The monkey sprung to its feet, jumping back and forth energetically. "All right, use Dash." Dawn stopped as her monkey suddenly fell to its knees, then to its chest as its eyes were replaced by swirls. "Ambipom." "Wow, that was a strange knockout," Lexi commented, blinking in confusion. "Well, my win," she smiled, recalling her Pokémon. "You did great," Dawn said sadly, recalling the monkey with a frown. She returned to her group of friends, Lexi returning to the throne. "I was so close, too," Dawn said sadly, frowning with her arms crossed. "Don't worry, we'll win for sure," Misty assured her, giving a smile. "We have to," May added, a solemn expression as she looked across the room at the distant figures. We have to beat them, no matter what. Losing is no longer an option, En stated, crossing his arms with a grim look. Losing is only giving them a stronger confidence against us. You're right, they don't think much of us if we keep losing. The brunette, young researcher and youngest boy all lowered their heads with a depressed expression. Next two trainers, you can take the battlefield now, leader stated, giving a new image on the electric display board. Two new faces appeared, the two moving down to the field with a serious expression. I must warn you, I am very strong and will not go easy on you, Gina said plainly, holding a pokeball with no emotion. I would never object to that, Misty replied, taking a pokeball of her own. Chapter 9. Starmie, I choose you. Misty called, her sphere bursting open and releasing a starfish with a large red gem in its center. Gina silently released her Pokémon, taking form as large metallic figure with two magnets for hands. You may have first move, the silver-haired girl said plainly, waving her wrist effortlessly. Misty was offended at this. Starmie, bubble beam, the starfish lowered its head point, a stream of bubbles emerging from the point. Magnezone, mirror shot, the magnet Pokémon released a flashy beam from the circle on the center of its body, bursting through each bubble and striking the starfish. Lock on, a strange red circle burst from its body, enveloping the starfish and creating a small red mark on its gem. Starmie, swift, it released a wave of stars from its point. Dodge, the magnet floated upward, dodging the wave. Zap cannon, a green and yellow pulsing sphere of electricity formed, shooting towards the starfish at a high speed. Starmie, power gem, a strange silver beam fired from its gem, flashing as if made of stone towards the sphere. Contacting it, the sphere pushed through the beam easily. Jump, the starfish jumped into the air, but the sphere followed it into the air and exploded, sending several powerful volts through its small body. Starmie, the water type crashed back to the ground, not moving. I believe that is the end, Gina spoke calmly, recalling her electric type. Misty stared in awe as her Pokémon was defeated so easily, recalling it. Gritting her teeth, she pulled another Pokeball and looked angrily across the field. I will choose first, this time, her opponent told her, tossing her Pokeball and releasing a steel-armored mole. Misty's grip tightened, throwing the Pokeball and releasing a small green frog on 2 feet. You may go first, once again. Politoed, bubble beam, the frog released a spray of bubbles, advancing on the mole. Excadrill, defend, the Pokémon raised its steel claws up, forming a protective shield around its head as the bubbles burst on its side. Hydro pump, the bubbles changed to an intense jet of water, blasting into the mole and sending it rolling back. Its body crashed against the wall, the water breaking off and leaving it with drops on its body. Yes. Excadrill, dig, the mole stood again, lowering its claws with a grin. Misty gasped, watching the mole burrow into the ground. Politoed, jump, the frog sprung into the air, watching the field carefully below. Gravity took effect quickly, the frog slowly beginning to descend again. Drill run, the mole burst from the ground below the frog, its body spinning at a high speed in the form of a drill, piercing the lower back of the water type. Metal claw, its claws flashed as gleaming silver, slashing at the frog repeatedly and sending it crashing to the ground. Politoed. Use hydro pump again, the frog weakly got to its feet, stumbling before releasing a powerful blast of water. Defend, the mole returned to its hibernation mode, the water hitting its side with no effect. Drill run into the water, the drill got to its feet, claws still above its head as it dived into the water, rotating its body causing the water to turn. Soon, the mole was drilling through the air towards the frog, a barrier of water turning around it. Politoed, mud bomb, opening its mouth, the water type released several balls of mud towards the oncoming mole, but they exploded without effect against the water. Metal claw, the mole extended its claws, bursting from the water with a grin as it slashed down the frog with gleaming claws. Politoed, double slap, the frog clapped its hand against the mole's cheek, repeating with the other. The mole grinned at the frog. Focus punch. Defend. The mole shielded its head, the frog swinging a glowing fist into the ground-type's side and sending it flying back to its side. Use the wall for momentum, get back in with drill run. The mole burst its claws out, catching itself against the wall with its feet and springing off. Soaring back to the water type, it brought its claws up and rotated as it drilled through the air dangerously. Politoed, dodge. Misty called, worried for the frog. The green Pokémon had no time, however, as the mole almost immediately burst into its chest, forcing it back into the wall with such force that it broke chunks off the wall. Politoed. Misty shouted, the mole stepping back. Turning around, it walked calmly back to its side with a grin, leaving the frog implanted in the wall with its eyes replaced by swirls. There's no need to say it, Gina stated, recalling the mole with a plain expression and pulling another Pokeball. Misty recalled the frog, thanking it before taking another Pokeball in hand. You can have first move this time. Misty shouted, tossing her Pokeball and releasing a small blue figure with a ball on the tip of its tail and long ears. Gina nodded, releasing a bird with steel wings. Skarmory, steel wing, the bird took a distance into the air, diving down with its wings glowing a brilliant silver. Azumarill, hydro pump, the small Pokémon released an intense blast of water towards the bird, but it circled around the attack. Counter with Aqua Tail, the water type jumped up, its tail giving off a vortex of water as it spun around at the bird. Colliding with the bird's wings, the small Pokémon cried out in pain as the wing pushed past its tail, slamming into its chest and sending it at the ground. Catch yourself, barely able to recover from the sudden blow, it landed on its feet with a stumble. Flash Cannon, the water type jumped out of the way, the silver beam exploding on the ground. Night Slash, its wings glowing a deep shade, it dived again at the smaller figure. Azumarill, Focus Punch, the water type sprung at the bird, its fist glowing as it collided with the bird's wing. Struggling to hold it back, it used its position to move itself over the bird, grabbing its back as it soared past. Again, bringing its fist up, it struck the bird's back. Flip, then Steel Wing, the bird did a barrel roll in the air, the water type suddenly soaring in the air as the bird struck its back with a gleaming wing, sending it crashing into the wall. Azumarill. Misty called, worried as it watched the dust cloud in front of the wall. Finish with Flash Cannon, the bird fired a silver beam of energy, exploding on contact with the wall. No! Misty screamed, her eyes wide as the small water type was barely visible through the cloud of smoke, falling to the ground. She ran to its side, coughing on the dust as she held it up. Wincing, she barely made out its eyes in the form of swirls. I believe that's it, Gina said to herself, recalling her bird and returning to the throne's side. You sure didn't hold back, Lexi told her, arching her eyebrow with a smirk. There was no need to, I am here to protect leader's dignity, Gina replied. I understand that, Jack stated, arms behind his head with a grin. You may not have held back, but you sure didn't go all out. Oh, yeah, I forgot about your last Pokémon, Mason told her, recalling her full team in his head. The silver-haired girl only nodded, her expression remaining neutral. I'm sorry, guys, that I got destroyed. Misty said depressingly, her head held low with a frown. There's no need for apologies, you did great, Max told her, giving a reassuring smile. I barely landed a single hit. And the few that did, they didn't do a thing, she exclaimed, the boy scratching the back of his head while thinking of an assuring comeback. It's all right, the redhead looked at the smiling brunette, her lips weakly curling into a smile. Now, all that's left is me and N. I feel he will wish for a big finale, so he will choose our battle for last. It is your turn, May, N told her, the girl giving a nod. Wish me luck, everyone nodded, the brunette heading to the field. I'll make you proud, leader, the young man in the throne nodded, ignoring the girl's wink before she walked to the field. The two females grinned, standing in their boxes. After the matches you've just seen, do you think you stand a chance against me? Of course I do. I'm here to get my Ash back. Leader frowned at her words, watching her toss the Pokeball. The icy-haired girl did the same, both spheres bursting open and hitting the field. Chapter 10. Let's see how much you've grown. Leader said to himself, leaning against his fist with a grin as he watched the two Pokémon form on the field. Snorlax, Focus Punch, the large Pokémon stomped across the field, its fist drawn back with a glow. Bear Tick, Ice Beam on the ground, the large bear shot an icy beam at the ground, covering it in a shiny layer of ice. The large Pokémon slipped on the ice, sliding across on its back. Change to Mega Kick, the glow on its fist disappeared, its foot now glowing as its body spun in circles as it advanced on the bear. I can't tell when it's going to hit. Crystal muttered, watching the large Pokémon intently. Bear Tick, Jump and use Slash, the ice-type jumped up, its claws flashing as it brought them over its head, lowering towards the heavy Pokémon. Flamethrower, its mouth released an intense blast of flames, surprising the bear as it felt flames strike its chest with intense heat. Grunting, it landed on the ground again, holding its chest as a large singe mark appeared. Snorlax, Bear Tick got burned. Flamethrower again. Bear Tick, Brine, the ice-type released a stream of water at the oncoming flames, blocking it before a shroud of steam spread across the field. The bear grunted, a bead of sweat going down the side of its head. Snorlax, Solar Beam. Then Flamethrower, the large stomach Pokémon opened its mouth, a sphere of solar energy forming before bursting through the steam. Dodge and Icicle Crash, the bear dodged the attack, several spears appearing in the air before crashing down towards the heavy Pokémon. Snorlax sent a jet of flames at the spears, melting them in the air. Ice Beam, a stream of ice burst through the steam, freezing the large glutton to the ground. Snorlax, Flamethrower, the flames melted the ice, not affecting its stomach thanks to its ability. Focus Punch, the Pokémon charged, its fist glowing. Counter with Slash, the bear collided its claws against the fist, both fighting to overpower the other. Brine, the bear released a stream of water in the glutton's face. Mega Kick, raising its foot, the bear was surprised to feel the larger Pokémon's foot be forced into its chest. Now Focus Punch, the foot was removed from its chest, replaced by a glowing fist which sent it soaring back a distance, rolling across the field with a grunt. Finish with Flamethrower, the jet of flames enveloped the weakened bear, it giving a shout of pain before falling to its side, the flames disappearing. Well done, Crystal stated, recalling the bear. Yes. You did awesome, Snorlax, the large Pokémon smiled, the brunette hugging it with a beaming smile. Recalling it with a thanks, she smiled and peeled another Pokeball. Not so bad, huh? Not at all, only expected from an old apprentice of Leader, the icy-haired girl responded, tossing her Pokeball and releasing a small blue fox figure. Let's keep this up, she said enthusiastically, releasing her large turtle with twin cannons in its shell. Let's start with Hydro Pump. Dodge, the two blasts of water advanced quickly on the small figure, then it suddenly jumped and dived, landing behind the turtle in a mere few seconds. Ice Beam, the small fox fired an icy beam at the large turtle, a small chunk of ice forming on the two cannons. Iron Tail, the ice-type swung its gleaming tail into the turtle's shoulder, jumping back to its side with a grin. Water Pledge, the turtle put its hands to the ground, a small puddle forming and moving across the field. Stopping beneath the fox, it burst up into a pillar of water, sending the fox into the air. Now Hydro Pump, bringing its cannons back into its shell, the ice shattered before bringing them back out, two powerful blasts of water sent at the airborne fox. Ice Beam, the fox froze the jets of water in the air, stuck to the turtle. The small Pokémon slid down the pillars of ice with a grin. Iron Tail, swinging its tail into the Pokémon's shoulder, it sprung into the air, falling down and striking the turtle again. Blastoise, Hydro Pump straight up, the turtle's cannons pointed up, blasting the fox with an intense jet of liquid. Now Flash Cannon, the water cut off, replaced by a silver beam. Glacian, land and close in for the final hit, the fox quickly dove from the air, landing safely on its side, then darted across the field. Catch it with water. Pledge, turtle send multiple puddles across the field, each bursting up into a pillar of water, but the small ice type darted around them. Ice beam, then iron tail, the fox sent an icy beam at the turtle, freezing its lower half to the ground in a block of ice. Its tail gleaming silver, it swung around and struck the turtle. The ice suddenly shattered, the turtle falling on its chest as the fox landed gracefully behind it. I believe that's my win. Return, you did your best, May told the turtle, smiling at the pokeball before swapping with another. Her expression turning serious, she tossed it and released her own ice fox. Her opponent had released a white figure with 2 chunks of ice in its head. You can have the first move this time, you'll need it. We'll see. Frostless, hail, the ice type extended its arms, a melodious sound coming from its mouth as a strange cloud formed over the battlefield, small chunks of ice falling and hitting the field. What was the point of that? They're both ice types, May asked herself, looking oddly at the smiling trainer across from her. The ice shattered on the ground, releasing a light mist into the air, clouding the vision across the field. Frostless, ice punch, the faint figure disappeared, reappearing behind the fox as it drew back an icy fist. Glacian, jump and shadow ball, the fox quickly jumped, the fist striking the ground. The ice type looked up with a glare, surprised to see a purple sphere coming at it. It moved quickly, gloating at a high speed back across the field. Wowed at their moving fast. And that is my strategy with Frostless, Crystal called, clearing the brunette's mind. I use Hail to combine with her ability, Snow Cloak, to bring out her true speed. I did not plan on you using a Glacian, another Pokémon with Snow Cloak. So in short, they're both at max speed, May said to herself, understanding. I'll have to use this for an advantage. Glacian, Shadow Ball. Dodge, then Ominous Wind, the ice-type moved swiftly across the field in the mist, releasing a powerful gust of purple-shaded wind. Mirror Coat, the fox glowed, the purple wind bouncing off and going back at its user. The ice-type brought its arms up, enduring the ghost-powered wind. She used my own attack against me, and with double the power, she certainly is leader's first student. Kritzel smiled to herself. That only makes me more excited. Frostless, double team, the ice-type flashed, then several copies appeared across the field. The fox looked around cautiously, looking intently at each one. Ice Punch. Spin on your back with Iron Tail, the ice-type flipped on its back, spinning with a speed boost formed the hail, its figure changing to a sphere with a silver streak. Interesting. Leader said to himself, smirking as he watched the brunette's strategy. Each copy charged forward at once, striking the spinning fox with its fist bouncing off, disappearing until only one was left. Hit it, the spinning stopped, the fox springing at the real ice type and swinging its silver tail on its head. The Pokémon called in pain, looking angrily at the fox before it disappeared. Frostless, spin and use Ominous Wind, the ice type spun in the air, releasing a purple gust in every direction across the field. Extend your Iron Tail down with a spin, while using Mirror Coat, the ice type looked up, seeing the fox in the air. Descending down with its silver tail pointed straight down, it was spinning with an opalescent glow on its body, the ghostly wind bouncing off its body. Ice Punch, the ice type's fist glowed an icy blue, charging up with it drawn back. Its fist tightening, it glowed brighter, then it moved to the side, the fox diving past it and crashing into the ground. The ice type dived down on it at a high speed, sending an icy fist into its back. Iron Tail, the ice type gave a scream of pain, the gleaming tail slapping across its cheek. The fox jumped to its feet, scratches visible across its body as it panted lightly. The ghost across the field glared at it, panting lightly as it also had scratches and marks. Glacian, we're going to finish this with one more move. We're doing the same, Frostless, the ice type looked back at her, the girl giving a solemn nod. The ghost type nodded, its fists glowing an icy blue. Both Pokémon charged forward, each with a burning passion in their eyes and their teeth bared. Full power ice punch. Last resort, the small fox became enveloped in a brilliant white radiance, a powerful aura surrounding the Pokémon. Both ice types collided, the fox's aura fighting against the ghost's fists. As both trainers tried to make out what was happening through the light mist, the ghost's eyes flashed light purple, an outline appearing around the fox. Both Pokémon suddenly burst past each other, stopping themselves and looking back. Glacian stood defensively with its teeth bared, the ghost holding its arms out to its sides. Time passed slowly, everyone impatiently waiting for the results of the final match. Suddenly, the ghost fell forward, eyes closed. Yes. Glacian, we did it. May exclaimed happily with excitement, her happy eyes looking at the fox. Suddenly, in a quick flash of purple, the fox fell on its side, its eyes also closed. Glacian. I guess it's a draw, the icy-haired girl stated, recalling her ghost type with a smile. She looked at the brunette, who recalled her fox and was smiling with a serious look in her eyes. But next time, it will be different, May told her. It sure will, Crystal replied, both girls returning to their group. You were actually pushed into a corner, Jack told her, an eyebrow raised as the girl looked at him. I saw that move, don't think you can hide it from us. That I knew Frostless was injured, and I knew her Glacian wasn't going to fall anytime soon. I will not accept losing in front of Leader, so I had no choice, she explained, the boy rolling his eyes. A draw is just as bad as a loss, he stated, smirking to himself. You're lucky everyone else is here, he cringed, recognizing that familiar tone. She only smiled innocently, standing by Leader. Now, the six of us are done our battles. That only leaves one left. Everyone's eyes silently moved to the young man sitting in the throne, who had a grin with his eyes closed, the mouse on his lap with the same expression. It's finally time, he stated, standing and moving down to the field. The mouse got comfortable on the throne, grinning. Good luck, N, Brock told the older man, getting a responding nod before he moved to the field. This is your last chance to back down, Leader called across the field, taking his final step into the box. I came here to stop your plans, I do not intend on leaving without my expectations being met, N responded, his foot hitting the box. Then let's make this interesting, N looked carefully at the younger man. I propose a bet. What kind of bet are you planning? N asked. Nothing to worry about, just a little even sacrifice. You sacrifice something valuable, I sacrifice something valuable, Leader explained, grinning. What kind of valuable are we talking about? The man asked, carefully looking at his opponent. Any means you consider important or special to yourself, Leader replied. Could be an item, person, money dash. Or a person, everyone looked surprised at May, who was moving towards the field. If you win, you can have me. May, what are you doing? We can't agree to his condition, N told her, but the brunette gave him a stern expression. What makes you think I consider you valuable? Leader asked, crossing his arms. Like you said, it could be anything considered special to us. I'm the one with the strongest will to bring you back, if you have that there's nothing left to fight against your personal emotions, May told him, fists clenched at her side as she stood beside N, it's our only offer. May, are you positive on this decision? N asked her. It's the only way we can get close enough to him, May told the man with a gentle smile. And if he does win, I can be with him again. I'm sorry for sounding selfish, but that's more important to me than anything right now. Your courage is admirable, I will respect your choice, N gave a nod, looking back at Leader. Wait, sis. You can't do this to us. Max shouted, eyes wide in horror at his sister's words. She looked back, giving the group a heartwarming smile. I'm sorry, everyone, but the heart is stronger than the mind, she told them, looking back at Leader. Interesting, you sacrifice yourself, just to get to me. Leader said to himself, low enough for anyone to hear. Surprisingly, only the brunette's ears were able to pick up a word. Only because it's you, Leader looked up, surprised he had been heard by anyone. That I just want my old Ash back, Leader froze at the brunette's smile, feeling warmer than the sun or any fire. He blinked, turning his head with a quiet grunt. Very well, I accept your term, he told them, pulling a pokeball from his belt. Everyone looked closely, surprised to see it was a Master Ball. What are you planning? En asked, looking intently at the rare pokeball. To show my honor in this battle that I will bet Zekrom. What? Max gaped, his eyes wide. He's risking a legendary Pokémon in the trade? Dawn asked, mouth agape. He can't be serious, Misty stated. Of course he is, just look at him. They looked oddly at Brock, then back to Leader. His expression was dead serious with a grin. He's really making this battle something to go for. Do your best, N. You have to win. So, it's decided. I offer Zekrom, you offer May, he across the field, stopping in front of the brunette. She looked into his eyes, the same color of auburn she had fallen for all those years ago. Of course, I can't allow you to stay with your friend, for strategic purposes only, the brunette giggled to herself, confusing the trainer. Even in all of this, you're still trying to even the battle, she smiled, the trainer cringing again. It's so like you, Ash. Why that it's been years, I'm past those feelings, but why do I still get this feeling? At just a smile. Leader thought, closing his eyes. He opened them again, his expression darkened as he gestured to the side of the field. Being a toss-up for the battle, you will stand at the side until the final match is decided. As long as you don't go easy, she winked, smiling as she moved to her designated spot. It's working that I'm getting to him, I can tell his feelings are starting to come back, just a little more, and I'll be inside his head completely, she thought to herself, standing with her hands behind her back at the side. Leader returned to his box, pulling a pokeball from his belt. Now with no distractions, we will finally settle things here, Leader stated, his hand calmly at his side. N, previous leader of Team Plasma, Leader, the man able to conquer Unova single-handedly with 7 trainees. We're not losing, especially not now, N told him, giving a brief glance to the brunette at the side. We're not losing a friend. That's what you think, Leader grinned, both trainers tossing their pokeballs simultaneously. The light struck the ground, quickly taking form into 2 large figures. On Leader's side stood a large red and black crocodile, and on N's side stood a large blue turtle. Let's end this. Ash, the brunette thought sadly, looking at the trainer with a concerned look. Please, let things go back to normal. Chapter 11. Caracosta, Hydro Pump, the turtle opened its mouth, a powerful blast of water darting at the croc. Crocodile, Dragon Claw, the land croc's claws glowed, dashing forward with its arms crossed and held out. Contacting the water, it pushed its way through, grinning as it got closer to the turtle. Break off, then Stone Edge, it stepped to the side, the water blasting past. Several sharp rocks formed in the air around it, piercing the turtle's chest, sending it stumbling back with a grunt. Caracosta, Ancient Power, large glowing rocks appeared in the air around the turtle, a light purple glow outlining each as they were hurtled at the ground type. Dragon Claw, its claws glowed again, slashing through the rock, reducing it to rubble. Focus Blast, a blue pulsing sphere appeared in its claws, thrown at the turtle and exploding on its shell. Dragon Claw again, the croc charged at the turtle, drawing back its glowing claws. Water Pulse, a blue sphere of rushing water appeared between its fins, falling on the ground between the Pokémon, exploding into a wave, flowing towards the ground type. Push Through, it crossed its claws, pushing through the wave as it endured the super effective attack, continuing its attack on the turtle's chest, slashing repeatedly. Hydro Pump, the turtle fired a powerful blast of water at close range, the croc grunting as it crossed its arms, the water slowly pushing it back. Stone Edge, moving aside again, the water moved past as the stones formed again, piercing the turtle's chest. Focus Blast, the blue sphere exploded on the turtle's chest, the Pokémon. Stumbling a step back. Hydro Pump, an intense blast of water pushed through the smoke, surprising the croc as it felt the blast full on its chest. Endure it with Stone Edge, the ground-type's fangs poked out, several sharp stones piercing the turtle again as both Pokémon were held back from each other's attacks. Why are they keeping their distance? Max asked, confused. It's risky to get in close, for either of them, Gary told him, the boy looking oddly at him. Caracosta knows Water Pulse and Hydro Pump, super effective on Crocodile, who knows Focus Blast, super effective on Caracosta, Brock explained, the boy giving a nod. If either one of them get close, they'll both think to use the move most effective on their opponent at close range. Why is Leader holding back? Crystal asked, head tilted in confusion. What makes you think he's holding back? Webb asked, looking at the girl. We all know Leader, and this is not his true power, she stated, hands on her hips with a proud smile. He taught all of us, and that's how we got so strong. All except you. Jack muttered under his breath, watching the battle intently. Suddenly, he grunted in pain as the girl held his arm behind his back in an awkward position. Ow, ow. What was that? She asked menacingly, smiling innocently. Nothing, nothing, he replied, begging for mercy on his arm. She let him go, the boy returning his arm to regular position, earning a few cracks. You talk about Leader like you love him, but you'll never get a guy like that. And what makes you think that way? Crystal smiled at him sweetly, all the while a dark feeling in the air. Everyone glanced nervously at the icy-haired girl, even Gina, taking a baby step away from her. Caracosta, Water Pulse, the sphere moved across the field, hitting the ground a few feet from the croc and exploding into a wave. Pushed through with Dragon Claw, then Stone Edge and Zero In, the croc slashed the wave apart with glowing claws, dashing forward while launching sharp stones out of the air. The stones pierced the turtle's chest repeatedly, the water-type grunting in pain with its eyes clenched. Ancient Power, the glowing stones appeared, falling on the ground-type. Outrage, the crocodile's eyes glowed a strange shade of red, its expression turning to anger as it slashed the rocks apart effortlessly. It slashed the turtle's chest, swinging its tail around and giving a kick every now and then, mercilessly beating on the larger Pokémon. Send it back, the turtle snapped its eyes open, bringing its fin back. Sending it forward, it hit the croc and sent it soaring back to its side of the field, catching itself in the air. It stomped its foot into the ground, giving an angry battle cry. Hydro Pump, keep it at a distance. Pushed through, the croc charged forward, its eyes giving a hatred not seen before as it charged through the blast of water. N watched in surprise as the ground-type felt no pain from the super-effective attack, then began beating his turtle. Send it back again, then Ancient Power and Water Pulse, the turtle slapped it again, sent back to its side of the field. Throwing the glowing rocks at the croc, it exploded a wave which caught the rocks. Leader watched in admiration as the wave carried the rocks towards his Pokémon, who continued charging. Slashing repeatedly, the croc shouted angrily as the water burst apart behind it, the boulders crumbling to pieces. Focus Blast, the turtle formed a blue sphere of energy itself, throwing it at the ground-type. It opened its mouth, fangs glowing a brilliant white as they came down around the sphere, exploding with no effect. Crocodile, snap out of it, Leader called, the croc's eyes returning to normal. N looked surprised at this. Stone Edge and Focus Blast, the turtle grunted in pain as the stones poked its chest, followed by the exploding sphere. Dragon Claw, the turtle felt several slashes across its chest, looking angrily down at the offensive Dark-type. Send it back, then Focus Blast and Hydro Pump, the turtle smacked the Dark-type back to its side, then sent a blue sphere at the opponent, being pushed forward by a blast of water. The sphere exploded on its chest, followed by the blast of water, making the croc grunt. Crocodile, crunch, the croc's fangs glowed, snapping down on the water and breaking the stream off. 2 Focus Blast, then Stone Edge, the ground-type sent 2 blue spheres at the turtle, followed by several sharp stones. The spheres exploded together on the turtle, followed by the sharp points of the rocks. Water pulse, the croc crossed its arms, the wave bursting over it. This battle's going nowhere, Dawn sighed, hands on her hips with a frown. Don't worry, Dawn, they're only testing each other, Brock told her, earning a confused look. They send attack after attack of the same strategy at each other, evidently having no effect, but the Pokémon are actually being hurt with each hit. They're only preparing for one big move, Gary explained, giving the brunette a smile. What do you mean, big move? She asked, her cheeks turning lightly pink. Those attacks each have no effect, it's easy to see that. They must have some sort of move combo we don't know about, Gary shrugged, the brunette giving a sigh with a roll of her eyes. Stone Edge, then Focus Blast. Water Pulse, then Ancient Power. Dragon Claw, then Focus Blast. Hydro Pump, then Water Pulse. Crunch, the croc slashed the wave apart, panting. Across the field, the turtle felt the same as it breathing was heavy. Focus Blast Power Up, the croc formed a blue sphere, but the sphere surprisingly went into its mouth. The ground type closed its eyes, snapping open with a blue glow, its claws and fangs giving off a radiant glow as well. You boosted your own power with an attack, N stated, looking intently at the crocodile. Very well, Hydro Pump. Outrage and Dragon Claw, use Stone Edge for a shield, the croc began raging angrily again, its eyes turning to a shade of purple from the blue-red mixture. Charging forward with its claws glowing a deep blue, several sharp stones floated around it acting as a protective barrier, breaking apart the blast of water with the ground type slashing apart the remainder. Water Pulse, then Ancient Power and Focus Blast, the wave carried the large boulders with the blue sphere trailing behind it, the stones around the croc piercing the boulders and shattering them apart at the cost of themselves. With the stones gone, the dark type's claws slashed through the sphere and water, continuing its sprint towards the turtle. Defend, the turtle crossed its fins, forming a fairly accurately shaped shield. The ground type shouted angrily, its fangs and claws glowing brighter as it took one final push from the ground forward, slashing its chest and moving past. The turtle finally fell to its knees with a grunt of pain. Focus Blast, the ground type stopped, turning around with its fangs poking out from its lip, throwing a final blue sphere, exploding on the turtle's back. With a grunt of pain, it fell on its chest with eyes clenched shut. My victory. Return, my friend, N recalled the large turtle, expression remaining neutral as he pulled another Pokeball. Well done, old friend, leader stated, the dark type giving a nod before disappearing into the red light. Pulling another Pokeball, he grinned. Let's see how this keeps up. Both trainers tossed their spheres, bursting open and revealing two figures. On leader's side stood a small stone with a large purple sphere with green circles forming a face, on N's side was a human-sized fox with a large bundle of hair and sharp claws. Zoroark vs Spiritome. Let's see how this goes. May said to herself, smiling. Spiritome, Dark Pulse, the ghost released a chain of dark circles towards the fox. Counter that, the fox released a stream of flames, both colliding and cancelling the other out. Night Slash, the fox's claws glowed, dashing forward. Spiritome, Ominous Wind, a purple gust of wind came from behind the ghost, pushing the dark type back, but continued through and slashed the ghost. Dark Pulse again, the dark chain struck the fox, doing a backflip and returning to its side. Frustration, the ghost type became outlined in a shade of red, charging forward and pushing into the fox, sending it soaring back. Dark Pulse, then Ominous Wind, the chain struck the fox's chest, grunting as the ghostly wind blew into it. Your frustration is powerful, N stated, looking intently at the ghost. Spiritome always had a special hatred for me, we use that to our advantage in a battle, leader stated, the ghost nodded. Flamethrower, then get close, the ghost felt the intense flames hit it dead on, grunting as it clenched its eyes from the heat. Snapping them open again, the fox was gone. Night Daze, it looked around, noticing the fox's entire arms glowing a deep red while the fox hit them together, a powerful wave of energy exploding from its forearms and spreading. The ghost grunted again, feeling the pain at close range. Night Slash, then Flamethrower, the dark type slashed the ghost repeatedly, then jumped away and sent a stream of flames back. Dark Pulse, then Take to the Air, the dark chain attack cancelled the flames, the ghost floating into the air. Ominous Wind, then Dark Pulse and Frustration, the fox crossed its arms, enduring the gust then the dark type attack. Jumping into the air, it watched the ghost follow it upward while outlined in a red glow. Flamethrower to gain height, the jet of flames pushed it further into the air, hitting the ghost's face as it continued through the heat. They continued gaining height, a bead of sweat going down the fox's forehead from the continuing flames. Suddenly, the flames cut off and the ghost burst forward. Night Daze, the fox hit its arms together, the powerful wave of dark energy pushing the ghost back, but it continued through and crashed into the fox, doing a large back around and sending it soaring at the ground. Dark Pulse, into Ominous Wind, the fox caught itself in the air, bracing itself for the dark type attack and Ghostly Wind, sending it faster at the ground. Catch Yourself, the fox nodded, preparing for safe landing. Giga Impact, the ghost charged downward, a powerful aura of pink with orange streaks surrounding it. Gaining speed, the ghost advanced on the fox before it was close to the ground. Night Slash Defend, with Flamethrower, the fox crossed its arms, glowing while releasing a powerful flame at the oncoming opponent. The flames bounced off the aura with no effect, the ghost crashing into the fox forcefully and crashing into the ground, exploding bits of debris in every direction. Both trainers stood still, bits going past them while May ducked and moved side to side, avoiding pieces going directly for her. I'm impressed your Zoroark lasted that long against Spiritome, but I'm afraid that was the end, Leader told N, who looked solemnly at the cloud of dust on the field. The ghost floated out towards Leader, hovering in the air as the dust settled. The fox was on one knee, panting heavily with its eyes closed while holding itself up. I'm now extremely impressed, surviving a direct Giga Impact. That is something that's happened 0.3 times before. Yeah. That was me. Crystal exclaimed happily, beaming proudly. Trevor and Gina nodded plainly, the others sulked depressingly with a frown. Zoroark, Night Slash, the fox's eyes snapped open, bursting at the ghost and slashing across its face repeatedly with glowing claws. Continue with Night Slash and use Flamethrower, the fox continued slashing the ghost, releasing a powerful flame simultaneously while getting several direct hits. Why isn't Spiritome doing anything? Ash isn't that confident, is he? Max asked, surprised. No, it's from the Giga Impact, Brock told the boy, crossing his arms. After using that move, the user must take time to recharge their energy for another attack. With Spiritome unable to attack, now is Zoroark's chance to take it down. Night Daze, the fox continued attacking with intense heat flames, clashing its glowing arms together and releasing a wave of mysterious energy, the ghost giving a grunt of pain from the consecutive hits. Flamethrower to get a distance, the fox's flames intensified, the power sending it back from the ghost. Landing safely, it cut off its flames and grinned up at the ghost, who was now severely scratched and injured, glaring down at the fox with anger. Spiritome, finished this with frustration, the ghost became outlined in a glowing red, charging down on the fox. Flamethrower and Dark Pulse, the fox held its arms out, firing the powerful dark type attack while breathing flames. The ghost type collided with the two attacks, grunting as it slowly pushed through, enduring the pain from the powerful combo. Getting slowly closer to the fox, a bead of sweat went down both Pokemon's face. Cut off Dark Pulse, finish it with Night Daze, the fox's dark type attack stopped, jumping forward and pushing the flames forward, its arms glowing a deep red as they were held out to the sides. The ghost and fox looked at each other with great anger, both pushing with great strength to defeat the other. The fox clashed its arms together, sending a pulse of mysterious powerful energy at the ghost type, both grunting in pain as they felt pain from the attack. All attacks suddenly cut off, the two figures falling to the ground. Interesting. Leader muttered, grinning as he watched the two Pokémon fall to the field below. The fox's eyes snapped open, performing a backflip before landing safely on its feet, holding itself up while breathing heavily, the ghost crashing down beside it with no movement. It seems I lost. Leader lost a Pokémon? Mason asked, surprised. I must say, I did not see that coming. It's a rare sight, Trevor stated, arms crossed with a blank expression. Gina nodded. But if he won a round, then lost, that means whoever wins this, gets the match, Lexi stated, the others giving a solemn nod. There's no doubt Leader will not hold back on this match, or who he will use. Well done, my friend, N recalled the fox, pulling his final and most trusted Pokeball. You did your best, old friend, Leader told the ghost type as he recalled it, pulling the familiar Master Ball into his hand. He looked back to the throne, giving a nod. Jack nodded back, smirking as he pushed a button on the armrest. With a shake, the building's roof began to separate, revealing the bright blue sky. A battlefield for legendary Pokémon, this is it. The final match. For the world. Begins now, both trainers tossed their spheres, bursting open with a brilliant flash. The lights took form as extremely large figures, towering over the battle board on the side. As the lights cut off, the white and black dragon each gave a devastating roar, angrily looking down its opponent. Zekrom and Reshiram. Max exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the legendary sight. Both in the same place. This has to be the rarest thing you could ever see. It isn't, but it is still pretty rare, Gary told him, crossing his arms at the sight of the dragons. Without a doubt, this is the final match. The battle of legendary Pokémon, for the sake of Pokémon everywhere. Zekrom, to the sky, the black dragon took into the air, flying out of the building into the air high above. Follow it, the white dragon took quick pursuit, following its nemesis closely. Dragon Breath, the white Pokémon opened its mouth, a powerful blast of purple energy firing at its opponent. Evade, the black dragon circled around, dodging the attack and diving into the clouds. The feeling in the air changed, the clouds began to swirl in a rotational instance. What's going on up there? Max squinted his eyes, looking into the sky as the clouds changed. Max, remember this is a battle between Zekrom and Reshiram. Ash knows a lot about Pokémon, so he knows all tactics for battling with Zekrom, Brock stated, frowning. N and Reshiram have an extremely close bond, but I'm not sure if his voice will reach the dragon in the sky. Plus, Zekrom is an electric type. He's using the clouds to his advantage. Creating thunderclouds around Reshiram, it's a smart strategy, Gary crossed his arms, a frown on his face. Suddenly, his side began to vibrate. Pulling out his phone, he looked at the screen and flipped it open. Gramps? Gary. Thank goodness. What's up, Gramps? The young researcher's voice came across the line, the old professor shaking his head with a grim expression. I'm afraid it's something terrible, he told the boy, looking in the distance. What is it? Gary asked. The professor looked at the woman beside him. It's Kanto. There's something happening at the Pokémon League. Strange black clouds are forming, the man said, Delia giving a frowning nod. The two stood in the corral of the lab, a strange wind going through the area. Several wild Pokémon were running past them, crying out as the trees rustled and a strange feeling filled the air. The Pokémon League? Gramps, that's us. Gary told him, the old man's eyes widened. You? What in heaven's name are you doing up there? He gasped, holding his hand against his open ear. Long story short, we found a group of Pokémon Liberators, not Team Plasma, in Unova and followed them to Kanto. But this is no ordinary group, the young man spoke into the phone. What about them? The man yelled, the wind nearly draining out his voice. Your Pokédex reading, the one on Ash, it was right. He was at the Unova Pokémon League, but he wasn't himself. Gramps, he's our enemy. The old man looked surprised at the woman, who couldn't hear the boy's voice. What did you say? He asked, not believing what he had just heard. Ash is our enemy, he's the leader of the Liberators. He's following in the footsteps of Team Plasma, and he's captured Zekrom to help him. Gary shouted, his voice dead serious. But, how? The old man was at a loss of words, looking in the distance. Large black clouds were forming over the northern sky, swirling as bolts of electricity dropped every few seconds. N is battling Ash right now, he's using Res Hiram against Ash's Zekrom. Ash and Zekrom are the reason behind the strange black clouds, you have to believe me. Gary told the older man. N of Team Plasma, he gasped, watching in concern as Pokémon ran past him once more. Yes. He's on our side now, he doesn't believe in liberating Pokémon anymore. At this point, he's our last hope against Ash. Gary shouted. Oak looked grimly at the ground. No one could have ever anticipated this. Res Hiram looked around carefully, watching bolts of lightning drop in the sky around it. Its eyes snapping up, a glowing blue bolt was dropped from above, darting straight for it. The white dragon moved to the side, narrowly dodging the powerful bolt. Res Hiram, sense it, the man's voice spoke in the dragon's head, both closing their eyes and focusing. Moments passed in silence, lightning dropping in the air around the dragon, before its eyes snapped open. Looking in a particular direction, it fired a powerful purple blast into the clouds, bursting through leaving only a hole. Dragon breath, the black dragon heard its trainer's voice in its head, giving a nod as it moved through the clouds. Feeling the power of its opponent, it fired a powerful purple flame through the clouds, hitting the back of the white dragon in a small explosion. The black dragon watched with a grin, but was surprised as the white dragon burst through the smoke, its claws glowing brightly. Counter it, the black dragon's claws glowed, throwing them forward and colliding against its opponents. Sparks of energy flew in every direction, both claws pushing with immense power. Break off with dragon breath, the white dragon suddenly moved, the black dragon bursting forward as it passed underneath. Turning around, it hit the black dragon's back with a purple flame, exploding. The smoke cleared, both dragons faced off a distance as bolts dropped around them, setting a dangerous scene. Fusion bolt. Fusion flare, both dragons felt the intense energy growing inside them, both giving a roar as their powers took physical form. The white dragon had a large orange sphere of flames by its mouth, the black dragon surrounded in a powerful spherical aura of electricity. The dragons attacked, the white dragon firing off its sphere as the black charged forward. The attacks collided, exploding with more intensity than previous attacks. The white dragon watched carefully, but its opponent was faster as it burst through and slammed into its chest, powerful sparks entering its body. The dragon broke off, circling around to a safe distance as the white dragon watched it with anger, sparks jumping across its body. Dragon breath, both dragons fired a powerful purple flame, exploding at their meeting point. Dragon claw, both dragons heard their trainer's command and darted forward, glowing claws drawn back. Bursting into the smoke, both threw their claws forward and collided, fangs bared as they pushed for dominance. Into the clouds, the black dragon broke off, moving quickly into the clouds for cover. The white dragon began to follow it, then stopped as it looked behind it, feeling the opponent's powerful aura. Looking in different directions each second, the white dragon felt frustrated as it continued to move. Dragon breath, the white dragon's head snapped around, narrowly dodging the purple flame. Spin with dragon breath, the white dragon rotated in the air, firing a purple flames in every direction, parting the clouds. It suddenly stopped, moving to the side and dodging a purple flame. It moved up, facing against the black dragon. Dragon claw, the black dragon charged forward, claws glowing. Fusion flare, the white dragon moved to the side, the large orange sphere exploding on the dragon's back. Fusion bolt, the black dragon burst from the smoke, crashing into its opponent surrounded in electricity, coursing into the white body. Both dragons watched the other from a distance, anger in their eyes. I still can't tell what's going on. Max whimpered, frowning as he tried to see the events taking place in the sky. More importantly, why are Ash and N letting them battle themselves? Dawn asked, pointing to the battlefield. Both trainers stood with their arms crossed, a neutral expression with their eyes closed. Zekrom and Reshiram have been natural enemies for a long time, maybe they're letting them fight on their own will? Misty suggested, confused as well. I think they are commanding them. Everyone looked at Brock. Their bonds must be extremely strong, they must be taking commands telepathically. Telepathy? You mean, like how Annabelle battled at the battle tower? May asked, thinking back to the events taken in the old days. Or like Jirachi from the Millennium Comet? Max asked, thinking back to his legendary friend. Yes, they must be communicating that way, Gary assured them, crossing his arms. He looked at the ground, a concerned expression on his face. But, what Gramps said. Gary, you must not let Ash win. Pokémon liberation must never be allowed across the world, it would interrupt the balance between Pokémon and humans, the old man shouted, the wind still raging through the trees around him. I know. At this point, it's up to N. But if Ash does win, we won't let him get away without stopping his plans. Gary shouted back, a grim expression as he watched the explosion in the air. Zekrom and Reshiram are legendary Pokémon from Unova, their legends are the rarest you could find in that region, Oak told him, feeling the wind pick up as the explosion occurred in the distance. Gramps, what exactly is their legend? Gary asked. Legend tells of two brothers who fought for the fate of the world, each feeling a different conflicted emotion. One brother sought the truths of the world, he fought with his partner Zekrom. The other brother sought ideals, and he fought with Reshiram. Both sides fought ferociously, but both brothers realized neither side could prevail over the other, Oak explained, his expression growing grim. The two brothers stopped the fight, but the dragons were still angry. Without command, their lightning and flames ravaged Unova, bringing it to a low state of civilization. But, as quickly as the region was nearly destroyed, the two dragons disappeared without a trace. Their appearance hasn't been recorded since that day, he finished, looking into the distance. So their natural hatred for each other dated back to then, looking at each other, they must be reminded of the brothers who commanded them. Gary said to himself, frowning as he watched another explosion occur. Gramps, what will happen if history repeats itself? They will only grow more powerful in anger, and most likely destroy the surroundings, the entire Kanto, the young professor gulped, imagining the flames and electricity spreading across his home region. Ash and N must finish the battle, they can't allow the battle to continue without the will to fight. With Ash, I don't think we have to worry about that, Gary told the older man, looking over at Leader standing on the field. More importantly than that, what worries me more is what the battle does to Ash. Gary looked confused. What about them? If the dragons turn angry enough to break from their command, Zekrom won't target Ash personally, will it? Gary asked. No, I'm concerned of his bond with Zekrom. Gary focused his eyes on the ground, listening to his grandfather's words. N has been with Reshiram for a few years now, their bond is close and they understand each other. But if what you told me about Ash, about him capturing Zekrom recently, is true, the result could be dangerous. What could happen, Gramps? Gary asked, holding his palm against his ear to listen. If N and Reshiram lose, their bond will remain, but they will become disheartened and Reshiram will feel weak compared to Zekrom, Oak explained, a serious expression on his face. As well as that, Ash and Zekrom will grow closer. Pokémon naturally grow closer to their trainer when they win, what's bad about it in this scenario? Gary inquired, watching the dragons collide in the sky above. If Ash and Zekrom grow closer than N and Reshiram, they will become the strongest pair this world has known. No one will be able to defeat them. Gary's eyes widened at his words, then felt a sharp pain as he pulled the phone from his ear. Looking at it, he held it to his ear again only to hear static. Gramps? Gramps? Gary? Gary, are you there? The old professor asked, looking at the phone. Up to his ear, static was the only sound he heard. The lightning must have interrupted the signal. He looked at the dark clouds, his grip tightening on the phone. Please, Gary. Be safe up there. Come on, end that, you can't lose. Gary muttered, looking concerned at the emotionless trainer on the field. That we can't afford a loss here. Fusion Bolt, the black dragon charged forward, an electric sphere protecting it. Dodge and Dragon Claw, the white dragon moved to the side, bringing its glowing claws into its opponent's back, bursting through the electric sphere and exploding on contact. Take distance with Dragon Breath, the white dragon quickly moved away, firing a purple flame as it went, exploding on the black dragon once more. Dragon Breath, the purple flames exploded on the white dragon, both charging forward and clashing their claws together. Their powers cancelled, both taking a distance as a powerful energy formed inside their bodies. Blue Flare. Bolt Strike, the white dragon breathed an intense blue flame, glowing as the energy heated up the air instantly. The black dragon became cloaked in a bright blue electric glow, shining on its body as it charged forward, large sparks leaving a light trail behind it. It collided against the flames, giving a roar as it pushed with immense power, slowly pushing through the powerful attack. Keep it up, my friend, the white dragon heard N's voice in its head, continuing the intense flames and keeping the black dragon back. The dragon continued slowly moving through the flames, then suddenly burst through, giving another devastating roar as it slammed into its opponent, throwing it down. Dragon Claw, the black dragon slashed its white chest, the Pokémon giving a roar in pain as it fell from the air at a faster rate. Partner, you must fight back. Dragon Breath, the purple flames exploded on the white dragon's chest, another roar of pain from N's partner. Please, my friend. You must continue to fight. Fusion Bolt, the black dragon became surrounded in a sphere of blue electricity, glowing as it dived at the white dragon. Reshiram. This is the end, leader thought, opening his eyes with a grin as he watched his dragon get closer to his opponents. N's eyes snapped open, watching Zekrom get closer to victory. For Pokémon everywhere, you must fight, the dragon's eyes snapped open, anger burning in its eyes as it held out its arms, catching the black dragon's wings while being pushed to the ground. Let's finish this, Reshiram. What? Leader expression turned to shock as he watched Reshiram catch Zekrom, being pushed to the ground. Fusion Flare, the white figure opened its mouth, a large orange sphere of powerful flames forming between the two dragons. Both gave a devastating roar, the sphere exploding between them, the black dragon pushing the other into the ground seconds later with another large explosion. Both trainers shielded their eyes as the legendaries crashed a short distance from their standing points, a large layer of smoke and dust spreading through the large room. Mei fell to her back, giving a yelp of pain as she hit the ground from the explosions. N, Leader and Mei watched with wide eyes, waiting for the dust to settle around them. Minutes passed in silence as nothing happened, everyone was beginning to get impatient for the results. Reshiram, are you okay? Zekrom, are you able to battle? Zekrom. Leader asked telepathically, focusing on his connection with the dragon. Neither trainer got a response. Man, what happened down there? Jack asked, arms behind his head as he stared intently at the large cloud of dust. We must wait and be patient, Mason told him, the man's foot beginning to tap on the ground. Even I'm affected. Who won already? Webb shouted, frustrated. Jack and Mason agreed, the three watching the field intently. The three girls sighed simultaneously, while Trevor looked back and forth between the genders. Who won? Who won? Max shouted, stomping his foot into the ground. Quiet, Max. Dawn scolded him, the others looking oddly at her. Sorry, I've always wanted a little sibling and May isn't. Wait, this isn't the time for that. You're right, we just have to wait until the dust settles, Brock told them, his focus not breaking from the dust. Please, Reshiram. Gary whispered to himself, his fists tightening at his sides. Reshiram. Partner, please respond. N thought, focusing on the white dragon. Zekrom, respond to my thoughts. Leader thought, his mental connection to the dragon growing. As the dust slowly settled across the room, a bright glow suddenly flashed in the center. Two large dark figures were faintly seen in the center of the dust, standing and facing the other. Zekrom. Hiram. Both trainers' eyes widened as they saw their partner standing, hidden within the dust. Both figures floated into the air, hovering above the field close to their trainer. The dust finally cleared, both figures revealed to be severely injured with scratches and marks on their bodies. "My friend, are you okay?" En thought, concerned for the dragon's health. "Are you okay to battle, Zekrom?" Both dragons nodded, signaling their will to fight for their trainers. Both trainers stared in shock. The dragons were clearly injured to a far extent but still willing to fight. That showed the great bravery of legendary Pokémon. Dragon breath. Both dragons opened their mouth, a powerful purple flame exploding at the center of the field. Both dragons breathed heavily, anger and determination burning in their eyes as they stared each other down. Time passed slowly as both dragons didn't move, remaining in the air and staring at the other across the seemingly small battlefield. Bolt strike. Blue flare. Both dragons' attacks took form on their body, blue electricity glowing on the black dragon and blue flames forming in the white dragon's mouth. They both gave a powerful roar, preparing to fire their attacks, but they suddenly stopped. Both trainers' eyes widened as the attack stopped, then the white dragon suddenly fell from the sky, shaking the ground on impact. Hiram, no. En rushed to the dragon's side, putting his hand on the dragon's head. "That I guess that's it," Leader said to himself, the black dragon hovering above him with a grin. Hiram, are you okay?" The white dragon opened its eye, growling lightly in agreement. "As long as you're okay, thank you for your great efforts, old friend," the dragon growled again, the man holding his pokeball up with a frown. They both looked into each other's eyes with sorrow and disappointment, the dragon disappearing in a beam of red. En returned his pokeball to its place, looking at Leader recalling Zekrom. "Thank you," he said quietly, the dragon disappearing into the purple sphere. The two trainers stood in silence, May holding a fist at her heart with her eyes wide, staring at where Hiram once was. He won," she whispered, at a loss of words as the dragon's defeat had decided her fate. En lost. I admit defeat. Leader watched En carefully, the man standing still with a frown and his head low. You've defeated me. As the victor, I have the rights of keeping Zekrom. En nodded slowly, looking back at his opponent. Leader was staring at May, who was looking back with a shocked expression. "And I get May. That was our deal." En nodded again, looking concerned at the brunette. Slowly, she began walking towards Leader, not taking her eyes off him. What is this? I can't move my body. It's going by itself." She looked at En, who was frowning with a hesitant nod. We all agreed on the deal, but I can't believe it." A few feet from Leader, she stopped. "Stand with the others." Hesitantly, she nodded and moved towards the throne. She held a fist at her chest, her heart beating slightly faster than normal as she stopped in front of the group. "Good to have you with us," Mason said politely, Webb and Trevor giving a nod. "Don't worry, you'll have fun with us. Leader helped us grow strong, and we can help you," Crystal said cheerfully, beaming. Lexi nodded with a warm smile, Gina and Trevor only giving nods. "Since you're with us now, you can have a say in how the world changes," she looked at Jack, smiling with his arms at his side. "It's not a problem, it's an opportunity. You can help shape the world with us." "But of course, Leader will have to approve," Trevor stated, Jack punching his shoulder. "Not helping," Jack muttered, glaring at the water-type trainer. May slowly nodded, her fist staying at her chest as she turned around. She looked across the room at her friends, a surprised and sad expression on their faces. "Now that it has been decided." Leader blinked, shaking off his conflicted emotions and looking at the opposing group of his former friends. "You no longer have a chance against us. Give up now, and I might reconsider your fate in the new economy." "What do we do?" Dawn whispered, looking sadly at the others. "If En lost, that we have no chance," Max stated, frowning. He's right. Misty added, slowly nodding with a frown. But we can't give up, can we? Gary asked, his voice low. I'm not sure anymore, Gary, I just don't know. Brock shook his head, frowning. What is your decision? Leader asked, his voice echoing in the large room. The group looked at each other, sadness in their eyes as they agreed on the inevitable decision. Brock stepped forward, fists at his sides. Suddenly, a burst of smoke erupted on the battlefield. N and Leader rushed off the field, surprised as they looked back at the smoke pouring through the room. Hearing the echo of metal hitting the ground, they each looked in different directions. Small cans bounced off the ground, exploding into a cloud of thick smoke. Everyone moved their hands over their mouths and nose, except Leader. What is this? What did you do? He shouted, anger shining in his eyes. This isn't us. Gary shouted back, coughing lightly as the smoke surrounded him and his friends. Leader. You may have captured Unova, but its people still have the rights of choice. Chapter 12. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Leader shouted, holding a hand over his mouth from the smoke. In the sky above, barely visible on the roof, two figures appeared on the edge. Enough hiding. We would never hide from you, he was surprised, the voice belonged to a girl. Everyone watched in shock as the figures jumped from the roof, falling to the battlefield and disappearing in the cloud of smoke. They watched intently as it suddenly began to clear, two figures barely visible. We're here to take you in, Leader. There's no point resisting. Oh, isn't there? Leader laughed, giving a nod to the others. Trevor and Jack nodded, pulling a pokeball from their belt and standing defensively in front of Leader. I don't know if you are aware, but I have 7 trainers willing to fight for me. More importantly, I've befriended the power of legendary Pokémon, he grinned, holding his arms out to the side. As the Pokémon League champion of Unova and Kanto, I'm afraid you stand no chance. But with strategy, we will defeat you, he frowned at the man's voice, disappointed in their choice. If you insist, he nodded to the pair, getting a nod back from each as they tossed a pokeball into the air. Both spheres burst open and released a graceful water serpent and blue dragon. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Salamence, Flamethrower, the Pokémon fired their powerful attacks, quickly moving towards the smoke. 2 more figures appeared inside the smoke, a powerful blue flame-like attack and blue sphere coming from the figures, exploding on contact with the opposing attacks. Salamence, clear the smoke, Jack commanded, the dragon taking to the air. It flapped its wings, creating a powerful gust of wind blowing the smoke past the figures. The newer figures were revealed to be a large green lizard-like creatures with a long tail, and a shorter black mole with silver claws and plate covering its other 2 were an older man and younger girl. The man wore a white undershirt and gray pants, with purple overall straps and gloves, the lower half of his face hidden by a white beard. The younger girl wore a faded yellow blouse with pink wrist cuffs, the sleeves a little too large for her arms and a pink ribbon around her waist, covering the top of her white leggings. That's. N's eyes widened, surprised to see the 2 familiar figures. We're Unova's Oplucid City Gym leaders, Iris and Drayden the Dragon Masters, the girl said cheerfully, grinning as she posed beside the large green lizards. We came with full expectations of a battle, so we came prepared for your power. With preparations, your power could never measure up to mine, Leader told them, snapping his fingers. On the throne behind him, the mouse jumped to the floor and landed beside its trainer, standing defensively. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, the mouse's cheeks sparked, a powerful bolt of electricity striking the Pokémon, the green dragon giving a pained shout as the mole bared its teeth beneath the armor plate. Excadrill, fight back with Metal Claw. Iris commanded, the mole's claws flashing a gleaming silver as it burst forward towards the mouse. Iron Tail, the mouse dashed forward, grinning as it watched the mole swing its claws. Jumping above, the mole was surprised as the mouse dodged its attack at an incredible, feeling a powerful force in its back afterwards crashing it into the ground. Excadrill. Iris called, the mole grunting as it stood again, jumping back to its trainer. The mole stood defensively, panting lightly. As I've said, you can't defeat me. I am too powerful for anyone in this world, Leader stated, grinning as the mouse stood defensively in front of him, grinning with its cheeks sparking. Iris and Drayden looked at each other, giving a nod. Haxorus, Dragon Pulse. Excadrill, Focus Blast. Salamence, Flamethrower. The dragon took a deep breath, expelling an intense stream of flames. The attack exploded the pair of spheres on contact, continuing and scorching the two opposing figures, scoring a direct hit. Excadrill. Iris called, worried as her steel type took the super effective hit. The mole fell to its knees, holding itself up as it breathed heavily. The dragon's knees shook as it struggled to hold itself up, panting as well. Milotic finished them with Hydro Pump. The serpent released a powerful blast of water, striking the mole with powerful force and pushing it back into the dragon, sending them both on their backs to the ground. Excadrill. Haxorus, the man's eyes widened as his dragon remained without motion, the mole remaining still as well. They gritted their teeth, recalling their Pokémon and looking back at Leader. Now do you see? No one can stand up to my power, not even another trainer with a legendary Pokémon. He looked at N, who gritted his teeth. This is the end. Pokémon liberation is now the future of this world. We will never allow that. Iris stated confidently, glaring at the man in anger. Even if we lose, no one will accept this new lifestyle. I'm afraid Unova's citizens have already submitted. I'm sure gym leaders of the same region have already realized this. The pair gritted their teeth again, frowning as they knew his words were truth. And you shouldn't be taking hostages. That's not fair, the girl pointed to May, who stood blinking in confusion. You should not speak out without authority, Leader stated, pointing at them. The mouse fired a bolt of electricity towards them. They shielded their heads as the bolt collided with the ground in front of them, exploding and sending them a few feet back. The man fell to his back, but the girl caught herself and landed on her feet, and the group rushing down. What are you two doing here? N asked, looking surprised. We know Unova was already taken by Leader, but we couldn't let him choose how we live, Iris told the man, grinning as she stood. We have voices too, we will not be ordered by a single man's thoughts, Drayden stated, standing again. Whoever you are, you came just in time, Max sighed, giving a smile. Hey! What, you haven't heard of us? The girl asked, clearly offended as she glared at the boy. No time for that, Iris. We must focus on defeating Leader, the man stated, the girl giving a nod as she turned back towards the opposing trainer. You all decide to stay by them. Despite losing your friend fairly and knowing you have no chance. Leader asked, looking intently at the group. They all looked at each other hesitantly, unsure. We could never join you, Gary told him, fists clenched at his sides. Leader frowned, closing his eyes. Then I'm afraid you must be eliminated, the group gasped as he pulled a sphere from his belt, the Master Ball. Nothing personal, you knew the consequences so you chose your fate. But I've thought ahead of that. Everyone looked confused at N, who grinned. Before we came here, I called a few acquaintances of mine to come help if we needed it. But that didn't work out, did it? Leader asked, looking at the dragon-type trainers. Their arrivals took me by surprise. Leader looked oddly at him, realizing what he meant. I didn't anticipate their arrival, so my backup is still ready. You had backup this whole time? Dawn asked, looking surprised at the man. That means nothing, I will destroy them as well for helping you, he stated. You can't win, Leader. Give in before this goes crazy. His grip tightened on the sphere, looking strangely at his hand. What is this? My body is. Don't tell me. Am I actually feeling threatened? There's no way, these weaklings can't do anything to stop me. He shook his head, squeezing the sphere again. Ash, please. His head snapped back towards the throne, where May stepped forward with a concerned face. Give up now. If you do, we won't arrest you or anything, you can walk away clean. I'm afraid it's not that easy. The brunette held a fist to her chest, watching as the trainer lowered his head. Ambitions are what power the mind, and that is what controls our body and actions. With my ambitions, my body will move to the heavens and achieve the top rank of this world. He laughed quietly to himself, looking back up at her with a grin. She felt a tug at her heart, his eyes burning with anger. Leader, I'm afraid to say this is kind of a commotion. I think we should leave, Webb called to the trainer, the others giving a silent nod in agreement. He looked at each of them, giving a nod. All right, we will take our leave then. But know this, the world will soon be under influence of Pokémon liberation, and nothing can stop me from achieving that goal, he stated, raising the sphere in his hand into the air. Now, N whispered to himself, snapping his fingers at his side. The others glanced oddly at him, but were confused as they looked back at Leader. Your tricks will not affect me, Leader told them, moving his finger to the button on the sphere. His eyes widened in shock as a small strange sphere of purple and black energy appeared in the air, firing at him. He dodged, grunting at the pain in his arm as the sphere grazed it. Another sphere appeared and exploded on the ground by his foot, stumbling, the sphere sliding from his hand and bouncing off the ground and rolling away. The Master Ball. Dawn gasped, pointing at the sphere. The group looked at the sphere on the ground, then at Leader. But how? Leader muttered, holding his arm from the pain sensation. Everyone's eyes widened as the sphere lifted into the air, hovering towards the group and stopping in front of N. He grinned, taking the sphere and holding it. Impossible, he muttered, gritting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly he felt a strange presence, looking to the side of the room, then snapping his eyes to the other. What's up with him? Misty asked, looking oddly at Leader. He continued to snap his gaze around the room, then he looked towards the group again. So it's you, he said in a low tone, his eyes piercing through the group. Show yourself. Your hiding is meaningless, I know you're there. Impressive, the group -N gasped, snapping their heads around at the unfamiliar voice. In a strange flicker, 3 figures stood before them. Each was a tall man in a strange black outfit, as well as black cloth covering their mouths and thick white hair. You were able to sense our presence, you are indeed no ordinary person, one figure stated with no emotion. Of course, I am one step from ruler of this world, Leader told them, anger in his eyes. Wait, who are you? Max asked, looking at the strange trio. We are the Shadow Triad, beings of the shadows. We came to assist under order, a figure stated, the 3 holding a hand across their chest. Order. Wait, this was your backup? Brock asked, understanding as he looked at N. From my days in Team Plasma, these 3 continued allegiance in serving me. I took that opportunity to have them help, in case we did fail in our primary objectives, N explained, the group nodding in understanding. Wow, that's awesome. And now we have Zekrom. Dawn exclaimed happily, clasping her hands together. That means nothing, unfortunately. Zekrom will not respond to anyone's commands but Ash, Gary stated, the others frowning. We can only hold it and make sure it doesn't get out, or we'll never win. I must admit, your help has surprised me. Nonetheless, no one gets in my way, Leader told them, nodding to Trevor and Jack. Milotic, hidden power, several green orbs appeared around the water serpent, darting towards the 3 strange figures. In a flicker, they disappeared and reappeared at the side of the room, away from everyone else. We are beings of shadows, we contain dark powers to control at will, one figure stated, their emotionless faces looking at Leader. Salamence, Dragon Breath, the dragon expelled a green flame-like attack, the figures disappearing just before the attack made contact. They appeared again by N. I need you 3 to retrieve the girl, she's important to our success, he whispered, the figures giving a nod. You can't run forever. Jack called, the dragon releasing a blue sphere. The figures disappeared, the attack passing through the group and exploding behind them. 2 figures appeared at the side, but the third was nowhere to be seen. Where's the third one? Trevor demanded, his emotionless eyes staring at the pair. We are not three, we are joined as one. We are always together, they stated together, disappearing. Trevor and Jack glanced at each other in confusion. Leader snapped his head towards the throne. Stop where you are. Leader held his hand towards the throne, the mouse facing it with its cheek sparking. The slightest movement towards her and she'll get the attack. What? May asked, confused. And gasped, realizing Leader had caught the Shadow Triad in action. How could he have found them so quickly? Ash, what are you talking about? Why would you attack me? The Shadow Triad is currently standing around you. She looked surprised, looking around her. However, she only saw the others she had stood by earlier. En gritted his teeth, closing his eyes with a frown. Stop. Leader looked back towards the group. The trio appeared back by En. I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to sense you so quickly. We apologize, our lack of speed is what gave him the time to find us, one figure told him, the other two giving an agreeing nod. And now, if you please my Pokémon, Leader held his hand out, a serious look as his opposite palm remained pointing towards May, where the mouse's cheeks were sparking more. Ash, you can't attack her. Max shouted at him. What I want is clear, and if you can't cooperate then we're going to have a little problem with her health, aren't we? He asked threateningly, the younger boy frightened at his serious tone. You three, you'll need to focus your powers on one spot, En whispered, the trio listening carefully. Focus on a spot that will startle her, so she moves without thinking. You planning is meaningless, a single movement and she gets it. The trainer looked back at May, grinning. Do you trust your friends with your life? That I trust you, Ash. He looked intently at her, the brunette smiling. The question is, could you hurt me? That I feel in a matter of seconds, I will be forced to. He looked back at the group, where the Shadow Triad were each forming a dark sphere in their palms, the three combining. So you don't care about this girl's health, then? Very well. We're not attacking you. He looked intently at the figures' faces, the trio launching the attack. Leader stood without movement and watched the sphere get closer, then breeze past his head. He turned around, watching in surprise as the sphere continued towards May. The brunette gasped, her eyes widening as she saw the attack coming towards her. Her body froze from fear, terrified as the sphere came dangerously close to hitting her. Luckily, with the Shadow Triad's careful precision, the sphere barely missed her head and moved past, exploding on the top of the throne behind her. Leader's minions gasped, shielding their eyes from the sudden close-range explosion. May felt the force behind her, stumbling forward down the path. What are you planning? Leader demanded, looking back at the Shadow Triad. We only follow orders, we do not act on our own, one responded, the others giving a nod. He looked back at May, who regained balance and was standing a few feet away. Ash, please listen. You can't keep doing this, you're hurting your friends. You're hurting me. May told him, taking a step forward. Not another movement or sound from you. She froze, shocked at his tone towards her. I don't care if you're a girl. If you were my friend. If we were closer than friends. None of that matters now. What matters is you keeping quiet and staying under safe protection, so keep quiet and you won't get hurt, he snapped, the brunette stepping back with a horrified expression. Why don't you? She couldn't finish a single word from shock, not expecting anything like this. Not from him. Ash. I don't respond by that name anymore, that weakling is dead. May felt like her heart was in someone's palm, and they were squeezing it hard. I am Leader, the strongest of all trainers and spreading Pokémon liberation across the world. Nothing will get in my way, not even you. He looked back at the opposing group. Jack, Trevor, destroy them. Last chance to give Zekrom back peacefully, or we'll have to use force, Trevor told them. The group looked at each other hesitantly. Milotic, Hydro Pump, the serpent released a powerful blast of water. Salamence, Flamethrower, the dragon expelled a powerful stream of flames, soaring alongside the water. Everyone, duck. Brock shouted, everyone diving to the ground with the shadow triad disappearing, the attack soaring over them. Getting to their feet again, they looked back and saw a large scorch mark on the wall behind them with a large puddle on the ground. We have to get May over here somehow. If your friend manages to get him talking, enough to be distracted from us, we can be of service and get her back in a matter of seconds, one of the figures stated, the others giving a nod. Alright, let's try that, Misty nodded, looking over at May. The brunette blinked from surprise, noticing the expectant looks from her friends. She thought for a moment, then thought they must want something. And the only thing she could do at this point that was talk. Ash, come on, he looked at her, she held her arms out to her sides with a smile. I only want to talk. I can't afford distractions at this point, so stay quiet, he said sternly. I only want 1 minute, please, I just want to talk to you. Tell me why you started all of this, she told him, a tinge in the trainer's chest as he saw her smile. They're being hurt, the Pokémon, she waited, smiling. Trainers are hurting Pokémon every day, and I never realized it on my journey. Every region, all that time I spent traveling, I never realized Pokémon were being hurt. There are always good and bad trainers, Ash, May told him. But I couldn't let that happen. Pokémon deserve to live here more than we do, they deserve a peaceful home more than humanity. I'm only trying to help them with that, I'm trying to provide a peaceful environment where only the ones who can get along can live, he explained, fists tightening at his sides. But what about the bad trainers? And the bad Pokémon? May asked. They have to be eliminated. This world was made for Pokémon, by Pokémon, and humanity is only getting in the way, he stated, lowering his head. But this whole time, you've been saying you want humans and Pokémon to live side by side in peace, May looked puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. That I've been lying. Besides me, only one other person knows my true plans for this world. END. Chapter 13. What did you just say? N asked, surprised at what he had just heard. Leader grinned, chuckling to himself. I have plans for this world, but nobody but me and my partner know, Leader told them, crossing his arms. What? Lexi asked, staring at Leader in surprise and confusion. So, this whole time that you've been lying to us? Crystal asked quietly, staring at Leader. He looked back at the group. That I'm sorry, guys, they exchanged confused glances, confused at his words. What I'm saying that it's true. So the time we've served under you, Leader, the speeches we've made of releasing Pokémon that's not what you really wanted? Mason asked. We've been serving for you, under lies. Webb added, the others looking on in confused agreement. Leader gave a quiet sigh, then nodded. Wait, so that he's not working towards Pokémon liberation? Iris asked, confused. It appears not, but that still leaves one question, Drayden replied, crossing his arms. You're right, what exactly is he planning? Brock asked, looking at the powerful trainer across the field. You don't want Pokémon liberation? Lexi asked. Then, what is it that you want? Trevor asked, also looking oddly at him. I'm afraid I can't tell anyone, not at this point, Leader responded, shaking his head slightly. And I'm afraid the other one won't say a word either. Hold on, Leader, he looked back at N, who was stepping forward towards him. Who is the other one who knows? I'm afraid I can't tell you that, either. They would lose faith in me for giving in, he stated, lowering his head and closing his eyes. But who are they? Who is the only one you told? Gary asked, stepping forward. The group nodded, as well as Leader's minions, in agreement to the question. The yellow mouse on the ground hurried over to its trainer, climbing up his leg and positioning itself on his shoulder, looking at him with a nod. He chuckled to himself, everyone in the room confused at his actions. That I'm afraid that will never leave me, he looked up, grinning at the opposing group. Ask all you want, the name of my partner will never leave my mouth. Partner. Dawn pondered out loud, then her eyes drifted to the mouse on his shoulder. The mouse jumped to the ground, looking at its trainer in confusion, the Blanette taking notice. Wait, that it wasn't Pikachu. Of course not, the mouse tilted its head in confusion, looking intently at its trainer's face. If I ever told Pi what I was really planning, he never would have agreed to helping me with this. If I told anyone my real plans, nobody would be standing by me today. But, leader. Crystal was at a loss of words. She couldn't believe leader, the one who trained them to be strong and took care of them, had been lying the entire time. How could you lie to us? You trained us, you took us in when we had nowhere else to go. I'm truly sorry, but we all know reality isn't always fun and happiness. The girl frowned, hands on her hips as she looked at the trainer. I am unclear how this will affect our relations, but I'm afraid I am still in need of my Pokémon. Pokémon? Misty asked, confused. Everyone followed leader's eyes, following the line until it hit the Master Ball in N's hand. I will be needing Zekrom back, and I will not tolerate further stalling, leader stated firmly, reaching to his belt. Pulling a Pokeball, the sphere burst open in a bright flash, taking form. The figure was a large bird in a tan color with an orange crest on its head, stretching its large wings and giving a loud shrill call. Give me back my Pokémon, or face my power. What do we do? Max asked, looking worried as he saw the bird's angry expression. Should we try to battle him? If N had troubles, I don't think we would stand a chance, Brock replied quietly, also intimidated by the bird. Pidgeot, Hurricane, the bird to flight, bringing back its wings. Everyone, get down and brace yourself. N called, dropping to the ground and gripping the floor. The others quickly obeyed, also dropping just as the bird attacked. Swinging its wings forward and back at an unbelievable speed, the wind picked up incredibly fast into an extremely powerful gust of wind. Everyone grunted, struggling to hold the ground. N felt the Master Ball slipping from his hand, sliding from between his fingers and blowing away. He looked back in shock, jumping to his feet. Pidgeot, get it, leader ordered, the bird quickly diving to the ground. Pulling up at the last second, the bird nearly flashed invisible, appearing across the room again. N gasped, stepping back from the Master Ball as the bird landed beside him, an angry look in its eyes. It took the sphere in its beak, flying back to its trainer and placing it in his hand. Well done, Pidgeot, the bird nodded, perched on the ground beside leader, holding his purple sphere with a grin. As you can see, resistance is no longer a valid option for you. It's either give up, or be defeated. But we'll never lose to you. Not in the end. Max shouted, the young boy pointing at him. I'm afraid not, as I have told you before. I must take my leave. Leader raised his arm up, the sphere seemingly shaking in his hand. Leader, no. N shouted, eyes widening as he knew what he was going to do. Zekrom, my partner, the sphere burst open, a bright flash appearing as it shot into the sky. The clouds began to circle in the sky above the roof, becoming dark in color as a low rumbling was heard. The light quickly took form into the legendary black dragon, giving a roar as it looked down. Destroy them. Destroy. Lexi asked, looking surprised at the trainer. But, leader would never want to destroy anyone. Res Hiram, please stop Zekrom. N tossed his Pokeball, the white dragon bursting from within. The dragon was still visibly injured as marks covered its body, the black dragon surprised as it saw its counterpart again. The white dragon slammed into the black dragon, stopping its attack and throwing it into the sky. The two dragons flew into the base of the clouds, facing each other at a distance, growling as they stared each other down with angry eyes. Zekrom, Fusion Bolt, the dragon glowing in a sphere of blue electricity. Res Hiram, you have to hold it off, the white dragon nodded, forming a large glowing sphere of orange flames in its mouth. The attacks collided in the center, exploding in a large radius of smoke. The white dragon burst from the top, the black dragon chasing it into the clouds. You are really starting to get on my nerves. I don't understand why you continue to oppose me. Leader's angry look pierced the group across the room. Why do you insist on being destroyed? Because we only want an answer for that. He looked oddly at the brunette. We want to know your motives. First you want Pokémon liberation, now you're talking about destroying and eliminating weak trainers. What is it that you want for this world? Dawn shouted at him. As I've said, it's useless to persist on that question. I will never answer to anyone, neither will my partner, he replied harshly, the younger trainers frightened at his tone. But you have to. We only want to help you out of this nightmare. Gary shouted, leader frowning. Please, Ash. Max shouted, leader's chest giving a twitch. Pidgeot, Hurricane, the bird took to the air, the group dropping to the ground as the powerful wind blew over them. They struggled to hold on, but was useless as they each felt themselves forced back in the air, rolling across the floor and hitting the wall. You really haven't changed, any of you. You're all still just persistent, annoying children. How can you say that? Brock got one foot on the ground, giving a cough as he looked across the room. If you continue to act like children, you will not survive long enough to see the new world, leader said promptly, holding his arm out. Pidgeot, air slash, the bird brought its wings back, swinging forward and releasing a swirling sphere of powerful air. The Shadow Triad stepped forward, holding their arms out and forming a dark barrier, the attack exploding on contact. The dust settled, the trio lowering the barrier. Thank you, Max sighed, smiling at the trio, who nodded back. If you three are so confident in your abilities, I would be entertained to see you block this next move, leader grinned, the bird diving to the ground. What? Misty asked, looking oddly at the bird. Brave bird, the normal type picked itself up and glided along the ground, becoming ignited in a glowing blue flame-like aura. I regret to say our powers are not strong enough to defend this, one of the figures stated, the other giving a nod. It's too late to do anything. Max shouted, the Shadow Triad disappearing in a flicker. Everyone stood frozen in fear, watching as the bird charged at them at an unavoidable speed. Leader! Stop this! Webb shouted, the trainer ignoring him. Leader's minions and May watched in horror as the bird suddenly exploded near them, releasing a large cloud of dark smoke from the powerful attack. No, Max! Everyone! May screamed, her eyes wide as she watched the defeat of her friends. With one simple attack. Leader smirked. Finally, this marks the end of those resistant pests, he nodded to himself, closing his eyes and turning away. May. We're okay somehow. What? His eyes snapped open, turning back and eyes widening in shock. His bird burst backwards from the cloud, its wings held out at an awkward angle and barely holding itself in the air. That's impossible. Nothing has the power to hurt my Pokémon, he squinted as he looked into the cloud, struggling to make out anything. Suddenly everyone's outlined figure appeared in the cloud, a pure black color as the cloud was too thick. As well as one more figure. But, who helped them? Crystal asked quietly, looking confused at the cloud. Leader looked at his bird, who landed beside him with a quiet grunt. He looked curiously at the bird's feathers, noticing a faint yellow spark across its wing. It can't be, his eyes widened, looking back at the cloud as it was finally settling. Everyone's colored figure was seen again, smiling as they saw each other okay. But, how did we survive that attack? Dawn asked, looking confused. Everyone looked forward, nobody expected what had happened. Pika, the mouse shouted angrily, down on all fours with its cheeks sparking. Leader stared intently at the mouse, who glared back with an angry fire in its eyes. Pikachu, are you really choosing this as your fate? The trainer asked, holding his fists at his sides. After all of this, you're choosing to side with them, the ones who oppose us and continue to defend this incomplete world? Pikapi. Chuppy copy chew, the mouse shouted, the trainer's lips curling into a grin. Alright, everyone looked shocked at the trainer, how could he agree to losing his starter Pokémon? His best friend? I respect your choice, being a Pokémon, however, our past does not affect my battling. Ash, what are you doing? Pikachu was your first Pokémon, he's your best friend. Gary shouted, the trainer ignoring him as he stared down the mouse. Pidgeot, air slash, the bird launched the swirling form of air, the mouse dashing to the side to dodge. Sprinting at an incredible speed, it sprung into the air with a silver gleaming tail. Hurricane, the mouse's eyes widened, feeling itself forced back with incredible power. Harshly hitting the ground, it managed to hold its feet in, baring its teeth as it felt itself pushed back slowly. Ash, stop this. Max shouted, the boy feeling scared as he watched two best friends fight. Brave bird, the bird glided along the ground, glowing bright blue as the mouse charged at it. It jumped, swinging its glowing tail accurately into the bird's back. The bird grunted, drifting to the side as the power cut off, its wings slightly hitting the ground. Its figure suddenly lurched forward, crashing into the ground in a rolling heap. Ash, Pidgeot is defeated. Give this up, before you end up hurting Pikachu. Brock shouted. I will not allow him to betray me without consequences. Leader's eyes burned with anger, stepping forward towards the mouse. He stared intently as he continued towards it. Once best friend, now strongest opponent, I have no choice but to defeat you. Ash, no. You can't. May called to him, the trainer snapping his neck around. Ash is dead. I am leader, the trainer with the power to change this world. May felt her heart be squeezed again at his angry eyes, the trainer looking back at the mouse. Please, don't hurt Pikachu. He's only agreeing and doing what's right. Misty called. Too bad I know his one weakness. The trainer stared at the mouse with a grin, the roar of thunder heard in the sky as the clouds dropped bolts of lightning. The black dragon burst from the clouds, floating down to the trainer and hovering above him, looking down at the mouse. Zekrom, overloaded, the mouse's eyes widened, the legendary dragon's body sparking with powerful bolts. The electricity suddenly struck the mouse, baring its teeth as it struggled to hold its ground from the powerful attack. Its cheeks began sparking, its eyes looking surprised, as it felt the electricity be absorbed into its body. The mouse grunted, stumbling to the side as it looked angrily at the dragon. Pikachu, the mouse looked back and nodded, glaring at the trainer with its teeth bared. You may be fine now, but soon you will know the pain you have felt in the past. The trainer turned and began walking back, the dragon roaring at the group. I'm afraid you will not enjoy the feeling, but from the multiple times in the past, I'm sure you won't be bothered. What are you talking about? Brock shouted, the trainer ignoring him once more. What did he do? Lexi asked, looking oddly at the seemingly fine mouse. I don't know, but for him to attack Pikachu with Zekrom, this must be his true state of anger. Webb stated, crossing his arms. You don't understand as well as I do. The minions looked at May, who held a fist to her chest with a frown. Ash and Pikachu have best friends since the very beginning, they could never be separated, no matter what. But now that Pikachu is facing Ash, and he's attacking him, Ash is overwhelmed with emotions. Leader is never overwhelmed, Crystal told her, looking oddly at the brunette. She looked at the girl. Maybe not when you've seen him, but we all know emotions aren't always stable. If Ash's best friend betrayed him, he's definitely feeling sad and angry, she replied. The icy blue-haired girl nodded in understanding. Sadness in losing his best friend's faith, and anger in having to face the power of his first Pokémon. Trevor explained, looking at the trainer walking towards them. This was a scenario no one could have predicted, so he was never planned for this. Everyone looked at Leader, who stood a few feet away. I've said before that I'm sorry for not telling you the truth, and I am. I'm not sure how this will affect your attitude towards me, so I will be leaving alone this time. You're going to head straight to Johto, aren't you? Mason asked, the trainer giving a nod. I am, and I will conquer their Pokémon League myself. Whether you decide to join me again or not, that is your decision, he told them, holding his arm up. The black dragon turned, touching down on the ground, the trainer stepping towards its foot. You are free to do what you want, it is your choice. Ash. May whispered, looking confused as she watched the trainer climb onto his dragon's back. He had won her in the battle, but was he letting her go? That easily? Leader, please tell us one thing, Crystal called out, the others nodding in agreement as he looked at her. As the ones you trust the most, who was the other one you told? I'm sorry, the dragon took into the air, gaining elevation through the roof and into the dark sky. Suddenly, the white dragon burst from the clouds with a roar, tackling the black dragon to the ground. Leader caught himself in the air, landing safely on his feet. So you're still fighting? The white dragon faced the black dragon again, an angry fire burning in its eyes from losing in the previous battle. Very well, I will make this short. Zekrom, bolt strike, the dragon glowed. In dangerous blue sparks, crackling as it charged at the white dragon. It released a searing blue flame, exploding on the opposing dragon. It burst through the smoke, tackling Zekrom to the ground. Hiram. N called, the white dragon looked back at its trainer. The black dragon released a powerful outburst of electricity, the white beast growling in pain as it backed off, sparks coursing through its body. Hiram still hurt from the last battle. Max exclaimed. I know, but there's no holding Hiram back, not in this state. N muttered, clenching his fists at his sides as he looked at his dragon. The two dragons breathed a green flame-like attack, exploding on contact. Hiram wants revenge. Zekrom, paralyze it, the dragon released several sparks, entering the white dragon's body. It bared its teeth, giving a growl as it felt its body freeze up. Now bolt strike, the dragon sparked with dangerous electricity, ramming the white counterpart. The two slammed into the wall, the white beast giving a roar of pain. It immediately regained its footing, charging into the black beast's chest, lifting it into the darkened sky. Hiram, calm down. N shouted, but the dragon didn't respond. It threw the black dragon through the air, attacking it with a powerful blue flame exploding on it. The black dragon burst from the smoke, attacking with a green flame-like attack, but the white dragon dodged, firing a large orange sphere of flames. The black dragon dodged, the two continuing a back and forth of attacks and dodges. Zekrom, do not battle with anger. Use fluent and strategic moves, I will trust this battle to you, the black dragon nodded, giving a loud roar as lightning tore through the sky around it. Leader looked back at the group opposing him, giving a frown. They could have had potential, but I was mistaken, he told himself, giving a whistle. Across the room, the bird lifted its head and got to its claws, flying across the room and landing on the path. Leader moved beside the bird, putting his hand on its neck. We're leaving, Pidgeot. Ash, you can't. May told him, the trainer ignoring her. Please, just listen to me. I've already listened, and look where that got me, she stepped back, a tinge in her heart at his words. Listening only gets me into these situations, and I'm forced to defeat and humiliate the trainers who face me but don't have the power to compare. It's pointless. But we do have power. Some of us may have lost, but some of us did beat the very ones you trained, she looked at each of the minions, giving a smile. Even if some of us lost, I could tell we all felt the same thing. All those battles, they brought us joy and happiness, whether we won or lost. You're wrong, we only battled to protect Leader, Trevor told her, crossing his arms again. But it turns out he's been lying this entire time. Lexi held her hands behind her back, looking at her feet. I'm not sure if we were really serving Leader anymore, or just some on-the-spot lie. You were serving him, don't worry, she looked at the brunette, who was smiling back. You battled to help him and what he believed. Even if it's a bad belief, that doesn't mean you were the bad ones, it only shows you were a true friend. In a way, she is right, they looked at Leader, sitting on the bird and looking at them. Her words are true, you weren't being the bad people. You were only proving you wanted to help me and be my friend, and I thank you for all the time we've spent together. Leader, please wait. If after all this, you still believe in our friendship. I'll see you again soon. The bird extended its wings, giving a screech as it flapped off the ground. He's getting away. Max exclaimed, pointing at the man on the bird. Not from us, one of the three figures stated, the others nodding as they each held out their palms. Forming a dark sphere between the trio, they aimed and fired it at the bird. As the bird flapped off the ground, the sphere exploded on its wing. What? Leader looked angrily to the bird's wing, smoke streaming from it as the bird began to tilt. It fell to the ground again, the man landing on his feet as the bird crashed down. Pidgeot, are you okay? The bird lifted its head, giving a slight nod as it winced, looking at its wing. You're injured, don't worry about it. The bird looked disappointed as it disappeared into the red beam, clipped back onto his belt. Good job, the brunette exclaimed happily, clasping her hands together as she smiled at the trio, who nodded back. The two legendary dragons are battling on their own. If this continues, their anger might ravage Unova and repeat history. Drayden stated, looking into the sky as another explosion occurred. The legend of Zekrom and Reshiram. Iris said to herself, watching in amazement as she watched the dragons in the dark sky. Wait, that reminds me. What is it? Misty asked, looking at the girl. She reached her arm into her hair, searching for something. Her eyes widening with a smile, she pulled out a sheet of old, faded paper. This is something we found a little while ago, in our research. We were looking into the ruins of Zekrom and Reshiram, and we found this. Iris beamed, holding the paper up with a smile. Leader looked across the room in anger, then his eyes fixed on the paper. What do they have now? He asked himself, looking intently at the paper. A crash of thunder broke his concentration, looking into the sky. The black and white dragon were wrestling each other, charging to the ground at a high speed. Zekrom, pull up now. That impact will be too much for anyone here, the black dragon nodded, grabbing the white dragon's shoulders. It threw the dragon upwards back into the sky, managing to stop itself and hovering above the ground. The electric type charged upward again, facing the fire type in the air. Those two continue to fight, despite what happens to us. Mason thought out loud, looking in the sky as the two dragons caused another explosion. Something tells me we should leave. And quickly, too, Webb added, the other men giving a nod while the girls nodded frantically. Look out! Crystal exclaimed, pointing up. The group looked up to see a chunk of the upper wall falling, broken off from the explosion. The black dragon looked down, diving and moving under the chunk, shattering it with a flame-like breath. Alright, we gotta go. Lexi exclaimed, jumping off the platform and running down the path. The others followed quickly, running past Leader. He blinked, snapping from. This should be returned to you. I have looked it over briefly, but that language is unfamiliar to me. In your hands, I hope it can be deciphered and read again. But, why? The man asked, the trainer crossing his arms again. I felt that group needed a better chance. And with you deciphering the text, they will get it soon, he smirked, giving a nod. The man nodded, the two turning away from each other and walking in separate directions. Reshiram, we are leaving. Zekrom, cease the battle. Our destination is Johto now. Is everyone okay? Brock panted, looking around. Yeah. Gary coughed, the redhead and brunette nodding near him. The shadow triad stood by them, perfectly fine. We're fine, too. May breathed heavily, holding her chest beside her nodding younger brother. Dragon Masters. Here. Iris panted, giving a weak smile as the older man beside her gave a simple nod. How are you guys? Mason asked, panting. Girls, good. Crystal replied, the three girls panting with an agreeing nod. We're good. On this end. Webb told him, Jack and Trevor giving a nod on either side of him. So we've got everyone. Mason sighed, chuckling in relief. Not quite. According to our count, 2 figures are missing, one of the white-haired figures stated, the other 2 giving a nod. Pi, the yellow mouse asked, tilting its head on the confusion. Pikachu. May exclaimed happily, beaming as she noticed the mouse on the ground. The mouse hurried towards her, climbing up her back and smiling on her shoulder. It's great to see you again, I'm glad you're safe. Hey, where's Leader? Crystal asked, looking around confused. Everyone looked in different directions, but no one caught sight of the trainer. Hey, N's missing too, Max stated, no one catching a glimpse of the man either. Don't tell me that they're not still in there, are they? If they are, that's crazy, Dawn said plainly, holding her arm as she looked at the large building. From the top, the smoke was barely visible as fires had started around the sides and back, rubble raising dust into the air. They would have been crushed by now, Misty added, crossing her arms. We have to go in and get them. We can't leave them there. Max exclaimed, looking around as no one moved. Are you just going to leave them? You're leaving N and Ash, the strongest trainers who have caught legendary Pokémon, to die in a burning building? The building isn't burning, not yet, a familiar voice stated, everyone looking at the doorway. N stepped out, giving a cough as he brushed off his shirt. N. You're okay. May smiled, relieved the man was okay. Yes, and Leader has left safely as well, he told them, the minions giving a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Lexi smiled, holding her chest. What are you, crazy? Ash can't just go like that. We have to get him. Misty told them. We can't, we're at a clear disadvantage, Brock told her, crossing his arms. Despite their battle, Zekrom still has plenty of fighting energy. Ash also has Crocodile and one more Pokémon who hasn't been used, Gary explained, giving a frown. But we have Pikachu now. Max told them, smiling as he looked at the mouse. The mouse scratched the back of its head, sparks suddenly streaming from its cheeks. It rubbed its cheeks, a confused expression on its face. Even Pikachu isn't enough power to bring down Zekrom, the mouse nodded, frowning. We just simply can't take on that legendary without carefully planning how to take it on. You'll never defeat it, Webb told them, crossing his arms. He's right, it's far too powerful to be defeated now, Mason added. Are you stating facts, or defending him? Dawn asked, looking confused at them. That is a good point, this has been pretty crazy for you as well. He was lying to you guys as well this whole time, are you still going to back him up after that? May asked, the group exchanged wondering looks. You should go home and live a normal life, none of this is going to help you get anywhere, Brock told them. If you want to help us take down Ash, we'll let you help as long as you swear to taking him down with full power, Max added, the boy giving them a serious look. Blah. It's gone, everyone looked oddly at Iris, who was digging oddly through her hair. It was here a second ago. It's gone. What is, Iris? Dawn asked. The paper from the ruins. I showed it inside, but I must have dropped it while hurrying outside, she panicked, looking around her feet and behind her. Oh, by any chance, N reached in behind his top shirt, carefully bringing out the old paper. It wouldn't happen to be this, would it? Oh, yes. That's it, she exclaimed, beaming as she noticed the paper in his hand. What exactly is that, Iris? You said something about a ruin. Brock asked, looking curiously at the paper. As I said, we were researching old ruins on the legend of Reshiram and Zekrom. Turns out some people in Unova from the past were just as curious as we are, and they found some valuable information on it, the girl explained, looking at the paper. Drayden and I haven't had this very long, so all we understand so far is it has an ancient language on it. We can't exactly read it yet, but we're going to translate it soon. That would be really helpful, if it's about the Reshiram and Zekrom legend, Max stated, crossing his arms. If Reshiram can't defeat Zekrom at this point, we'll need to hope there's something else that can defeat it. Drayden, Iris, how soon do you think you can get that translated? Gary asked, looking curiously at the paper. There are a lot of researchers in Unova with knowledge on Unova's past, so it could be a week, a day, depends when we get it started, the purple-haired girl responded, giving a smile. If this does relate to the legend of the two dragons, we're going to get this translation started right away. Good, that will be very helpful, the young researcher replied, giving a nod. Res Hiram, my friend, and held his hand into the air, looking into the sky. Everyone looked at him oddly, then heard a roar and noticed the white dragon flying over the roof. It hovered above them, looking down at its trainer. I must be going now. What? You're leaving? May gasped. I'm afraid so, we all know that I am no longer a match for Leader, the man stated, walking away from them. I wish you luck in bringing down Leader and his plots. But, you can't leave now. We're so close to getting him, the brunette told him, the man stopping. He has conquered Unova and Kanto, and is now headed towards Johto. If I were you, I would be chasing after him instead of standing here trying to persuade me of staying, he told them, starting walking again. They watched in shock as the man disappeared through the trees, the white dragon landing. It took off again, the man sitting on its back as it flew through the sky. I can't believe it, the redhead whispered, watching the white dragon grow smaller in the distant sky. On the dragon, the man was in thought as he closed his eyes. Your friend dropped this in a hurry to escape, I felt if anyone this should be returned to you. I have looked it over briefly, but that language is unfamiliar to me. In your hands, I hope it can be deciphered and read again. But, why? I felt that group needed a better chance. And with you deciphering the text, they will get it soon. So he knows about it, and it does refer to the legend, the man said to himself, looking into the vast sky ahead. Good luck, everyone. So he's gone just like that, not helping anymore. Max said quietly, blinking in confusion. How can he do this? Of anyone, he had the best chance of training to beat Ash, Dawn said sadly, frowning. She looked around, noticing something. Hey, the Shadow Triad are gone. Really? Misty asked, looking around and noticing the brunette's words were true. The trio had disappeared. Figures, with N leaving, they're probably following close behind. Yeah. May nodded, looking behind her at the crumbling building. Her eyes drawn further over, they widened. They're gone. Yeah, the Shadow Triad really are gone. Max muttered, frowning as he crossed his arm. The brunette pinched his shoulder. Ow. What was that for? Look, the boy followed her point, looking oddly at her wide eyes. His eyes settling in where her finger pointed, his eyes widened. What is it? Brock asked, looking back at the siblings. They continued to point back, everyone following their point, and gasped as their eyes widened. Leader's minions had disappeared. Are you okay, guys? Leader asked, the crocodile, bird and ghost giving a nod. Good, I'm glad you're okay. We'll stay here for a little rest, so you can relax, the three figures nodded, moving away and getting comfortable in the natural area. The trainer looked at the purple sphere in one hand, then the red and white sphere in the other, then gave a smirk as he placed them back on his belt. Crook, the man looked intently at the trees where the croc had disappeared, then heard something familiar. Hey, Crocodile. Where's Leader? Crocodile, stand down, the trainer called, moving through the trees. As he had thought, the crocodile was there as well as a familiar boy in a red vest. Jack. Hey, Leader, what's up? He chuckled, arms behind his head. What are you doing here? And what happened to the others? He asked, crossing his arms. Don't worry, we all got away without any trouble. The others split up and said they needed to think alone for a bit. I knew you would give your Pokémon a rest before heading to Johto, so I was searching a little bit of everywhere, the boy explained, smiling. So, does that mean you're staying with me? Leader asked, arching an eyebrow. We're family, so we stay together. Besides, where else would I go? he asked, the trainer giving a chuckle. I suppose that's true, he replied. So let's finish what we started, Jack told him, grinning as he held out his hand. The trainer nodded, shaking it. At this point, you're the only one I can really trust, Leader told him, the pair taking their hands back. That's right, we're the only two who know, Jack told him. And that's why I have to help you through this. Are you sure you want to continue helping in this plan? Leader asked, wearing a grin. Of course, you could never do this without me, Jack replied, grinning. Bringing peace to the Pokémon world that it must be done. The elimination of humanity. So, what do we have? Iris asked, looking at the older man. Everyone looked impatiently at him as he looked at the machine's digital screen. It is an old script on Unova's legends, specifically the legend of the dragons, he replied, the girl smiling. Yes. I was right, she cheered, waving her hands in the air. It explains the history of the dragons' involvement with Unova, each paired with a hero but losing control and ravaging the entire region, the man explained, looking more intently at the screen's writing. What is this? What is it? Gary asked, moving beside the man and reading the screen alongside him. Everyone waited patiently as the pair read the screen, then the pair looked at each other in surprise. Did you just read what I did? I certainly did, no mistaking it. What did you read? Tell us. Iris complained impatiently, waving her hands in the air in frustration. This script tells that the legend focuses on the two dragons, Reshiram and Zekrom, the group nodded, understanding. But that it also depicts of something else. What do you mean, else? May asked, looking confused. Zekrom and Reshiram are the focuses of the legend, but this says there was something else, involving a meteor. The meteor crashed into Unova as the dragons destroyed the land, and that's about the time when the two dragons stopped and disappeared. It crashed into Unova, but this meteor wasn't any ordinary meteor. Inside the meteor's core, rested another dragon. Chapter 1. Previously in the Liberated Champions series. I have plans for this world, but nobody but me and my partner know, Leader told them, crossing his arms. What? Lexi asked, staring at Leader in surprise and confusion. So, this whole time that you've been lying to us? Crystal asked quietly, staring at Leader. He looked back at the group. Pikachu, are you really choosing this as your fate? The trainer asked, holding his fists at his sides. After all of this that you're choosing to side with them, the ones who oppose us and continue to defend this incomplete world? Pikapi. Chuppy copy chew, the mouse shouted, the trainer's lips curling into a grin. Alright, everyone looked shocked at the trainer. How could he agree to losing his starter Pokémon? His best friend? I respect your choice, being a Pokémon, however, our past does not affect my battling. Ash, what are you doing? Pikachu was your first Pokémon, he's your best friend. Gary shouted, the trainer ignoring him as he stared down the mouse. Please, don't hurt Pikachu. He's only agreeing and doing what's right. Misty called. Too bad I know his one weakness, the trainer stared at the mouse with a grin, the roar of thunder heard in the sky as the clouds dropped bolts of lightning. The black dragon burst from the clouds, floating down to the trainer and hovering above him, looking down at the mouse. Zekrom, overloaded, the mouse's eyes widened, the legendary dragon's body sparking with powerful bolts. The electricity suddenly struck the mouse, baring its teeth as it struggled to hold its ground from the powerful attack. Its cheeks began sparking, its eyes looking surprised, as it felt the electricity be absorbed into its body. The mouse grunted, stumbling to the side as it looked angrily at the dragon. Pikachu, the mouse looked back and nodded, glaring at the trainer with its teeth bared. You may be fine now, but soon you will know the pain you have felt in the past. The trainer turned and began walking back, the dragon roaring at the group. I'm afraid you will not enjoy the feeling, but from the multiple times in the past, I'm sure you won't be bothered. The man stopped, looking back. The trainer extended his arm, something sent towards him. He caught the object from Leader's hand, revealed to be an old and tattered paper. Your friend dropped this in the hurry to escape. I felt if anyone this should be returned to you. I have looked it over briefly, but that language is unfamiliar to me. In your hands, I hope it can be deciphered and read again. But, why? The man asked, the trainer crossing his arms again. I felt that group needed a better chance. And with you deciphering the text, they will get it soon, he smirked, giving a nod. The man nodded, the two turning away from each other and walking in separate directions. What? You're leaving? May gasped. I'm afraid so. We all know that I am no longer a match for Leader, the man stated, walking away from them. I wish you luck in bringing down Leader and his plots. Look, the boy followed her point, looking oddly at her wide eyes. His eyes settling in where her finger pointed, his eyes widened. What is it? Brock asked, looking back at the siblings. They continued to point back, everyone following their point, and gasped as their eyes widened. Leader's minions had disappeared. Don't worry, we all got away without any trouble. The others split up and said they needed to think alone for a bit. I knew you would give your Pokémon a rest before heading to Johto, so I was searching a little bit of everywhere, the boy explained, smiling. So, does that mean you're staying with me? Leader asked, arching an eyebrow. Of course, you could never do this without me, Jack replied, grinning. Bringing peace to the Pokémon world, that it must be done. The elimination of humanity. This script tells that the legend focuses on the two dragons, Reshiram and Zekrom. The group nodded, understanding. But it also depicts of something else. What do you mean, else? May asked, looking confused. Zekrom and Reshiram are the focuses of the legend, but this says there was something else, involving a meteor. The meteor crashed into Unova as the dragons destroyed the land, and that's about the time when the two dragons stopped and disappeared. It crashed into Unova, but this meteor wasn't any ordinary meteor. Inside the meteor's core, rested another dragon. Zekrom, Fusion Bolt. No. Gyarados, the dragon champion shouted, watching his prized Pokémon fall to the ground motionless. The man across from him returned the legendary dragon, calmly walking across the battlefield and placing a hand on the Gyarados' forehead. However, this Pokémon had a different look than a normal Gyarados. Your friend here fights well, Dragon Master Lance, the man said, the dragon trainer gritting his teeth as he joined him beside his Pokémon. He recalled it into his Pokeball, looking at his opponent expectantly. Though I can't understand why you would bother to demand another battle for Johto as well, after already losing in Kanto, that I suppose I can commend you for effort. But besides that, we know you recall the demands upon his victory, same as before, Jack stated, arms crossed behind his head beside Leader. I do. But why, Leader? He asked, the man giving a light sigh as he looked at the roof. Perhaps it's because this world is still incomplete. And we humans do not truly understanding Pokémon, at all, he trailed off, the Johto champion clenching his teeth as he unclipped all of his Pokeballs from his belt. His hands shaking, he released each of his Pokémon. Permanently. I'm sorry, everyone, he whispered, each of his Pokémon weakly calling to him from their previous battles. Leader smirked, him and Jack turning and walking towards the doorway. I suppose we'll be taking another week-long break in Hoenn, then? Jack asked, the man shaking his head. No, I just needed some time to let off steam from the encounter at the Indigo Plateau. Plus the switch up to my team, considering Spiritomb could use a rest and a newly opened slot for a sixth member. Leader stared ahead blankly, Jack knowing not to say anything. So who's all on your team now, anyway? In due time, you'll see. Does everyone know the plan here? Max asked, the others giving a nod. Currently, they were each riding on their flying-type Pokémon and heading over the sea towards the Unova region. And as it slowly came into view, May's hand moved to the bracelet on her wrist, the brunette glancing down at the newly embedded stone she had added to it in the past few days. I should have resorted to this earlier, just wait a little longer, Ash, she thought, thinking back a week ago, to the day they last saw him at the Indigo Plateau. Flashback. Another dragon? Max asked, confused. Indeed. When this meteor crashed, it had landed just outside of Unova's Lacunosa town, which created what is now known as the Giant Chasm. It is a treacherous place of harsh climates below zero, Drayden explained, everyone in the room paying close attention. This had been during the time of Zekrom and Reshiram's great battle, bringing destruction upon Unova. However, the legend of these two dragons slightly differs from the truth. It's different. How? Brock asked. The legend you've probably heard before says that the two heroes calmed the dragons down, and they disappeared afterwards, right? Iris asked, everyone giving a nod. Well, that's not exactly true. They never did calm down the dragons. What? May blinked in surprise. There have been more artifacts found over the years, telling a different ending to the legend. The real legend says that the brothers were never able to control the dragons, and both sides disappeared into the area that's now known as the Giant Chasm. But the meteor hadn't crashed yet at that time, Iris explained. So, when the meteor did crash, the dragon that was resting inside of it woke up and broke out, destroying the area in a flash freeze. But when the two brothers saw this dragon, they saw that its power matched that of Zekrom and Reshiram's. The two dragons noticed this too, so they decided to turn on the third dragon before continuing their fight with each other. So they defeated this dragon together? Dawn asked, the two dragon trainers shaking their heads. No. They fought together, but supposedly this dragon had actually overpowered the both of them. The details aren't exactly clear, so no one can really say what happened, Drayden said, crossing his arms. However, it is certain that at this time, Zekrom and Reshiram disappeared. As did the two brothers. Nobody knows what happened to them, but a few years later, they found evidence of the two dragons taking on a form of hibernation or exhaustion. And what was that? Max asked. That was the Dark Stone and the Light Stone. They were supposedly found in two different locations, on the opposite sides of Unova, but I think that they may have originally been found together, in the Giant Chasm. Think about it, Iris told them, Brock crossing his arms. That does make sense. If both dragons were defeated there at the same time, then they became the light and dark stones at the same time and were probably found by the same person, but brought to two different locations in secret. And about the two brothers, he trailed off, everyone understanding what he meant. Well, the local rumors do say that the monster resting in the Giant Chasm comes out at night and eats people. Iris rubbed her arm. So the two brothers are gone, the two dragons become the stones, and the fighting stops. And about the third dragon, it must be the monster resting in the Giant Chasm, Gary concluded, the two dragon trainers giving nods. Then we have to go there and catch it. Max exclaimed, the others gasping. Are you crazy? What? If this dragon defeated both Zekrom and Reshiram, then it can do it again. Plus, we only needed to defeat one. But if this dragon is that powerful, it's not gonna be close to easy to catch. True, so we'll just have to bring our A game, the boy grinned, pumping a fist. His sister chuckled, putting her hand on his head. As stupid as my brother sounds, that he's right. We've gotta go catch that dragon in order to beat Ash, she said, the mouse on her shoulder giving a nod. The others gave hesitant looks. Copy Chew. Pikachu frowned, his ears dropping. If May's in, then I'm going too, Dawn added, flashing a smile. Slowly, one by one, everyone in the room agreed to the plan. So it's settled then. Let's go find that dragon. Pikachu. Present your proofs of victory, the guard said, leader giving a smirk as he pulled out a small case with 8 badges inside. Very well, good luck, trainer. I won't need it. He stepped through the doorway and continued up the stairs, stepping into another battle arena room with a man standing across the battlefield. The name's Sydney, I specialize in dark-type Pokémon. I hope you brought your best team, kid, he shouted, tossing a Pokeball and releasing his first Pokémon. Don't worry, he only needs one for you. Leader smirked at Jack's comment, unclipping the purple M-marked ball from his belt. The girl frowned, giving another light sigh as she picked up a pebble, tossing it and watching it skip across the lake. She sat back into the park bench, resting her hand on top of her face as she leaned her head back. What do I do now? She felt lost. So this is where you've been. The girl moved her hand curiously, surprised to see a familiar face smiling down at her. And another familiar face behind her, whose expression remained neutral. Crystal. Gina? She asked, the girls giving a nod. What are you doing here? How did you find me? It took a while, Lexi, I'll give you that, Crystal laughed, sitting beside her and tapping the bench opposite of Lexi, where Gina reluctantly sat as well. The real question is, why do you look like you're stuck? Well, that I am, really, I mean, she trailed off, looking into the sky. Leader was lying to us. All this time we've been helping him, working towards his dream, but it turns out he didn't think that at all. What am I supposed to think now? Try to not think about it. Lexi looked at the girl, bewildered, surprised as she tapped 2 fingers against her chest. And feel it. What do you feel you should do? That I don't know. She looked at the ground between her feet, unsure what to think. It's been a week now. You should have decided already, Gina said calmly, standing up and facing the girl. Lexi glanced up. Are you, or are you not loyal to Leader? Well, I would still be loyal to him, but dash. Then there's your answer. The moment we parted that day, I made up my mind that I was going to still support Leader no matter what. He took care of us, and he raised us like his own family, Gina told her, crossing her arms as she started walking away. And every healthy family has lies. Well, you know how she is, Crystal laughed, standing up and holding her hands behind her back. I'm going with her and supporting Leader, too. And I hope you do as well, Lexi, we'll always be family, she smiled, taking after the silver-haired girl. Lexi frowned, leaning back into the bench and staring into the sky again. I feel the same way, but a part of me can't just let go of this. So what are you thinking, Webb? Mason asked, looking at his green-haired friend. The man gave a sigh as he looked into the sky. I'm thinking of going back to help him, but I'm not sure if I can, if I don't know why I'm helping him, he trailed off, rubbing between his eyes. Then we'll just ask him, Webb looked at his orange-haired friend curiously. I've always been supportive of Leader, and I don't question his motives. If he used Pokémon Liberation as a cover-up for his real plans, then he must have a good reason. And I'm sure he'll understand if we ask him. That I guess that's true, he smirked, crossing his arms. So you need any time to get ready? I'm not like Lexi or Crystal, man, he laughed, grinning at the man. Whenever you're ready. Then let's go. I've been expecting you. Leader and Jack glanced at each other impressed, looking back at the Hoenn champion calling out to them. And if you think your plot will continue past here, then you're dead wrong. I like his sense of humor, Jack chuckled, Leader giving a smirk as he stepped into the trainer box. Then would you care to make this more interesting? Leader pulled a Pokeball from his belt, holding it in the air. 1 Pokémon each. First one unable to battle loses. Very well, the man tossed his own Pokeball, releasing a steel 4-legged spider. Then I'll show you the true power of the Hoenn champion, Steven Stone. Leader looked at the Pokémon carefully, then noticed something peculiar. A small stone attached to a brace around its leg. Looking over at Steven, he noticed a similar stone attached to a pin on his jacket. Leader smirked, reattaching the sphere to his belt and taking another. This just gets more and more interesting, he said to himself, Jack giving a curious look as he watched him toss the sphere and release his Pokémon. Jack looked surprised, seeing the familiar large fire-type dragon with a peculiar brace on its tail. Even more surprised, he watched Leader pull out a ring. Leader.is that. Yes it is, Jack. But that I thought you never wanted to resort to that. Normally, yes. However, slipping the ring on, he watched the man across the field tap the pin on his chest, his Pokémon becoming enveloped in a glowing sphere. Leader smirked. Sometimes you have to play it their way, and with that, he tapped his ring, his own Pokémon enveloped in a glowing sphere as well. I guess this is it, Max said, his feet hitting the ground. Everyone recalled their Pokémon as they looked ahead at the long hike before them into the wilderness. They weren't kidding when they mentioned the dropped climate. Dawn shivered. We should be glad they could give us that much information, Gary stated, crossing his arms. So everyone knows what to do when we find the dragon. Yep. Max pumped a fist, a bracelet around his wrist with a shining stone embedded. Misty, Brock and Gary each wore similar ones as well. I think it was a good idea for us to each go home and get these, we're gonna need them for the fight ahead of us. You're right about that, May replied, rubbing the stone in her own unique bracelet. The group started hiking, heading deeper into the cold air. Why do you think N left? The silence was broken by Dawn, earning expectant looks from everyone. Sorry, it's just that I don't really enjoy silence. That I don't know, Dawn, but I'm sure he had a good reason, Brock replied, the brunette giving a funny look. Well, he was still inside battling Ash after the building started to collapse, right? Since he was in there after we left, maybe he had a talk with Ash or something, she suggested, Gary stopping on the spot for a moment before continuing. That would make sense. Maybe Ash told him something that made him lose hope in fighting him, the researcher speculated, Misty giving a worried look. What if Ash has more legendary Pokémon other than Zekrom? She asked, the others beginning to feel uneasy. Guys, stop worrying, everyone looked confused at May. Maybe Ash does have more legendary Pokémon, or maybe not, he's gonna be really powerful either way. What we have to worry about is getting this dragon here, and making ourselves just as powerful as he is. I gotta say, May, I'm kinda impressed. You're the last one I expected to be thinking rationally in this situation, Max chuckled, earning a smack from her. The boys started to hang back, walking beside Brock a short distance from the others. But aren't you curious about it, Brock? About what? Brock whispered, responding to the boys' hushed tone. You know, about Ash and May. Back in Unova, they were talking about when they kept their relationship a secret. Aren't you wondering about when this was, or how it happened, or why they kept it a secret? He whispered, the man looking at the brunette ahead of them. I don't think we should worry about it. If they wanted to keep it a secret, I respect that, the man responded, the boy giving an unsure look. Meanwhile, said brunette was having doubts of her own. Ash. Why are you doing this? She thought, frowning as she pictured the once caring boy she had grown to love. The two had gotten along so well, nearly inseparable, and ever since the two started dating they were inseparable. They had decided not to tell anyone simply because they didn't want a spectacle made out of it. They knew that the public started rumors about famous figures, and with a wannabe champion and Pokémon coordinator becoming an item, they had just worried too much about what could happen. May. May, the brunette snapped out of her thoughts, looking at her blue-haired friend. Are you okay? You spaced out there. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry, she flashed a smile, looking ahead and noticing they were nearing the top of the hill they were climbing. Upon arriving at the top, the group gasped at the sight. Standing at the top of the hill, the ground nearly disappeared ahead of them, sloping down into a fairly steep cliff. Max peeked over the edge, peering down and seeing a deep chasm of darkness with clouds of mist scattered through the area. They each looked ahead at the massive chasm spanning over a great amount of the area, they knew they had arrived at the giant chasm. Well, let's get looking. Chapter 2. No way. Stephen uttered, shocked as he recalled his Metagross. Across the field, Leader's Charizard reverted back to its normal look, disappearing into the light of its Pokeball as well. Well, looks like my win, champion, Leader called out, stepping across the field with Jack close behind. And since you knew I was coming, you know what I'm going to ask of you. You know you won't get away with this, Stephen said, hesitating before unclipping each of his Pokeballs from his belt. Oh. And who is there to stop me? All that remains between me and the position of greatest trainer in the world is Cynthia, Leader smirked, Steven's grip tightening on his pokeballs. You defeated the rest of the champions so easily? Steven asked, the man giving a nod. Of course he did, and even if any Pokémon League winners or Frontier Brains in Kanto challenged him, he would still crush them, Jack added, arms crossed behind his head with a smirk. So, after you defeat Cynthia, what then? Issue a global release of Pokémon, the Hoenn champion asked, the pair giving a nod. Then what? You know humans and Pokémon will stay together, despite not being contained by Pokeballs. We are aware of that, but that is not our real objective. Steven gave the pair a puzzled look, watching them walk away from him. Wait. Then what exactly are you hoping to accomplish? All I will tell you, Steven.is, that the world will be much better off after we succeed. Well, that wasn't so bad, Max sighed, looking back up behind them. A rope was cast across the chasm upwards attached to a tree where they had started, then each of them had zip-lined down the rope to the ledge they were currently on. Looking ahead of them, there was a large crack in the side of the cliff which acted as the doorway. Well, no time to waste, Gary said, the group stepping into the cave one by one. With Gary and Brock carrying flashlights, after moving through the narrow passageway, they flashed the lights around to see themselves in a large room. Flashing it across the cave's roof, high above them, they noticed spears of ice hanging down. Careful, I'll keep an eye on those so they don't fall on us. Alright, Brock flashed the light around, looking for the continuation of their route. They moved from room to room carefully, Gary always flashing his flashlight at the ceiling to watch the large icicles. So, does anyone know if anyone has actually found this dragon? Dawn asked nervously. I can't say I've heard anything. There haven't been any maps drawn of this place, so maybe no one's even explored the full cavern yet, Gary said, the brunette getting more nervous. Or maybe someone has, but they found the dragon when it was hungry, she said quietly, only May hearing her. The brunette put her hand on her friend's shoulder. Relax, no need to worry, right? Dawn flashed a weak smile, then they stepped into the next room. However, this one was familiar. Hang on, this is where we started, isn't it? Gary flashed his flashlight around, noticing a cracked doorway with a bright light on the other side. Flashing it around the room, he noticed several doorways. Oh, no, that we've been going in circles. But how? We've been moving straight this whole time. Max exclaimed, the others feeling nervous. We can't really say that for sure, it's not like a compass would work in here. It would probably freeze, or the metal in the walls will throw it off, Brock told him, the boy giving a frown. Gary looked at the roof again, counting the icicles. Hang on, everyone waiting, watching the man stare at the ceiling curiously. That I think there's a system to the rooms. What are you talking about? May asked, Gary gesturing to the ceiling. There's 9 icicles on this ceiling, he told them, the others not understanding. I've been looking at the icicles in every room, and I think there was another room with a different number of icicles. You think the room's layout are based on number of icicles? Dawn asked, the researcher giving a nod. They moved to another room, Gary looking up at the ceiling and counting. This one's got 7, he said. So we missed a room. Shouldn't there be 8? Max asked, the researcher pondering. Maybe but I don't remember seeing a room with just 1 icicle, he trailed off, wondering what this meant. Then something occurred to him. If a compass won't work here, then maybe there is no sense of direction. Maybe you have to walk through each room in order. So if the first room had 9, then we have to find 8, then 7, and so on. Dawn asked, Gary giving a shrug of his shoulders. What else do we have to go off of? The others looked at each other hesitantly, then agreed. Moving through the rooms, they counted each icicle on the ceiling of each room, remembering it. Time seemed to pass slowly as they tried to follow this plan, taking multiple tries. There's 3 but I don't remember where 2 was, Max groaned, rubbing his head. Does anyone? Everyone shook their heads, Gary feeling nervous. So who feels lucky? If we mess this up, we'll have to start over again. I think it's this way. May pointed to the doorway closest to her, everyone giving her a curious look. I've been noticing the rooms have been getting colder as we get further. But there's less icicles. That doesn't make sense, Dawn said. Maybe the cold is just focusing on a smaller range. The first room had 9 icicles and was chilly, and now in a room with 3 icicles it's actually really cold, Max said, holding his arms close. Hesitating, everyone moved through May's suggested doorway. Fingers crossed. Gary said, aiming his flashlight at the ceiling. 2 icicles. He sighed in relief. Alright, so now where's one? Dawn asked, Gary flashing his light around the room and noticing something at a certain doorway. I bet it's that way, he said, everyone looking at the doorway he had illuminated. Different from each other doorway, there was a single icicle protruding from the wall above the crack. So this is it? Max asked, looking around the fairly smaller room. The group had finally reached the final room, looking above to see one massive pillar of ice looming above them with an almost mystical glow inside at the base. Looking around, they noticed there was nothing else. There's no more doors, it's a dead end. Maybe that counting method wasn't what we had to do, after all. Dawn suggested, giving a sigh as she crossed her arms tightly. Not to mention it's really cold in here. Here, the brunette was surprised to feel something wrap around her, noticing Gary stepping past her and putting his hand against the wall. She glanced back to see his own jacket around her, leaving the man with just a t-shirt. This ice, this stuff never melts, it's almost as if it's frozen with the molecular structure of steel. So you're saying there's steel in this ice? Well, that's safe, and no wonder this place hasn't melted yet, Brock stated, putting his hand to the wall and yanking it back. Geez, how are you still touching that? It feels like that alone could give you frostbite. But it won't. See, the researcher pulled his hand back and showed it to the man, revealing no redness or signs of frostbite at all. This may be ice, but it lacks basic molecular structure found in ice. It's weird, it looks exactly like ice in every physical way, except it's not somehow. Okay, thanks for the science lesson, but what's your big solution on what we do? And it's not like the dragon can be hiding behind these walls, unless it's a baby dragon, Max said, Gary giving a sigh as he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Ice that never melts. Doesn't give you frostbite, and the temperature remains below 0 no matter what. That I just don't understand this, he sighed again, rubbing his eyes. This shouldn't be possible. There's no way that a small room like this can contain ice that can't melt, no matter how cold it is. It's like an electric oven can't produce heat without electricity. Electric oven. May pondered to herself, staring up at the ice pillar above them, focusing on the seemingly glowing coming from the base. What if this room is like an electric oven, but the opposite? What do you mean? Dawn asked. An electric oven can't produce heat without an energy source, in this case electricity, right? They nodded. So, say this room can't produce cold temperatures without an energy source either, but it's not electricity. But what source could constantly produce energy without stopping? There's nothing here that never Gary stopped, looking at the brunette in surprise. The ice. So the ice produces these temperatures, given how it never melts. And maybe it's the same situation with the ice, whatever produced it in the first place is the only reason it's able to stay, she explained, her younger brother raising his arm. Okay, question. What's been here since before the ice? As far as local history goes in Lacunosa town, this cavern has always been frozen over as long as it's been here, the young boy stated, activating a light bulb in the researcher's head. But think of how long this cavern has been here. Remember what Iris and Drayden said, the giant chasm was never actually discovered until the meteor touched down here. So the meteor created and sustained these frozen caverns. Then that would mean the meteor was really like an iceberg dash. Hang on, that script they deciphered never said anything about the dragon itself, did it? Like its powers or physical shape? No, not really, but if what we're thinking is correct, then the dragon must have been able to withstand the most extreme frigid temperatures. Or maybe even the meteor wasn't frozen at all. That's it, everyone looked at May. The meteor is the most likely option to have created these caverns, yes. But say the meteor wasn't frozen over. That would leave only one other possibility. The dragon itself was frozen. So the dragon froze the meteor, then when it crashed into this area, it gave off a sort of pulse of frozen energy, flash freezing the caverns as soon as they were formed. With the amount of force from the impact, mixed with the power of that dragon, that would explain how this ice was able to freeze and condense so strongly, and why it's never melted. Brock exclaimed, the researcher giving a nod. That does make sense, but that still leaves one question. Where is the dragon now? Everyone looked around, unable to answer the question. Given that is how this cavern was created and maintained, as logical as it is, there's no explanation as to how this dragon remains in this area unseen. The legend says the dragon rests in the giant chasm, but we've been through every room and haven't seen a clue of where it could be hiding. He's right. As far as we know, the answer to where this dragon is right now could be right over our heads, Dawn said, May giving a quiet sigh as she crossed her arms and stared at the frozen walls in thought. She's right, it just doesn't make sense that if the rumors say that the dragon eats people who come into this cavern, then it can't be behind the walls because they've never melted. Ag, why are there so many riddles? Why can't they ever just have some way of pointing you in the right direction, like in the movies? Max groaned, his sister smirking. I wish it were that easy, just the slightest sign, to show us the way. May looked up, her eyes focusing on the very clue they were searching for. The single ice pillar. A single clue. To point the way. May. Did you think of something? Brock asked, noticing the peculiar expression of the brunette. She looked at him, then at the ground, lightly stomping her feet on the ground where she stood. No sound. Did you? It's like Max said. We need that one clue to point us in the right direction, she said, stepping forward and stomping again. The slightest echo. What do you mean? Dawn asked, the brunette pointing up. Everyone looked at the ice pillar, the truth dawning on them as May stepped forward again, standing in the center of the room and bringing her foot up. Are you saying? Max started, his sister giving a nod. That ice points the way, and with that, the brunette brought her foot down and releasing a peculiar echo through the small room. Distinct cracks ripped through their ears. Then the ice collapsed beneath May. Chapter 3. The brunette winced as she slowly sat herself up, supporting herself with one hand on the ground. She rubbed her lower back, seeing as how that's where the force of the impact had affected her most. She opened her eyes again, not seeing anything but darkness save for the ominous spotlight of light shining down on her. Looking around, she couldn't even tell where she was. Had she fallen into a chamber in an ancient ruins? Was this a small ice cave? She couldn't tell at all, but looking up, she realized she had fallen quite a ways as the seemingly small patch of light shone down from where she had fallen through the ice. She slowly got to her feet, wincing again as she almost stumbled over. May. May, can you hear us? She recognized her friends' voices yelling down at her, also noticing the radius of the light began to shrink around her from them looking down and blocking the hole. She moved her hand to her head as the fall had seemingly caused a headache as well. And those loud voices were not doing well for that. Yeah, I can hear you. You don't have to yell so loud, she called back, noticing there was a slight echo to her voice around her. Chuppy, the mouse exclaimed happily, glad to hear the girl was all right. Oh, thank Arceus. Are you all right? It sounds like you went down quite a ways, and it looks like it too. What do you see down there? Brock called down, May rubbing her head, and she looked around to confirm what she already knew. I can't tell anything, really. It's way too dark down here to see anything. The only light I have is what's coming from that hole I fell through, she answered, her friends all looking at each other in concern. We gotta get down there. Gary, where's that rope? Max asked, the young professor giving a worried look at the hole. Even if we climb her down there, what then? If it's too dark to see dash. That's why we brought flashlights. Guys, I don't mean to cause worry, but we really should be doing something instead of arguing over it. Well, that is true, Dawn, but why would it cause worry? I know it's scary having May down there alone, but she can handle herself. It's not that, just, remember we thought this was the last room of the Great Chasm, but now we found a mysterious and unknown room. And rumors say that the human-eating monster is in the Great Chasm. Oh, Arceus, everyone gulped, Gary quickly throwing off his backpack to find the rope. May, hold on. We're gonna throw down a rope, but we're gonna give you a flashlight first, okay? You ready? Yeah, send it down, she called back, noticing everyone's heads disappear and then be replaced by what looked like a hand with an object. Then the object fell, descending into the darkness towards her. And, there, she muttered, catching the flashlight and giving a sigh of relief. She reached for the switch, but her finger froze before it could touch it. She felt a strong chill take over her whole body, her arms instinctively coming close to her chest in defense from the cold. She breathed out, noticing it instantly became visible in the air. Oh, come on, it wasn't like that 2 seconds ago, she muttered, her teeth almost chattering. Guys, hurry up. It just got a lot freaking colder down here. We're coming. Gary called back, holding the rope and an iron stake with one end tied to it. Alright, Brock, you're probably stronger than me for doing this. Got it, he took the stake, moving to the wall of the room. He figured the wall would be better than the ground, seeing as how May had fallen through the ground moments ago, and the rest of it could be unstable. He took a breath, drawing back his arm as he gripped the stake tighter. Come on, guys. May whimpered, rubbing her arms in an attempt to warm herself. Letting out a long breath, she flinched as she noticed something strange. Her breath had come out visible, given how cold it was. But then it disappeared halfway. At the same moment, her chills had stopped. What the? Her muscles locked up, not from cold, but from worry. She glanced around the room, tightening her grip on the flashlight in her hand. She gulped, sliding her finger towards the power switch again. But just like before, a sudden wave of frigid temperatures washed over her. But this one was much worse. Aya! May, her friends heard her sudden shriek, looking away from Brock as he drove the stake at the wall. In that moment, one could say time almost slowed down. The second wave of cold that had struck May had found its way to the hole this time, blasting up past the heads of everyone in the room above, knocking them back on their behinds. The cold instantly affected the temperature in the room, seemingly having an effect as the stake's tip made contact with the ice wall. But bounced off. Brock grunted as he stumbled back from the force, catching himself and securing the stake again safely and securely. Man, these walls are too tough, it didn't even scratch it, Brock stated, rubbing his hand over the unchanged wall where he had struck. I mean, didn't you just feel that cold? It might have instantly reinforced the walls in here, Max said, but Gary shook his head. No, maybe the stake was a pointless idea. I mean, this ice has been here since the meteor struck, unfazed by time or any humans that have come here. It wasn't because of that strange cold wave, he replied, everyone looking at each other worriedly. Again, not to cause worry, but that thing was glowing before, right? Everyone looked at Dawn strangely, noticing her finger pointing straight up. They looking at the single ice pillar hanging above them, noticing that there was indeed a strange almost golden glow from within the base of it. It was, but it wasn't that strong before. Okay, so that I'm not over-worrying, oh no, no, no. Gary. Scientist. Dawn exclaimed, starting to panic as she had looked down. Everyone else looked at her quizzically again, following her gaze and understanding her cause of panic. Which instantly struck everyone else. Oh, crap. Fire types, all fire types. Now. Gary shouted, pulling a pokeball from his belt. Their reason for panic was because an icy mist had covered the floor of the entire room, and the hole that May had fallen through was now almost half its size. And it was shrinking rapidly. Guys, what's going on up there? May called up, noticing that her spotlight was beginning to shrink around her. Guys. May. Don't worry, alright? We'll get you out, just don't dash. Their voices cut off as the hole sealed off completely, leaving May in darkness. Arcanine, Fire Fawn. Gary exclaimed, the fuzzy canine's fangs igniting with flames as it struck down at the ice. But they bounced off, not doing a thing. Alright, all or nothing. Everyone, in the doorway. Brock hurried everyone out of the center of the room into the doorway where they had come from, releasing his boulder Pokémon in front of it. Golem, flamethrower at the center. Full power, the boulder opened its mouth, powerful flames firing in a stream at the floor's center, raising the temperature quite a bit. This continued for a while, until the boulder cut off to catch its breath. Everyone stared in awe. No way, they muttered, noticing not even a scratch on the floor. The room's frigid temperature had also returned in less than a few moments. This can't be possible. Ice can't withstand fire, that just doesn't happen. There is one way. Everyone looked at Gary. We said earlier that this ice hasn't changed for years because whatever caused it, has been maintaining it. What are you getting at? Misty was almost afraid to ask. If this ice was really formed because of that dragon from the meteor, then it stayed here without changing because of the dragon, as well. And if the ice just cracked, then reformed, he gave a worried look as his gaze moved to the center of the room, where there had once been a hole. Are you saying, that wave of cold air? Max didn't finish the sentence, as everyone in the room already understood what he meant. May's not safe down there. We gotta get her out, now. Mon, does it ever feel good to stretch? Jack exclaimed, stretching his arms above his head with a big grin. The man next to him arched his eyebrow as he glanced at him. And what, doing nothing is tiring to you? He asked, the younger man giving a chuckle. Well, you know when you spend all day in bed sleeping, then wake up and you're still tired? How do you explain that? He asked with confidence. Feeling wise. Leader rolled his eyes. You know that is not the same thing, he replied, turning back to the Pokémon standing beside him. But it's the same logic. Like seriously, no sleep makes us tired, but also lots of sleep makes us tired. Why is there no middle ground there? It's ridiculous, Jack stated, Leader throwing him a glare. You do remember that Pidgeot does not care for stupid questions, right? He asked, the majestic bird beside him giving the same glare as its owner to the younger man. Yeah, I know, relax, big guy, we're all friends here. Jack stepped towards the bird with a grin, raising his hand to the side of its feathery mohawk. The bird simply closed its eyes as he stroked his hand down the side of it, repeating the motion several times. So, Leader, you told Steven we were gonna rush over to Cynthia to get our final grasp on the world, and yet now we're here in a field just outside of the league, taking a break. And? Leader inquired, Jack giving an expectant look. And, mind filling me in on why that is? He finished his thought, Leader giving a smirk as he stepped away from Pidgeot, looking out at the small clearing in front of them. As Jack had stated, they were currently taking a break in a small field surrounded by trees, just east of the Hoenn League's entrance. They had just defeated Steven, the Hoenn League champion, and Leader had told him that all that was standing between him and being the strongest trainer in the world was Cynthia of Sinnoh. But also as Jack said, when they got to the entrance, Leader had told Jack they were going to a nearby field and take a rest. Not just Pidgeot, but all of Leader's Pokémon, save for his mythical powerhouse, were in the clearing and relaxing. This goes for Jack's Pokémon as well. Do you have a problem with taking a break once in a while? I thought you liked sitting around and doing nothing all day. Jack frowned at Leader's words, narrowing his gaze on him. Hey, for your information, it is not doing nothing. I'm brainstorming for ideas, my novel hasn't been getting anywhere lately. Leader arched an eyebrow at him. And that is not because I've been doing nothing. I just haven't been hit with inspiration, alright? And you haven't considered there's no inspiration because I haven't done anything to spark inspiration, right? Man, you sound like Lexi right now. Oh, gross. I just mean it as a fair question. Yeah, I know, wait, why is that gross? Because I don't want to be your flirting replacement while she's gone. What Ash? Where the hell did that come from? Jack almost stumbled back in surprise, Leader giving a chuckle. What, did you think you were being subtle about it? He asked, Jack's face starting to heat up. No. I mean, that's because I wasn't trying to flirt. I would never, she's like an annoying sister. Jack exclaimed, Leader's smirk growing as he simply walked away. Hey! Don't ignore me. I'm serious, I don't like her. Right, Leader rolled his eyes with a chuckle, moving towards the edge of the clearing with the thinnest tree line. Yeah, that is right. Because I'll have you know, she is actually not the girl I'm interested in. Jack said confidently, Leader giving a quiet sigh to himself. You do realize you give yourself away with every new sentence that comes from your mouth, right? Not true. Even she's told me that. So Crystal, huh? Wait, what? What makes you say that? Logic, Jack, you really don't give a challenge. The only other girls you're in constant contact with beside Lexi is Crystal and Gina, and we both know Gina doesn't give you more than 10 seconds of attention before she gets bored. Leaving Crystal. Plus, I know for a fact she's said you're an idiot, on multiple occasions. That is not Dash. You once offered to warm her jacket for her by wearing it before her. So. Chivalry isn't dead. You are such an idiot, he sighed again, breaking through the tree line and reaching his destination. Jack followed almost aimlessly, only following his voice as he voiced branches in his face. All I can offer you is either 1, don't ever try that again because it's just stupid. Or 2, try a girl who doesn't enjoy the cold. Warming her jacket would just PSS her off. But it was freaking cold that day. She could have gotten hypothermia or something. Jack muttered, breaking through and noticing Leader had stopped. So, what are you doing, Dash? I thought I taught you to be aware of your surroundings, Leader sighed, holding his arm out beside him. Jack walked into his arm, effectively stopping his body. What? Why would I dash? Jack looked down, almost immediately jumping back in surprise. The reason Leader had stopped was because it was a cliff. And Jack had almost walked right off. Arceus, man. Why didn't you tell me? Like I said, what did you even learn from me? He sighed again, pulling the purple sphere from his belt. Jack gave a questioning look, then watched him press the button on the sphere, opening it and releasing a burst of light that quickly shot out into the open air in front of them. In a matter of seconds, the light took on a large form, then disappeared to reveal a familiar black dragon, its intimidating red eyes staring at Leader. Jack flinched, glancing at the man, who put away the sphere and held his hand out. I'm sorry for keeping you cooped up, big guy. We're gonna be hanging out here for a while, and there's nothing but ocean around here besides this island, so go ahead and stretch. Jack was surprised to see Leader flash a smile to the dragon, who only stared back. It glanced over at the open ocean around it, then back at Leader, before giving a single nod. Just try to stay within sight, alright? So I know you're okay, the dragon nodded, giving a low and seemingly friendly growl as the two men watched it take off towards the open air happily. That I guess it's just like any other Pokémon, huh? Jack chuckled, his friend Uncle giving a nod. So a while, huh? Does that mean we should set up camp? No harm in that. Darkness. Silence. That's all May could feel or hear. It's almost as if her body's senses had just shut off. Still gripping the flashlight, she reached for the switch and managed to flick it on. But looking down at the flashlight, she saw the light bulb inside flickering with the faintest of light, with cracked glass attempting to cover it. Crap that it's so cold it cracks glass. Great, she muttered, giving a sigh as she held her arm nervously. She took a step in a random direction, not being able to tell where she was going or how close the walls were, if any. Then she had an alternate idea. Blaze, the Pokémon exclaimed, suddenly confused as it was greeted by darkness. Blaziken, the flashlight's broken. Think you could give a light? The brunette asked, the Pokémon responding with its wrists igniting flames. She gave a sigh of relief as her sight was restored, even if only of her Pokémon. Looking around, she noticed the expansion of the light didn't reach too far, and didn't reveal anything near her but the continuing icy floor. Well, which way do you get a good feeling from, Blaziken? Blaze, the bird-human figure raised its claw to point in a single direction, the brunette giving a shrug before walking in said direction close to her partner. This was the start of a nerve-wracking process for May, given her situation. Exploring the great chasm in search for a dragon, who was rumored to eat humans, and falling into a strange cavern below floor level and becoming trapped in the dark, where she could only assume no human had discovered and escaped. As they explored further down the unknown path, they noticed the air was getting colder. If you get scared, Blaziken, you can say it, you know, she nervously chuckled, keeping close to her Pokémon. The fire-type glanced down at its trainer, putting an arm around her to keep her close. The girl smiled, then noticed they were heading towards a wall. Getting closer, they noticed it was made of solid ice as well, giving a faint gleaming in the light. Must be a doorway somewhere around here. The pair explored towards the left, only finding a stone wall. They then tried the right, but same result. There was no other doorway. This can't be this a dead end again. I really hope I don't have to go through the floor again, she muttered, breathing into her hands as she shivered. The air had gotten very heavy compared to the room she had fallen from, in both frigid temperatures and ominous feeling. You feel anything, Blaziken? Blaziken, the Pokémon muttered, glancing behind them curiously. The path of its eyes moved upwards, until it was looking right up. The bird opened its eyes, releasing a quick burst of flames into the air above them. The ball of flame provided a burst of light as it moved through the air, revealing nothing but open air as it traveled for a distance before hitting the ceiling and disappearing. There really is nothing down here. May stepped forward towards the gleaming wall, slowly putting her hand to it. Quickly regretting said decision, she yanked back her hand as the cold feeling of the wall nearly reduced the feeling in her hand to almost nothing. Geez, there has to be something here. There's no way that dragon rumor is just a rumor. It has to be here. She started pacing, making sure to keep close to Blaziken for light. That ice pillar lead us down here, but why down here? Why did it stop leading? The brunette stopped on the spot, looking towards the ice wall. Then towards the other wall she had seen, now hidden by the shadows. Hey, Blaziken, how much light do you think you can make right now? I need to see as much of this area as possible. Come on, there's gotta be some way to get down there. Max shouted, getting frustrated. The group had tried nearly every fire type they had, but nothing had made a dent in the ice. They additionally tried the iron stick again, as well as stomping their feet like May had, but nothing worked. Max, calm down. We're just as worked up as you, Misty told the boy, who only gritted his teeth in frustration. Yeah, she's a friend to all of us. I don't want her to be down there all alone, especially if Dawn stopped short, feeling Misty's elbow swiftly knock hers, noticing a questioning look on Misty's face expressed to her. If the dragon is definitely not down there, because then she would be completely alone, right? I'm willing to bet she's called out Blaziken by now, for extra light, Gary stated, crossing his arms with another sigh as he fell back and let his back hit the wall. But I've never dealt with ice like this before, so I have no idea how to break through it. Everyone shared concerned looks, Max clearly being the most concerned for his blood relative. His fists clenched on his arms. Please be okay down there, May. Blaze, the Pokémon nodded, closing its eyes and focusing its power to the flames on its wrists. In a moment, the flames explosively expanded, growing significantly and providing a wider cover of light in the area. May looked around, seeing that they were in a massive open cavern, the only pathway leading back where they had started from. Her eyes followed the wall from that direction, moving towards where she stood and noticed something. The walls. They're not ice. They're stone. True to her word, the cavern walls around them were solid stone, with patches of ice covering them in random places, ranging in size. If this is a cave. Then her eyes stopped on the gleaming ice wall. She moved closer towards it, not placing her hand on it, but hovering inches from it. Even the cold radiating from it chilled her skin. This isn't made of stone, this wall is pure ice. Blaziken, the Pokémon asked, moving closer beside her. That's why those ice pillars lead here, Blaziken. This is what they want people to find, she said, her gaze moving up the ice wall to see as far up as she could. But why? In that moment, another gust of chilling air blasted past her. This one was the strongest of all, nearly reducing the feeling in her body to zero, if not for Blaziken's close proximity and warmth. Blaze, the Pokémon held its arm out in front of May, nudging the girl back as it stepped in front of her. She gave a confused look to her Pokémon, watching it get into a defensive stance as it stared at the ice wall. Blaziken? What is it? She asked, the Pokémon not budging as it growled at the wall. May's eyes followed her Pokémon's, feeling concerned by its sudden defensive approach. That's when May noticed something strange on the other side of Blaziken, something that wasn't there before. Its image distorted by the ice, there was a strange glow. Its golden glow was faint, but it was visible through the ice, and from what May could tell by its brightness and shape, it appeared to be a fair distance from the other side of the ice wall and almost resembled the shape of a diamond. Truths. May flinched, her eyes quickly looking around behind her. She had noticed Blaziken was looking around intensely, as well. So I didn't just imagine. That, Blaziken. Ideals. May looked around again, failing to notice that the glowing behind the ice wall had begun to grow brighter. Who's there? If you are like the others before you, which is it that you seek? END.